If you like the story, don't forget to support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 26, Getting a Rank C Jutsu. The next day, the 4th year in the academy started. Not having paid any attention to the graduation exam, and wanting to get the information, he decided to go a bit early to the academy. He reached the class at 7:45 am. On reaching, he saw that 24 kids were already there. And there were 3 new faces. He looked around the class and didn't see Teru, Yori, and Nobu in the class. He then went to Hoka, sat beside him and asked, "Morning. What happened in the graduation exam?" Hoka's mood first soured as he hadn't passed. But on realizing, he looked at Fujin in disbelief. "You don't know?" Fujin shook his head. Hoka continued, "Have you been living under a rock?" Fujin replied, "Nope, just under trees." Hoka gave him a deadpan expression. Fujin asked again, "Well, are you gonna talk today?" Hoka then showed a sad face and answered, "I failed. Only Teru, Nobu, and Yori passed." Fujin, having expected that, nodded. He then asked about what happened in the exams. Hoka gave a summary of what all happened. Despite already knowing the possibility, he sighed at the fact that those 3 could perform rank C jutsu. He thought, "Sigh, I guess being in a top clan or being backed by a crazy old fellow has its benefits." Fujin then asked whether those 3 formed a genin squad. However, Hoka replied, "No, Teru and Yori were placed together in a squad with someone a year older. No idea where Nobu went, but I haven't heard about him after the exam." Fujin thought, "I see. I guess Danzo inducted him into the route. Though I am surprised that he didn't take Nobu when he was 3 to 4 years old itself." He then asked, "So what's up with the 3 new guys?" Hoka dismissively replied, "No idea." Seeing Hoka unconcerned about the new guys, Fujin thought, he isn't the right guy to ask this. He is very aloof if it doesn't involve taijutsu. But this much information is enough. I wonder if I could use this info to get a few C-rank jutsus from Genki." After the talk, Fujin decided to continue sitting there for the rest of the day. While he didn't make much of a relationship with his classmates, due to constant spars, his relationship with Hoka and Teru was better than others. Surprisingly, today, Genki didn't enter the class alone, but was also accompanied by an old man. When he entered, everyone stood up and greeted him, as he was the headmaster of the academy. After entering, he first made some small talk. Then he started talking about the will of fire. And finally, he asked the students to try to graduate this year. Fujin was quite surprised with this. He only had one thought, "Wow, they are really desperate." After he left, Fujin thought, "I guess not participating this year is not an option. Then again, I have learned most of the things I can. Only genjutsu and learning swords are left. And the second book of Fuinjutsu is still left. Still, if they are this desperate, I might actually have a shot at chakra swords." After that, the headmaster introduced the 3 new kids. He said, "Since 3 of your classmates have already become genin, we have transferred 3 students from other divisions to your class. So be friends with them." The 3 kids introduced themselves to the class. They were the top 3 among the remaining 400 students of their year. Some students were happy to have new classmates, some felt like they didn't need anyone else to join in, so the reaction was mixed. Fujin's thoughts were, "I see, so in this way, they ensure that the other students don't become too pressured due to few of their classmates becoming genins. The 3 kids will ensure that the absence of the ones who graduated isn't always felt, but they will still serve as a benchmark for the rest. Also, the new kids in this class will have to work much harder. If they keep up, they'll become quite strong in the future. It's a pretty smart move." While Fujin was acknowledging the ingenuity of the move, one person in the class was extremely unhappy, and almost crying too. That person would be the class teacher. Genki thought, "I taught everything I had to teach to all these kids last year itself. All I had to do was to wait until they absorbed everything and passed the graduation exam. But now I have to again teach these new kids everything. While he was depressed and lost in his thoughts, he had a thought that horrified him. Wait, so if this year more students pass out, does that mean more students will join the class and I will have to teach them again? His shoulders dropped on having that thought. He really was depressed. He sighed, this isn't what I signed up for. After introducing the new kids, the headmaster left. Genki then announced the syllabus, and it surprised Fujin once again. Genki said, this year, your main focus will be to master everything I taught you guys in the last 2 years. The 3 basic ninjutsu as well as the basic skills I taught you. In addition to it, I will also teach you 5 new rank E jutsus. They will be Fire Release, 1 Jutsu, Wind Release, Gale Jutsu, Lightning Release, Static String Jutsu, Earth Release, Rock Shield Jutsu and Water Release, Fish Spit. These jutsus aren't compulsory for you to learn in order to graduate, however, they will be very helpful to you, if you are able to use them. I've already explained nature affinities to you last year. So I'll check your nature later, and at the very least, you'll have to learn the jutsu of your affinity. Learning all 5 will help you if you decide to graduate early. Your former classmate, Nobu, was able to perform all 5 of these jutsus. That's why he was able to graduate so early. Mentioning Nobu riled up the class and made them very competitive. Genki was satisfied with the reaction. He thought, it's nice to see them so motivated. I should be thankful to Nobu for performing this during the previous year's exam. Else I might not have decided to do this. Fujin thought, well, this is surprising. I didn't think Genki would teach jutsus of all the 5 elements. But it isn't much of a concern for me. I already know 2 of those 5 jutsus. After the class was over, Fujin grabbed a sparring sword from the academy and started practicing swinging it. He had 2 basic ideas, which is why he wanted to learn using swords. The first one was to infuse wind chakra in his swords, make them incredibly sharp so that he could cut his enemies down, even if they block it with their weapons. It would make him incredibly deadly in close combat. The second idea was to shoot out slashes or thrusts at mid-range, similar to what Zoro and Mihawk did in One Piece. Of the 2 ideas, the first one seemed very realistic. Fujin was confident in being able to do that very soon. He wasn't quite sure about the second one though. His memories regarding the small events in Naruto had grown a bit hazy by now, so from what he could recall, there was only one ninja who could use brute force at mid-range. That was Guy while performing his morning peacock and evening elephant. However, even if he wasn't able to send slashes flying with brute strength, it could be replicated by launching a slash of chakra instead. Like the samurai are able to do. And it could be improved further by charging that chakra with wind nature. After practicing for an hour, he sighed at his sword skills. He thought, even though I have watched a lot of swordplay in my previous life, I don't really have a proper way to train it. Oh well, I'll bother Genki once again. So he kept the sword back, and went to find Genki. On finding Genki, he saw Genki talking with a fellow teacher. He waited for a bit. Genki, after seeing Fujin, cut short his talk and asked Fujin why he was here. Fujin said, Sensei, I want to learn how to use swords. Can you teach it to me? Genki almost cried internally. First, that headmaster made me teach 3 new kids everything again. Now this brat comes and asks me to teach him how to use swords. As if I don't have any other work to do. And he doesn't even attempt the graduation exam. He gathered himself and sighed, whatever, I can't say no to him. But I do need to have a talk with him. I want him to graduate this year. If he stays for another year or 2 and if others start taking a cue from him and ask me to teach more, my life will become hell. Fujin was surprised at Genki sighing. He wondered, what's up with him? Wasn't he always very enthusiastic when the students wanted to learn more? Genki then replied, I don't use swords much. But I have a couple of friends who do. I'll arrange you some sessions with them. While he was saying this, he thought, I am so glad that I made so many good friends, on whom I can offload my students. Fujin nodded and thanked him. Genki then asked a few more things. And then moved on the topic to graduation exams. He asked, Fujin, what are your thoughts on graduation? Fujin sighed internally at the question, there really is no other option this year. He put up a thoughtful expression and said, I will be attempting it this year. Last year I wanted to attempt it too, but I got a bit scared as it was told to us at the last moment. And I didn't know what to do. He then showed a slightly yearning and slightly sad expression and said in a sad voice while looking down, but after hearing that Yori, Teru, and Nobu were all able to perform rank C jutsus, I guess it was a good thing I didn't attempt the exam. I would have made a fool of myself if I did. Fujin maintained that expression, while hoping that Genki takes pity and gives him some rank C wind release jutsus. On seeing Fujin's expression, Genki felt some sympathy for him. He thought, an orphan with no clan becoming a ninja is pretty difficult. Not having the resources that a clan provides puts them at a huge disadvantage. I myself struggled a lot due to coming from a civilian family. He sighed a bit and decided, all right, I should cheer him up and give him a rank C jutsu. Great Breakthrough Jutsu is a very basic one for wind users. And I'm sure that Lord Hokage would agree too. But first I need to check up on his progress. He tried to cheer Fujin up a bit, and then asked, we checked your nature affinity more than a year back. How far have you progressed with it? Fujin replied, Sensei, I managed to cut the leaf in two. I learned Gale Jutsu from the library. I can also do Breakthrough Jutsu, but I'm still improving it. Genki was a bit surprised at the answer, I didn't expect him to come so far, and even practice jutsus by himself. Then again, he was very diligent. Also rank E and D jutsu aren't hard to perform. But since he has learnt these two, Great Breakthrough Jutsu should become easier for him to learn. He then said, that's good. Can you show me how well you can do them? Fujin nodded and they went to the training grounds. Fujin first performed Gale Jutsu properly. Though he could perform it without hand signs, he made all the hand signs while showing it to Genki. Genki nodded and said, that's good. Show me Breakthrough Jutsu, try it on that tree. He pointed to a nearby tree. Fujin once again made the hand signs, but he made them at a slower speed. He also controlled the power of the jutsu. It only broke off a few leaves and a few twigs. After performing the jutsu, he thought, well, this much should be enough. If I had gone full power and turned this tree into a naked tree with plenty of deep cuts, a certain someone would have gotten very interested in me. Genki was impressed with Fujin's performance, that's good. Though the power is a bit lacking, it's sufficient considering that he is only 9 years old and didn't have anyone to teach him. But his talent in ninjutsu is definitely not as good as the 3 who passed. Genki thought a bit more on whether he could help Fujin more, but he couldn't come up with anything. He concluded, oh well. Even if he doesn't become a ninjutsu expert, he still is a sensor. Not to mention that his taijutsu is solid too. And though his ninjutsu ain't very good, the wind element makes fire stronger. So, between his sensor skills and wind jutsus, he will provide a lot of utility to his squad. So becoming a special jounin within a decade shouldn't be an issue for him. He might even become a jounin if he grows well. On concluding his thoughts, he said, nice work Fujin. Both the jutsu have been learnt very well. Though you should work on increasing their power. Fujin nodded and said, yes sensei. Genki continued, don't worry about rank C jutsu. I'll see if I can get one for you. Fujin quickly thanked him. The next day, Genki, after taking Hiruzen's permission, handed the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu to Fujin. He said, this jutsu is the next stage of Breakthrough Jutsu. Learn it properly, it'll help you to graduate. Fujin thanked him again. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Kenjutsu. From the next day, Fujin restarted his Fuinjutsu practice by leaving a clone back home. He hadn't practiced it much in the last 2 months as he couldn't leave clones behind when he did ninjutsu training. He still had a few basic seals to learn. Fujin guessed that it'll take another 2 to 3 months to be done with them. Then he could move on to the next scroll. One dilemma he had was whether he should leave 1 or 2 shadow clones back home. Since the time he had started to practice shadow clones, his chakra had grown to over 3 times. According to the scroll, if a shadow clone could use 2/3 of its chakra before dispelling, only then it is considered a proper shadow clone. According to that logic, Fujin could make only 1 proper shadow clone. However, practicing Fuinjutsu for 7 hours didn't require that much chakra. So he could leave 2 shadow clones if he wanted to. On analyzing, he decided, for now let's just leave 1 clone. I'll see how the academy goes for the first week and then decide. The day after that, Genki handed Fujin the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fujin started learning it the very same day. It was very similar to Breakthrough Jutsu. Just had a lot more power. He managed to learn it on the very same day. Though there was still a lot of room for improvement. The power had to be increased a lot, and hand signs had to be reduced to 0. He recalled, I remember Orochimaru making a mess of the forest in the Chunin exams with this jutsu. So there's a lot more I need to do to increase its power. But at least this jutsu is learnt. I'll keep the scroll with me for 3 weeks, and then return it to Genki. Later in that week, Genki checked everyone's affinity. Unsurprisingly, most had the fire affinity. The remaining were split between the earth and water affinities. No one had the lightning affinity, and Fujin, whose affinity was already known, was the only one to have the wind affinity. Genki also explained the jutsus to the class. The lightning one basically just formed strings of lightning that could shock anyone it touched. But it lacked power and was pretty harmless overall. The water one involved spitting out 1 small jet of water. Fire release, one jutsu however surprised the whole class. While it was a simple jutsu that involved producing a heat ray with 1 finger, it was the most basic jutsu from a set of 6 jutsus. Each of the 6 jutsus built up on one another and the last one, was a very powerful rank A jutsu. This information got Fujin very interested in the technique. Right now, he had the knowledge of only 1 rank A jutsu. Having another he could learn would increase his fire power a lot. However, he controlled his desire for the jutsu due to 2 reasons. He hadn't yet trained his fire nature, and this jutsu didn't seem like it could be enhanced with his wind release jutsus. In all, the 5 jutsus could be used alongside the basic skills Genki had taught. Fire release, 1 jutsu could start fires. Fish spit jutsu could douse it. Gale jutsu could cover tracks. Rock shield jutsu could defend and create a cover to hide. And static string jutsu could paralyze small animals for a minute or 2. So they were pretty handy. Next week, Genki announced, today we will be learning about swordsmanship. I have invited a guest teacher to guide you. Genki had thought about this after Fujin asked him to teach him how to use swords. He concluded, swordplay training can be done by everyone. So it won't be fair to only arrange it for Fujin. If someone of the 30 students have innate talent for swordsmanship, then it'll be a good find. Even if no one has interest in it, just learning how to use another weapon would be helpful for them. I'll just talk to Lord Hokage and try and arrange someone for this job. Fujin was surprised by the announcement, but on thinking more, he realized that it was very reasonable. Everyone went to the academy training grounds. On entering, they saw Genki talking with a tall, muscular guy who carried 1 sword on him. Genki introduced him, he will be teaching you how to use swords. His name is Nakaya Michi. He is a Chunin like me. Everyone greeted Michi respectfully. Michi first started by giving a background of swordplay. He gave a rather passionate speech about being a swordsman. He talked about the first and second Hokage using swords. He also talked about treating the sword as an extension of your body. Fujin was getting serious guy vibes from this guy. After 15 minutes of his speech, he then got to the basics of swordplay. He taught how to hold the sword, what stance to take, how to swing it and so on. Fujin paid a lot of attention to his instructions. However, not everyone was interested in it. The students from Nara, Akimichi, Inyazuka, Abarame, and Hyuga clans showed zero interest in it. After a week, Michi asked who all were interested in pursuing swordplay seriously. Aside from Fujin, only one civilian kid and one from the Hotaki clan decided to practice it seriously. Michi talked to all three of them to understand more about them, and why they wanted to pursue swordsmanship and to what degree they wanted to learn it. On asking that question to Fujin, he replied, "I want to develop my swordplay as much as I can and make it my main mode of combat in close distance." Michi then praised and asked, "That's a good attitude. You'll be a fine swordsman one day. But do you have any ideas on how to proceed ahead in using swords?" Fujin wasn't sure what all options were available in Konoha. So he shook his head and said, "No, I am not aware. Can you tell me what all the paths that are available?" Michi replied, "Well, in Konoha, we have a lot of dances that go along with swords. For example, I know the dance of Crescent Moon, which is one of the strongest kenjutsu in Konoha. There are many basic styles that you would need to learn before you can do this kenjutsu." Fujin blinked, and replied with a question, "Dance?" Michi laughed out loud and then replied, "Well, they ain't exactly dances. They are just movements that have to be done in a particular pattern. That pattern helps you create some effects which are very lethal in a battle. Like some movements create after images, or make you disappear or make it seem like you ain't moving. But since those movements seem like an elegant dance, it was termed as such." Fujin put up his thinking face and thought, "Well, I obviously know that. However, the dance, while having good effects, is in itself very restrictive. A good opponent can easily disrupt those movements. Beiki could straight up defend it by having stronger defensive means. That's why that Hay-8 guy died so easily. Though if someone learns all these styles, they could come up with a very advanced kenjutsu style, but that'll easily take a decade or more. Not the kind of time I have. I just want a straightforward approach with swords. High offensive power, enough proficiency to defend with the swords, and my agility to dodge or chase if need be. With wind chakra flow, just this much will be extremely lethal against any normal ninja." Now how to convey this to him? I can't just say that your styles are weak. I can't just say that if Madara asked you whether you can dance, and if you showed him your dance of Crescent Moon, then he might bang his head on the ground and go back to his grave. Wait, that doesn't sound like Madara. No, he might instead drop a few meteors. Yeah, that sounds like him. He then answered, "For now I don't want to learn the various dances. I just want to learn how to do a strong frontal assault with swords." He then paused for a few seconds and said, I don't know if it's possible or not, but is there any way to make the swords more lethal by using chakra or send flying slashes?" Fujin had to be very careful here. After all, the library had no mention of chakra flow. So he had to present it as his own idea. Michi was initially a bit disappointed with Fujin as he didn't want to learn the various sword styles of Leaf. But he was very surprised when he heard the question, did this brat think about chakra flow by himself? Also, aren't those samurais able to send chakra flying in the form of slashes? This kid has a very innovative way of thinking. Sadly, I myself haven't learned chakra flow or samurai saber techniques. He was a bit distressed over it. Now what to do? It's super embarrassing to tell him that I don't know it. Dance of Crescent Moon doesn't require chakra flow. Also, learning it will take a lot of time and effort, which is why most of us don't learn it. He thought a bit more and finally sighed and said, "What you are talking about is chakra flow. We send chakra through our swords to make them stronger. However, it is a very complicated technique and very few in Konoha know it. So don't worry about it right now. As for flying slashes, samurais are able to do it, however their techniques are a secret, so learning it will be difficult." Fujin showed disappointed expressions. He thought, wow, this guy is useless. Couldn't he at least get someone who knows that to teach me? Looking at Fujin's disappointment, Michi consoled him saying, but you don't need to worry, those are very high-level concepts and you could have an opportunity to learn them in the future. For now, I'll drill all the basics in you. Fujin nodded at him, thinking, sigh, my expectations have grown a bit too much. This guy doesn't really owe me anything. I guess having a class teacher who is so helpful increased my expectations a lot. He then thought for a bit more and concluded, well, if Hiruzen denies me chakra blades, then I could ask him to arrange someone to guide me in samurai saber techniques. Even though Michi said that those techniques are a secret, it's highly unlikely that no one in Konoha knows it. Also, now that Michi has mentioned it, I do have an excuse to explain from where I learnt about it. After that discussion, Michi started teaching the basics to all 3 students. Later that day, Fujin bought a sword for himself. The sword was normal, but its quality was better than a normal kunao. It cost him 22.5k ryo after some bargaining. The reason to buy it was because he couldn't practice chakra flow with the sparring swords in the academy. Chapter 28, Genjutsu. The year continued in such a manner. Michi did drill a lot of basics into Fujin, which Fujin absorbed like a sponge. As for the 5 basic elemental jutsus, Fujin didn't bother to learn them for now. From the second week, Fujin started to leave 2 clones back home to learn Fuinjutsu. This doubled his speed of learning Fuinjutsu. However, in order to not mess up his brain, both clones practiced the same symbol or seal. 1.5 months after the 4th year began, Fujin was done with the basic Fuinjutsu. In this period, he also noted, since both my clones practice the same seal, it doesn't double my speed of learning. After dispelling both of them, I get the perspectives of the clones. Hence the base formed is much stronger, but it comes at the cost of the learning speed. In all, I think that my learning speed has increased by around 60%. He analyzed for a bit more and concluded, the optimal use of shadow clones will be when each of my clones learn different things. However, the one attempt I did caused me an insane headache. So while this ain't the best use I can make of shadow clones, I guess this is the most optimal path for me. I suppose having a sturdier base would be more important than learning speed. After learning the basic seals, he decided to learn more advanced seals from the next version, which was in section D of the library. This book had seals to store an element in it. For instance, seals that could seal fire in them. It made him wonder if the seal Jiraiya used to store Amaterasu was such a simple seal. The element stored could be created with the help of ninjutsu. However, this wasn't a necessity. Elements could be taken from the surroundings as well. Like for water, he could store water from a river in the seal. On reading the seals in the book, he realized, it looks like the seals Shikamaru used against Kakuzu are in this scroll. However, I guess what he used wasn't normal water, but instead water that conducted electricity much easier. I guess they put a lot of salts in the water, or maybe something else to increase its conductivity. Anyways, even these don't have much use in combat. It'll require very high creativity to use them effectively. He started learning those seals. 3 months after the 4th year began, Fujin managed to perform great breakthrough jutsu without any hand signs. In the next month, he managed to do the same for rock shield jutsu. However, he still had to slam his hands on the ground to perform it. He decided, I should learn to perform rock shield jutsu by stamping one foot on the ground instead. So I'll have to learn how to send earth nature chakra underground through my feet instead. He thought a bit more and concluded, it's difficult. The hand signs for rock shield jutsu gathers earth nature chakra into the hands and then it's released into the ground. In order to do it by stamping the foot, I'll have to manipulate the chakra to be released from my feet instead. But if I could learn it, it would be an incredibly annoying defense. I could make a shield with every step while I run backwards. I guess it's worth it, so I'll train later while also trying to create wind bursts through my feet. After another month, Fujin decided to start training to use two swords at the same time. He bugged Michi to train him with the basics for the same. He then made a point to ensure that a lot of people see him training with two swords. His previous sword had deteriorated a lot in these 5 months, so he bought 2 new ones. He trained for another month, but didn't have any success at reducing the hand signs for Earth military movement jutsu to 0. With only 4 months remaining for final exams, he decided to stop training the 2 Earth release jutsus and start learning genjutsu. He visited the library and began searching for scrolls on genjutsu. He found a few scrolls in section 0. Some were just on basic knowledge of genjutsu which were covered in the lectures, a few on countering genjutsu and one on learning it. He began reading the one that explained how to learn it. However, the very first sentence startled him. His first thought was how straightforward. The scroll started by stating, genjutsu requires very precise chakra control and very high intelligence. If you lack either, then don't bother. However, he soon became very skeptical. Is very high intelligence really needed? After all, Kurane used genjutsu on fucking Itaki. He continued reading it and analyzed, I see, so a genjutsu is created when a ninja extends their chakra flow through the cerebral nervous system of their opponent to control their mind's chakra, thereby affecting their 5 senses. In this way, illusions of what doesn't exist can be fed to the opponent. Genjutsu in itself can be divided into 2 categories. First is creating a whole new environment with genjutsu. Here the opponent can easily tell that he's under a genjutsu. Itakist Tsukuyomi or the genjutsu Kurane used on Itaki and Kisame can be included here. The second is just to make a small change, i.e., to plant a small suggestion in the opponent. This is harder to detect, but it isn't as strong as the first one. However, when used at the right moment, this is very lethal. The scroll also talked a lot about how to extend their chakra through the opponent's nervous systems and tricks to do it stealthily. It also had a lot of diagrams regarding the cerebral nervous system. He then went to search sections D and E of the library to see if he could get a basic genjutsu to learn. However, he received a big surprise. There were over 100 genjutsu in just those 2 sections. He was shocked by it and thought, did they put everything that Uchiha and Kurama have here? He sighed at the high amount of reading and analysis he'd have to do. In order to not waste too much time, he just began opening the scrolls on the spot and reading the description and putting them back. It still took him over 4 hours to go through all of them. After reading each and every scroll, he concluded, most of the jutsus here have no combat application. It's just different ways and scenarios of using genjutsu. I guess someone like Itaki or even Kurane could easily use these after reading it once. Anyways, I don't really have any intention to be a master at genjutsu. With those Uchihas around, it's pretty pointless anyways. I just need to learn ways to counter it and that darkness genjutsu that Hashirama or Tobirama created to counter the Sharingan. Though I guess that one is a B or A ranked genjutsu. So I guess I should learn a couple. Let's go with rank E double vision jutsu and rank D demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Double vision makes the opponent see doubles of everything. So it would be useful in putting the opponent under a lot of pressure. And hell viewing is the one which Kakashi used on Sakura. He then read how double vision jutsu is performed. He also read a few scrolls on countering genjutsu. And then followed the usual protocol and reached a mini forest. Genjutsu training couldn't be performed solo. It needed someone to cast the genjutsu on. Otherwise its result will be entirely unknown. So he created a shadow clone to practice it. His plan was, I will try to cast a genjutsu on my clone. Once the clone dispels, I'll get all memories of what was experienced by the clone as well as my ability to cast a genjutsu. Also, the clone will try to resist the genjutsu and will try to release it. This way I can train in both casting and countering genjutsu at the same time. To counter genjutsu, a ninja had 2 ways. The first being to stop his chakra flow and disrupt it. And the second being to inflict pain upon yourself to break out of the genjutsu. Stabbing yourself with a kunao, or biting the tongue or any other means were fine too. Of course a shadow clone couldn't use the second way. He began by trying to affect his clone's cerebral nervous system with his chakra flow. He recalled all the diagrams he had seen and the ways to affect your opponent's cerebral nervous system with your chakra. It required extremely precise chakra control. He didn't have any success on day 1. He kept practicing it, and it took him 16 days to be able to do it. After another 7 days, he was able to successfully use double vision jutsu on his clone. For double vision jutsu, after his chakra invaded his clone's nervous system, he had to affect his vision and double all inputs it received. The main point was to ensure that your chakra output is so low that the enemy doesn't sense it. His clone observed, "Wow, I can see doubles of everything. 2 of my main body, 2 trees for each one, even every pebble on the ground and the clouds too have doubled. Apart from that, the ground and sky seems normal. I guess because it is so large, I can't make any difference between 1 or 2 of them. But, regarding the doubles, I can't see much difference between them. If I hadn't already seen the surroundings, then I would have not noticed most of the things to be doubled. I'd just think that there are more pebbles on the ground, the forests are denser and that there are more clouds in the sky than normal. I'd of course notice the peculiarity of seeing 2 main bodies though. So I guess if I am visible to the enemy while casting this genjutsu, the enemy would understand that something is wrong. Similarly, if there are more than one opponent, then it'll be identified very quickly too. Apart from this, even though my main body did suppress his chakra as much as he could, since I'm a sensor, I could actually sense his chakra trying to influence me. He then closed his eyes and tried to sense around him. I see, since the genjutsu targeted my vision, only that was affected. If I try to sense, I only sense one main body. So this genjutsu won't work against sensors. The clone then stopped sensing and nodded to Fujin. Fujin took that signal and launched 4 shurikens on the clone. The clone saw them as 8 shurikens and thought, I saw both the main bodies toss 4 shurikens each on me and flickered around to dodge the shurikens. Fujin then used projectile control jutsu to have those shurikens chase his clone. Since he could see 8 shurikens, it was a bit tougher to dodge them. After half a minute, the clone used Gale Surge Jutsu to disrupt the main body's control over the shurikens. He then used Wind Retrieving Jutsu and pulled 2 shurikens towards himself and caught them with each hand. However, he was only able to catch one, while the other disappeared. The clone then dispelled himself and passed all the memories to Fujin. Fujin analyzed, I see. The jutsu isn't as useful as I thought it'd be. The only use is when an enemy is all by himself, and I hide around him and target him with shurikens. Even that will only work if I get him to an unknown place where he won't observe any difference in his surroundings. Also, it won't work against sensors. One very important piece of information I got is that I can sense an enemy trying to influence me through genjutsu. The question is, did that happen because I am a noob when it comes to genjutsu, or can every sensor sense this passively? If I can, then this will become an excellent way to counter genjutsu. All I have to do is disrupt my chakra before the enemy completes his genjutsu. Of course, there will be limitations for this. I don't think this way would work against Sharingan as it performs genjutsu with only eye contact. However, I could sense genjutsu cast by others easily and disrupt it midway. Who knows, perhaps with practice, it might even counter the Sharingan. He then resumed his practice. Only this time, his clone would stop and disrupt his chakra after the genjutsu was casted. The clone managed to get it done within a day. On the next day, his clone would attempt to disrupt his chakra as soon as he felt Fujin's chakra invading his nervous system. Surprisingly, that only took a few hours to learn. Happy with the progress, he decided to move on to the next jutsu. Chapter 29, Combat Practice, 1. Fujin started to learn Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Jutsu. This jutsu was more advanced than the previous one. In its simplest form, it affected the opponent's vision and showed him the view that the caster wanted to show him. Alongside that, the caster also had to affect the opponent to trigger fear and dread. This jutsu could be improved by influencing the opponent's sense of smell and hearing too. Fujin recalled, the genjutsu that Kakashi casted on Sakura, had Sasuke asking her for help. So I guess he controlled her hearing too. I am not sure if he influenced her sense of smell too, then he could have added a stench of blood. He began practice for this jutsu. He practiced triggering his clone's fear and dread, and then influencing his sense of sound and smell. It took 7 days to get all these 3 down. He then had to work on creating an illusion, however he hit a roadblock. So what exactly am I afraid of? He thought for a bit, the only thing I fear right now is Danzo forcefully inducting me into root. But even then, it's not something I dread. I guess that's my good luck that I don't have any mental demons. He thought more, and then it finally clicked him. He casted the genjutsu on his clone. His clone allowed the genjutsu to be cast. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then the clone saw something. There was a small black dot over the horizon, and it kept getting bigger. He soon noticed what it was and thought, fucking tailed beast bomb. As soon as he saw it, he felt fear and dread. However, having experienced it for a few days, he understood that Fujin had triggered his fear and dread. The tailed beast bomb hit him and the illusion was over. The clone then dispelled himself to pass the memories back to Fujin. Fujin thought, that went well. I guess right now, my biggest fear is dying like a cannon fodder, without being able to do anything about it. He then thought a bit more about the illusion was pretty well. However, the shape of the tailed beast bomb wasn't stable, that has to be improved. Also the ending was abrupt. While a weaker opponent, like Sakura, might fall unconscious, a hardened ninja would definitely not be unconscious after the illusion. So perhaps it could be expanded further to give me more time to deliver a killing blow. Perhaps after the explosion, I could induce the smell of soil and blood, and maybe show the opponent an image of his own dead body, make them think they died and are now a soul or a ghost for a few seconds. He continued working on improving his illusion. It took a week for him to be satisfied with the illusion he created. After he had learned those 2 genjutsu, less than 3 months were left for final exams. Fujin was progressing very well on all parameters. However, there was one important aspect that he hadn't focused on yet. He thought, alright, everything's going well. My chakra level is already on par with the weaker academy teachers. My ninjutsu and taijutsu too have probably surpassed genin level. Fuinjutsu is going well, I should be done with the current scroll in another 6 months. In Kenjutsu, basics have been learnt well and chakra flow has become much smoother. I can easily cut through a tree with my sword. Heck, I can cut a boulder too. And I have started with genjutsu too. However, I severely lack combat experience. In fact, it won't be wrong to say that I have no combat experience at all. After all, there's no danger to life or even any permanent injury in the taijutsu tournament. We aren't even allowed to throw shurikens at each other. Another important thing is battle and survival instincts. To be able to make a move purely on instinct in the middle of a fight, or to be able to sense if my life is in danger, is something that is incredibly important for any ninja. Otherwise, just a sneak attack with a shuriken is enough to kill anyone. Luckily, my instincts are much stronger due to me being a sensor, however it ain't enough. So over the next 3 months, I need to spar frequently with my shadow clone. He thought a bit more and decided, to start with, let's use wooden weapons. After I'm comfortable with it, I can move on to real ones. On the next Saturday, he went to a mini forest. After confirming no one was around, he made a clone, and decided to spar. Both he and his clone were armed with 24 wooden shurikens, 6 wooden kunai and 2 wooden swords. They stood face to face, 10 meters apart. Fujin picked up a pebble, and tossed it into the air. The pebble hitting the ground was the signal to start the fight. Since the clone was made after all the planning was done, there was no need for any dialogue. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, both Fujin and his clone jumped backwards and launched great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsus clashed with each other, creating a lot of sharp winds that broke a lot of branches. After launching the jutsu, both flickered away to stay out of the range of the jutsu. Once the winds started dying down, Fujin and his clone started observing the patterns within the winds. Fujin soon spotted an opportunity and thought, there. Quickly, he threw 3 shurikens in the winds. Due to the flow of the winds, they changed direction and were headed straight to the clone. The clone noticed that, and flickered 50 meters to his left. Fujin noticed the clone flickering and observed properly that direction and tossed another 3 shurikens out. Next, he performed projectile control jutsu and controlled all 6 of his shurikens to target his clone. Looking at the 6 shurikens heading at him, the clone kept using body flicker to dodge and waited for the right moment. It soon came and the clone prepared 2 spheres of wind and instantly launched wind explosion jutsu. The twin explosions destroyed 3 shurikens and threw 2 out of Fujin's control. However, Fujin directed the remaining shuriken on his clone, not allowing his clone any rest. The clone looked at the last shuriken and thought, trying to block it will be risky if he makes a sudden change in direction. I need a distraction. The clone moved backwards and slammed his hands on the ground and brought a rock shield up. Fujin changed the direction of the shuriken to curve around the boulder, but there was nothing behind there. He thought, damn, did he substitute or go underground, and flickered on a branch of nearby trees. He then fully activated his sensor mode and focused underground and sensed his clone. He thought, alright, just gotta wait till he surfaces and prepared a wind sphere in each hand. The clone underground was heading straight up to Fujin to make a sneak attack. However, he sensed himself being sensed by Fujin and also the chakra built up for wind explosion jutsu. Damn, can't launch an attack now. I need to get out of the ground, my speed underground is much slower. But I don't think I can dodge his wind explosion jutsu. The analysis was done within fractions of a second, and the clone decided to leave the ground directly. Fujin, sensing his clone, flickered close to where his clone would surface. As soon as the clone's head popped out, Fujin launched both the spheres and started preparing more. The clone, whose head was barely above the ground, thought as expected and created a rock shield that he had already prepared. He had put much higher chakra into the rock shield, due to which, the shield was much larger and sturdier. The wind spheres clashed with the rock shield and exploded. The winds eroded the surface of the shield, but couldn't break through it. As soon as he saw the rock shield appearing from the ground, Fujin, who had already prepared 2 more wind spheres, flickered to get a better shot at the clone. Even before the rock shield was entirely erected, he was already adjacent to his clone and only around 10 meters away from him. The clone couldn't see Fujin flickering due to the rock shield, however on seeing that he was so close to himself, he fired a couple shurikens on Fujin. Fujin saw the 2 shurikens shooting towards himself and thought, tch. I don't want to engage them and sent a wind sphere to counter them and launched the second one on the clone. The clone however flickered away and Fujin chased after him. Over the next minute, they flickered around at very high speed and tried to hit each other with wind explosion jutsu, shurikens or kunaus. However, neither were successful. The clone found an opportunity to surround Fujin with 6 shurikens, and in the only direction that he could escape, the clone fired a couple of wind explosion jutsus. Fujin thought, damn, escaping normally will be risky. Let's go underground, and he entered the ground using earth military movement jutsu. However, remembering his clone's earlier predicament, he didn't close the distance, but instead went in the opposite direction and kept sensing his clone and the wind spheres. He thought, alright, I now need a distraction for getting out of the ground. He prepared great breakthrough jutsu. As soon as he got his head out of the ground, he saw the clone launching 2 wind spheres at him while manipulating 6 shurikens too. However, Fujin blew it all away with great breakthrough jutsu. The clone itself was in the range and escaped underground. Fujin tracked his clone while thinking, I guess he'll try something similar as I did. I wonder if I could disrupt his underground movement. He then approached the place which was directly above the spot where his clone was and punched hard using chakra-infused punch. The ground cracked a bit. The clone underground felt the vibrations due to that punch, however it didn't cause any damage. Fujin thought, dang, that didn't work. Sigh, I guess I'm nowhere near Tsunade's level. He then flickered on a nearby tree and prepared 2 wind explosion jutsus while also readying himself to flicker away. As he waited for his clone to surface, he thought I really need to learn a way to force someone out of the ground. The ones I can think of are that jutsu which Onaki's son used and maybe flooding the ground with water to restrict access to air. The clone on the other hand too was planning, that was close. If I was stronger, then that punch could have dispelled me. So what do I do now? I can sense my main body has prepared wind explosion jutsus and is waiting for me to pop out. I don't think that the rock shield will work very well this time. He was still noticing when he felt something. Wait, I can breathe? I see, the cracks in the ground due to that punch allowed some air to seep in. I guess that sucks for the main body. Also, though I never thought about it, it's surprising that a shadow clone needs to breathe. I wonder if Tobirama couldn't create shadow clone jutsu without adding the ability to breathe, or did he add it just to improve its efficiency to perform infiltration missions? If it's the latter, then I need to find a way to remove the breathing requirement of the shadow clone. That way shadow clones could stay underground for hours. Anyways, now that I don't have any time pressure, I'll just wait here till I can come up with something good. After all, I don't have anything to deal with someone hiding underground. Fujin on the other hand kept on waiting on a tree branch, for the clone to surface. After waiting for 5 minutes, his thoughts were, does a clone not need to breathe? Surely those cracks can't provide air all the way down, can it? Sigh, I really can't do anything. Only mud mode jutsu can have a chance, but its range is too short to work. I wonder if my clone has some strategy or is he just wasting time? He kept sensing the clone for another 5 minutes, and finally had enough and dispelled the clone. On getting the clone's memories, he sighed at the clone's tactic to wait patiently underground. Sigh, that's my clone all right. I remember that one Counter-Strike game I played in my previous life. Both my team and the enemies went at each other, and within 5 minutes all my teammates were dead and only 2 enemies were alive. They thought they won, but then realized that they still had 1 more to kill. Poor guys tried to find me for 5 minutes straight. And finally when they entered the cave I was hidden in, I killed them. A/N, this was my first attempt at writing a fight, please let me know how it was. Tips/criticisms are welcomed. Chapter 30, Combat Practice, 2. Fujin began analyzing his spar, while ignoring the ending. The spar went quite well. However, it was mostly a mid-range fight. I used Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu for offense, Projectile Control Jutsu to control the battlefield, Rock Shield Jutsu for defense and Body Flicker Jutsu and Earth Military Movement Jutsu for dodging. Wind Clones was another jutsu that could have been used, but we didn't due to the confusion it have created. Other jutsus didn't work in this fight. Actually, I did try to close the distance, however my clone ensured that we never got to fight in close range as he'd be dispelled with just 1 hit. So I couldn't use taijutsu or swords and I never got any opportunity to use wind propelling jutsu. And casting genjutsu in such a high-paced battle was just not possible with my current skills. As for the areas of concern, it's definitely underground battles. I don't have any way to deal with an underground enemy, apart from going underground myself. But I don't have any skill in fighting underground anyways, so that'd be disadvantageous for me. Also punching on the ground to crack it open is incredibly dumb. The enemy underground just gets better access to air. Apart from that, I also need a stronger offense. I guess I could have sent a kunai through the rock shield, but I couldn't do it with a wooden kunai. Either way, my current ninjutsu can't crack it. Also, I need to use flicker more properly. Both me and my clone at times flickered too far away. That kind of reset the tempo. I need to be able to estimate the right distance to flicker, so that I can continue my offense right away. I guess that'll take a lot of spars to get right. After analyzing, he summarized all right, in terms of mid-range combat, I surpass most of the genins that took part in the Chunin exam in Naruto. Only Gaara would easily beat me and Temari and Shino might be able to compete. My speed is definitely faster than Lee with his weights on. And body flicker is probably on par with his weights off. But body flicker doesn't have the same flexibility, maneuverability, or even stamina that his natural speed has. As for my ninjutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu are coming along really well. The Earth Release Jutsus worked as I thought they would. And I'm really surprised with the high usability that Projectile Control Jutsu provided. Though I can only control 8 shurikens max for the time being, it's still incredibly useful. He then thought about what improvements he should make. To improve power, I think I'd need to learn Fire Release Jutsus. After all, I don't have any access to higher rank jutsus for the time being. But me being able to use 3 elements will be very eye-catching. I guess I should wait till my genin squad is formed. If one of my teammates is able to use Fire Release, I can leave this for the future. Secondly, I think I should finally start learning Raise Nan. And I also need to pack a lot of explosion tags. I wonder if I could attach an explosion tag to a kunai powered by wind chakra flow. That way I could send a kunai through any defense the enemy puts up, and explode the tag when the enemy tries to dodge. As for flickering distance, it should improve with more spars. An underground combat I'll leave for later on as I don't have access to anything that'll help me combat it. I also need to improve the way I carry my weapons. I should try to inscribe some storage seals on the weapon pouches. Maybe even go a step further and make a wristband with multiple storage seals to get what I want instantly. Anyways, I also need to test out close-range combat and see how it goes. He finally stopped analyzing and made another shadow clone. This time the rules were to fight in close range. So Great Breakthrough and Breakthrough Jutsus weren't allowed, and staying underground for more than a few seconds also wasn't allowed. Flickering was restricted to 10 meters. Both Fujin and his clone stood 20 meters apart, and Fujin tossed a pebble in the air. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, Fujin rushed towards his clone. However, his clone quickly prepared and launched a wind explosion jutsu. Fujin sidestepped the wind sphere, and continued moving towards the clone. As soon as the clone saw Fujin sidestepping, he exploded the wind sphere. But, as Fujin had continued rushing past it, he didn't take any damage, and just felt strong winds on his back. He then slashed his sword, aiming to slice the clone's neck. The clone, not having time to grab his own swords, infused chakra in his fist and blocked it with the back of his fist. He then flickered behind and grabbed both of his swords. Not wanting to give his clone the opportunity, Fujin threw one of his swords straight towards his clone at a very high speed. Since the clone was still in the air, he twisted his hand to face towards his left and caused a wind burst, which propelled him to the right. Fujin followed up by launching 3 shurikens on the clone and then used wind retrieving jutsu to get his sword back and also approached his clone. The clone quickly used Gale Surge jutsu to defend against the incoming shurikens, and then engaged Fujin in a sword fight. Over the past few months, Fujin had trained a lot in Kenjutsu. He had developed a combat style that was very overbearing and relentless. However, he had also trained in defending properly with the swords. Fujin and his clone clashed repeatedly with swords. Fujin was more on the offense, whereas his clone was more on the defense and repeatedly used wind-propelling jutsu or body flicker jutsu to avoid getting hit. In the next 30 seconds, the clone managed to graze his sword on Fujin's left arm and right cheek. However, Fujin soon created an opportunity by using wind-propelling jutsu along with body flicker and got a good hit on the clone, which dispelled the clone. Fujin sighed, merely a minute of fighting before the clone dispelled. Also, though I managed to dodge the 2 hits from my clone, if the clone had used a real sword, then it would have cut my skin. If the swords were enhanced by wind chakra flow, it could have left deep cuts, probably all the way to the bone. Worse, if it were poisoned, it might have incapacitated me. So there's a lot of scope for improvement. Actually, my clone has to avoid each and every hit as he'll be dispelled. That's good, I should probably start doing the same. And then I need to see how I can maintain an all-out offense while avoiding getting hit. There was also the issue of my clone having to block the sword strike with his fist. Even though it was infused with chakra, I'll still take a lot of damage if I do that against a real sword. So I should try to get gloves with a metal plate on the back hand. That would give me another way of defending. I guess my taijutsu needs an upgrade too. While the academy style is good, it ain't enough. Right now, despite putting way less time in it, my kenjutsu completely overwhelms my taijutsu. I wonder which taijutsu style will suit me more. If I don't find anything good over the next year or two, I could approach Guy and ask him to teach me his style. While he ain't dumb as many think, but manipulating him should be doable. Speaking of Guy, I'm surprised that I haven't seen him even once. Granted that I train in only a small part of the village, it's still surprising to never have run into him in over 4 years. Then again, I haven't seen many other canon characters either. Do they gather someplace elsewhere, or is Konoha so short on manpower that everyone has to constantly do missions? Anyways, this sparring has been really good. I should continue doing it. He then made another shadow clone and continued his spars. Over the next 3 weeks, Fujin sparred with his clone on a daily basis. His combat skills improved greatly over this period. After 3 weeks, he stopped using wooden weapons and began using real ones. The clone however had to fight carefully, to ensure that he didn't critically injure Fujin. The spars got very risky after Fujin started using chakra flow to enhance the swords. In merely 2 months, Fujin ruined 4 swords, 13 kunaus, and 33 shurikens due to these spars. He ran out of the weapons he collected from the forest and had to buy from shops. In all it cost him slightly over 120k ryo on these weapons. However, he didn't bother with the money lost. His thoughts were, what's the use of having money if I don't use it to get stronger? But I guess I should be glad that I did learn Fuinjutsu. I still have over 225k ryo left with me. Right around the same time when he began sparring with real weapons, he also began learning Raise Nan. The first and second stages were learnt long back. He finally started on the 3rd stage. One of the biggest issues in Raise Nan training was that he couldn't allow anyone to see it. If someone interrupted him or caught him training in forests and figured out his disguise, he could make up some reasons like practicing to fight while using transformation, or that a ninja had to keep his weapons hidden and hence he planned to keep his skill hidden until there was no choice. While the reasons may cause a bad impression, he didn't care much about that. But for Raise Nan, if someone caught him training that, then it'd be a big trouble. The only usable excuse he had right now, was that he could say, I figured it out myself after reading about the 4th Hokage. However, that would paint him as an absolute genius and perhaps earn him some visits from root ninjas or even from Shimura Danzo himself. Not to mention that they'd keep a much stricter watch on him. So for Raise Nan, he decided to train at home. His senses had honed enough by now to realize if someone spies on him. So if he senses anyone spying on him, he could drop the Raise Nan training and instead show that he was training wind explosion jutsu instead. To train Raise Nan, he cleared up his living room. He only left a sofa in the living room, and moved everything else into the bedroom and began the training. The compression and shaping part was quite difficult. He tried for a few hours without any success. He sighed and thought, let me first do it the Naruto way. And he made a shadow clone with 20% of his chakra. The clone suppressed and shaped the Raise Nan. In this manner, he was able to learn Raise Nan within a couple of hours. However, he understood that depending on a clone to make Rei's Nan is very inefficient and began training for Rei's Nan without using any clones. It took him a month and a half to get the jutsu right, but it was done. Over the remaining few days, Fujin decided to improve his Rei's Nan. He wanted to reduce the amount of time required to form it and increase the amount of chakra he could put in it. Chapter 31, Graduation Exam, 1. Only a week was now left for 4th year's exams. Genki followed the same procedure as last year and asked the students interested in participating in the graduation exam to meet him after class. Fujin thought, I guess it's time to finally become a ninja. There's not much that I can learn in the academy anymore. At best I could learn another element or a few more genjutsu. If I don't attempt the exam this year, the teachers, and maybe even Hiruzen could grow suspicious. And I definitely won't receive much help from them in the future. As for tanking the exam, I am not confident that I could fake my performance convincingly enough for someone who has decades of experience. Either way, I believe I am ready now. After the class, Fujin visited Genki and confirmed his participation. Genki smiled and wished him good luck. With just a week left for the exams, Fujin started to focus on the syllabus for written exams. The syllabus was actually quite surprising. He recalled back when Genki started teaching this in the academy. He was teaching trigonometry. Fujin's first thoughts when he saw that was, Trigo. For fucking 9-year-old kids? What's next? Differentiation and integration. As annoyed as he was by it, he was extremely surprised when Hana was able to solve them perfectly. He mentally screamed, how the fuck can 9-year-old kids learn Trigo so easily? He sighed at how much smarter the kids here were and continued with his studies. He also wanted to be perfectly prepared while going on missions. He stopped learning new seals, and instead had his clones focus on making a few essential objects for him. He bought 2 ninja waist bags, 2 ninja leg pouches and a couple of metallic wristbands. He then had his clones make storage seals on these items. The Fuinjutsu scroll in Section D of the library expanded a bit on the storage seal. It explained ways to increase or decrease the size of the storage space, as well as manipulating its shape. It wasn't very difficult as it only increased or decreased the number of space symbols involved. So the seal itself was still very basic. However, this was very useful for Fujin. In the interior of the ninja waist bags, Fujin managed to draw 7 storage seals. For ninja leg pouch, he was able to draw 4 seals. These had a lot less space as compared to the seals he made on scrolls, however, considering that their purpose was to enhance the capacity of the bags and pouches, it was very handy. For the leg pouch, 2 seals could store 6 kunaos each, and other 2 seals could store 24 shurikens each. He then created various triggers to refill the pouch from weapons in the storage seals. This way, his weapon supply would be much larger. For the waist bag, the seals could store a lot more. But he hadn't yet decided how to fill them all. He did have some ideas like a first aid kit, ninja ropes, scrolls, seals that stored elements, more weapons, explosion tags, soldier pills, ration bars and so on. For the wristbands, he made 1 small seal, on each of them. When he wears the wristbands, these seals will be directly under his palms. The seals created a cuboidal storage seal which was around 15 cm 15 cm 100 cm. Both these seals were made to store swords. This way, he could quickly access his swords whenever he wanted to. Other than this seal, he planned on drawing 3 more seals on each wristband. For the seals on the opposite side to the current one, Fujin planned on buying huge sturdy shields and storing them there. If he ever gets in an awkward position where he can't defend himself with the rock shield, he'll depend on this shield to provide cover to himself. However, since he wasn't sure about the size of shield he'd buy, he didn't draw that seal. Other than these 2, he planned on inscribing 2 more storage seals on the wristband, but for now he didn't have any idea what to store in there. So he left it for the future. A/N, ideas for the above are welcomed. On the day before the exam, Fujin, under a disguise, bought a lot of weapons. He bought 96 shurikens and 24 kunais to fill both the leg pouches. He also bought 12 explosion tags to attach them to 6 kunais in each of the pouches. In all it cost 5k ryo. He bargained and got them for 5k ryo under the false promise of buying again in the future. Next day, the final exam began. Since he intended to pass, and wanted to be rank 1, he aced the written exam. He was sure that he'd score full. With the absence of Teru, Nobu, and Yori, he also did the best in the shuriken throwing competition. In taijutsu, he still ranked 2 behind Hoka. While in the ninjutsu exam, he made sure to perform only as good as Hana. There wasn't any chakra control exercise in the exam. But Fujin wasn't very surprised as nearly everyone in his class had very good chakra control and could do both tree climbing and water walking, as Genki had held a lot of sessions on it this year. The exam also tested the students on the various basic skills that were taught in the previous year. Fujin again ensured that he'd be ranked near the top in this exam. After the results were out, Fujin ranked first, Hana ranked second and Hoka surprisingly ranked fifth. He had improved his written exam scores a lot to be able to get such a high rank. A week later, the graduation exam was conducted. Fujin noticed that there were students from 3 different batches. His own, his senior batch and the batch 1 year junior to him. 23 students from his class were participating. Unknown to Fujin, the exam was held by Naruto. He looked at the list of students participating. There were 68 participants from the 5th year, 35 from the 4th year and 8 from the 3rd year. He sighed, thinking what a drag this exam would be, and instructed to begin the exam. The first exam was a written test. Fujin looked at the paper expecting some more theory questions. However, he was surprised when he read them. They weren't any theory questions, but instead scenarios were mentioned and the students had to write in what they would do. After reading all the scenarios, Fujin sighed, just basic ninja protocols, and confirming that the students are brainwashed. To think that I actually expected something good. He answered as any, ready to graduate, academy student would answer. The exam was an hour long. Once the hour was up, the papers were collected and sent to Naruto. He had 6 academy teachers check the answers and decide whether the student is ready to graduate or not. It took half an hour to completely check them, and then they provided the results to Kisho. One of the teachers said, "Sir, we've completed checking. Out of 111 students, 79 have provided satisfactory answers. Rest aren't ready yet." Kisho nodded and said, "Dismiss them." Those 32 students were asked to go back home, and prepare well for the next year. Fujin was surprised by this. Wow, they just asked the kids to leave? Won't that be demotivating? Or are they just trying to reduce the number of participants for the next exam? Fujin wasn't alone with those thoughts. One of the teachers, who taught a normal class, asked Kisho, "Kisho-senpai, won't this demotivate the students? The ones who participated in the exam are among the brightest students in the academy." Kisho looked at the teacher. He was 2 years junior to Kisho in the academy, but he wasn't very talented and had barely become a Chuunin during the war. Kisho shook his head and said, "If they get demotivated by such a small failure, then there's no hope for them. They would be better off in the Genin reserve force and will save the resources needed to raise someone more worthy to Chuunin rank." The teacher wasn't very convinced with the answer, but didn't say anything, as this wasn't the first time Kisho had supervised the graduation exam. After the written exams, the students were tested on various parameters like shurikens, stealth, camping, chakra control, etc. It was similar to the tests conducted for Fujin's class a week back. Since the tests for elite classes were already conducted, they weren't tested again, and their scores from a week back were carried forward. The academy teachers observed everyone's performance, and failed another 15 students over these exams. On getting the reports, Kisho thought, "Wow! That's so convenient. Now the Taijutsu tournament will be so much simpler to conduct. Right before the Taijutsu tournament began, Hokage arrived to watch the exam. He was followed by a character that Fujin recognized very easily, Hatake Kakashi. Fujin was very surprised to see him. He thought, why is Kakashi here? Hiruzen wouldn't force him to start training kids right now, would he? I really hope not. Canon timeline will be fucked up if Hiruzen assigns my squad to him. I am not sure how strong I'd be in another 6 to 7 years, so for now I really hope something doesn't change due to me. Next was a Taijutsu tournament between the 64 remaining students. Kisho arranged for a knockout tournament, so one student could fight for a maximum of 6 times. Fujin breezed through to the semifinals. In the semifinals, he had to fight with a Hyuga who was a year older than him. Fujin fought very hard against him, but was still at a lot of disadvantage. While he did get a few critical hits in with one strong punch on his right rib, another on his nose and a strong kick under his left rib, in the end, he still lost the fight. Fujin was initially a bit irritated at the loss. Damn, how exactly do these guys train? I lost despite the amount of progress I made over the past couple of months. He then calmed himself and analyzed the fight better. On other hand, it's probably reasonable. I'm guessing the elders from the Hyuga clan regularly spar with them. I, on the other hand, could only spar with my clone. Also, the Hyuga fighting style is entirely Taijutsu. I, on the other hand, was a lot more dependent on wind-propelling jutsu, body flicker jutsu and earth military movement jutsu during my spars. Removing them does reduce my fighting ability considerably. Perhaps if ninjutsu and kenjutsu were allowed, I'd have won this fight. Not to mention, I didn't even use chakra to enhance my punches and kicks in the fight. He then watched the finals between Hoka and that guy. Due to the injuries he suffered against Fujin, he lost after struggling for a bit. However, having fought both of them, Fujin knew that even without those injuries, Hoka would have still won the match. Hoka ranked first, however Fujin wasn't worried much. My points in the normal exam were much higher than Hoka's. So this difference won't affect much, I should still rank first in my class. Fujin noticed that no one was eliminated in the Taijutsu tournament. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Graduation Exam, 2. For the next test, a few academy teachers brought the kids to a part of the training grounds. On reaching there, the students noticed a long white line drawn on the ground and a bunch of obstacles placed ahead of it. Fujin thought, is this an obstacle race? However, he soon shook his head denying that thought. No way, this is too simple. All the 64 students were made to stand behind the white line. Genki then appeared and announced, this will be the next phase of your exam. This is an obstacle race, and you have to run 500 meters straight to the white line that is drawn there. This announcement excited all the students. They thought, finally an easy exam. The ones who had taken the graduation exam previously thought, why wasn't this exam there the previous year? Fujin was confused by such an easy exam. However, he noticed that there was another man standing behind Genki. And when Genki finished his announcement, he looked at him and nodded. Kisho looked at the excited kids and chuckled. He thought, this should be fun. Sadly, the kids don't know that the guy standing there is an experienced jounin from the Kurama clan. He is Kurama Illumi. In the previous war, hundreds of enemies fell prey to him and his bag of tricks. Genki then announced, on your mark, get set, go. However, while he was announcing, Kurama Illumi was making some hand signs. And when he heard go, he casted his jutsu, demonic illusion, heaven and earth reversal. As soon as he launched his jutsu, all the 64 students were shaken. It was as if someone grabbed the ground and the sky and reversed them. The gravity felt upside down. Most of the students were incredibly frightened and tightly hugged the ground underneath them. There were only 4 exceptions. A young girl from the 3rd year, who was from the Uchiha clan. She activated her Sharingan as soon as she felt the changes. 2 students from the 5th year, who were from the Kurama clan and aware of this jutsu. And Fujin, who kept an eye on Illumi and saw him performing the hand signs. He also felt someone trying to influence his nervous system, which let him know that it was a genjutsu. He was planning to disrupt the genjutsu, however when he noticed that others were being affected too, he didn't disrupt it so as to not attract any attention. Even though Fujin noticed the genjutsu, he was extremely impressed at the guy's ability to cast a genjutsu on 64 students at the same time. Kurama Illumi smirked looking at the reactions of all the students. He had used rank B genjutsu on them. He had used this genjutsu many times to disrupt his enemies enough for his allies to kill them in the Third Great Ninja War. Kisho observed the students attentively. He thought, this test will test the willpower of the students. If they don't complete the race, then there's no way I'll pass them. While all the students were struggling, Fujin was trying to find his balance. He thought quickly about what this test is about. He quickly figured out that there were 3 possibilities, which were, either they are testing our ability to break the genjutsu, or test our willpower, or perhaps our capability to react in an unexpected situation. Either way, this is just a genjutsu. I should just look downwards and try to move along. If others break the genjutsu, I'll do so too. With those thoughts, he took his first step. Apart from him, only the 2 students from the Kurama clan were moving. Soon a few others took their first step. The girl from the Uchiha clan resisted the genjutsu, and after 15 seconds, was able to break through it. She then ran the obstacle race with absolute ease. Fujin sensed someone moving along at a very rapid speed and observed the girl. He was incredibly surprised. Sharingan. At this young age. He continued his race. After the first few steps, he tried jogging along the race. The other students too slowly managed to get a hang of the conditions and increased their speed. Fujin ranked 4th in the test. In all, only 41 students passed. Of the remaining 23, a few fell unconscious, and many didn't dare to take even a single step. Kisho dismissed them and asked them to leave. Immediately after the test, the ninjutsu test was started. Kisho's thoughts were, the previous genjutsu would have shaken these kids. So they won't be at their full potential while performing the ninjutsu. Which is how it should be, as they won't get normal conditions to perform ninjutsu in a real fight. 6 academy teachers observed 1 student each. To improve the effect of the previous test, Kisho arranged the tests in such a manner that the ones who completed the previous test last, had to attempt the ninjutsu exam first. The requirement to pass the ninjutsu exam was pretty lax. Just the 3 basic ninjutsu and any 1 other ninjutsu. Though the kids in the start struggled a bit, they didn't have any issue in completing the minimum requirements. What surprised Fujin though, is that 16 students displayed fire release, 1 jutsu, and another 7 displayed fire release, 2 jutsu. Fujin's thoughts were, land of fire indeed. Most probably all of them have fire affinity. Also, seeing how everyone has practiced it, I guess most of Konoha's jounins with fire affinity can use the most advanced form of this jutsu. Considering that, I guess all the other villages should have their own counters for this jutsu. But since they are still asking the kids to focus on this jutsu, I suppose it still is very useful. Apart from it, the majority of the kids displayed the jutsus their clan specialized in. When Fujin's turn came, he performed the 3 basic ninjutsu. Then performed wind clone jutsu and created 8 clones. He then showed his wind explosion jutsu and finally displayed great breakthrough jutsu. Of course he only displayed 1/4 of their power, used hand signs and performed them a bit slowly. While not too outstanding, he still outperformed his classmates. What surprised Fujin the most is the performance of the Uchiha girl. She announced that she'll first perform fire release, 3 jutsu. Fujin became very interested when she announced it, as he wasn't aware of what this stage of the jutsu could do. Right after she announced it, 2 academy teachers stepped forwards and held a metallic string between their hands. Fujin was a bit puzzled. Isn't this the same thing they did for fire release, 2 jutsu? Just that instead of 1 teacher, 2 stepped up. After making the hand signs, she raised both her arms and pointed her index and middle finger out. Heat rays were released from both her fingers from both hands, and in a few seconds, they cut both the metallic strings. Fujin thought, that's it. It's the same as fire release, 2 jutsu. Just that in that, they could release the heat ray through only 1 hand. There's basically no increase in the power of the jutsu, just the quantity. Still very weak for a rank C jutsu. Strange. Does the jutsu suddenly get much stronger in the later stages? She continued her test by displaying Fireball Jutsu and Fire Dragon Jutsu. Her performance was very good. In Fujin's opinion, in terms of ninjutsu, her performance was only second to a student from the Hitaki clan from the 5th year. After the exam was over, the teachers began tallying the score. Naruto passed this work to his subordinates. His job was over when he decided to pass these 41 students. Kisho then reported to Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, all these 41 kids have passed my exam. Overall there is 1 from the 3rd year, 9 from the 4th year and 31 from the 5th year. They should make splendid shinobi. Combined with the 94 that passed from the senior-most batch, this year's results have been very good for us. Hiruzen nodded and said some kind words to the Nara shinobi. After tallying the scores, they were displayed for all the students to see. Fujin was still ranked first in his class. He was followed by Hana and then Hoka, whose rank increased due to superior performance in the graduation exam. After that, all the 41 students were gathered before Hiruzen. Hiruzen smiled and began giving another speech on the will of fire. Only this time, he was much more passionate, spoke with more fervor, and his speech was more intense than any of his earlier speeches. Even Fujin was a bit dumbfounded on how someone can brainwash little kids so openly, with such vigor, and be extremely proud about it. However, as the speech ended, Fujin smirked internally, thinking, will of fire, will of fire, will of fire. Let me now see how much will of fire you actually have. Ha 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 ha. After the speech, Hiruzen said, Hitaki Rei, Suzuki Fujin, Uchiha Mieko step forward. All the 3 kids stepped forward and stood in front of Hiruzen. He said, all 3 of you have worked very hard and performed splendidly. Speak, what reward would you like for your performance? As soon as he said that, Hitaki Rei stepped forward. It was seen as rude by many, including Fujin and Mieko. While Fujin didn't mind it, Mieko did pout. However, Rei's next words made everyone understand why he stepped so hurriedly. He said, Lord Hokage, my mother is very sick and the doctors we visited couldn't cure her. Could you please arrange a good medical ninja to treat her? While everyone now understood why he was so restless, it did pop another question in their mind. Fujin's thoughts were, isn't he from the Hitaki clan? Sure, Sakumo is long dead, but their condition shouldn't be that desperate, should it? Also, shouldn't they have enough money to arrange it anyways? Unless it requires someone like Tsunade to deal with it, then I can understand. But even then, I don't think Hiruzen can call Tsunade back anyways. Kakashi too was visibly confused. Only a few teachers and Hiruzen knew the truth. Hiruzen thought, sigh, the Hitaki clan has really deteriorated after Sakumo's death. Sadly, Kakashi hasn't paid much attention to the clan. This kid suddenly began performing really well this year, and hence I had looked into his background. His father died in the Third Ninja War, and his mother was only a civilian who wasn't even from the Hitaki clan. Therefore she hasn't been paid any attention by the clan. She fell sick half-year back, and became the motivation for this lad to work hard. Though I do want Kakashi to lead a squad of genins, this was my main purpose to bring him here today. For him to take reins of the Hitaki clan and bring it back to prosperity. Hiruzen nodded and said, I'll arrange the best medics to treat your mother. He then smiled and said, keep training hard. Ensure that the will of fire in you burns brighter than ever. Hitaki excitedly said yes and promised to keep training hard. Kakashi observed the young kid and decided, I need to take a proper look at what's going on in the clan. Hiruzen secretly paid attention to Kakashi's reaction, and was very satisfied with it. He could see the Hotaki clan making a comeback soon. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, I really am a ninja. After having Hokage's word to treat his mother, Rei stepped back. Mieko then stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, I don't want any reward. This surprised everyone. Even Hiruzen was surprised, but he hid it and calmly analyzed, is this a way the Uchiha are retaliating for their constant monitoring? He then tried to convince her a couple of times, but she declined to get any reward. Hiruzen sighed and looked over at Fujin and thought, the Uchiha matter makes me feel my age. Well, at least he should have a reasonable request. This day should end properly. Fujin on the other hand was dumbfounded by both his fellow toppers. He thought, what the fuck? One begs for his mother's life, and the other refuses to accept any reward? Why do they want to make my life harder? He then calmed himself and muttered to himself, sigh whatever. It doesn't matter. The Dao of shamelessness must live on. He steeled himself and stepped forward. He put up a smile and an excited expression while thinking, this is it. For this moment I carried 2 swords in person for 5 whole months. He then said, Lord Hokage. For my reward, I want 2 swords made entirely of chakra metal. He then looked at the Hokage with excited and hopeful expression while hoping that somehow his eyes sparkled like an anime. Majority of the students weren't aware of chakra metal. However, almost every teacher knew it. And they were absolutely shocked by the request. Genki, who was standing close by, had his jaw dropped after hearing what Fujin said. If Fujin had seen him, he would be sure that he could fit an egg in Genki's mouth. Kakashi's eyebrows twitched at request. He thought, talk about extravagant. Even my father's blade wasn't entirely made of chakra metal. The one who was shocked the most, however, was Hiruzen. Despite wearing the Hokage's hat and having excellent control over his emotions, Fujin could still see his shock. Of course he totally ignored it. He thought, whether Hiruzen is happy, or so shocked that he dies of a heart attack is none of my business. Wait. If he dies right now, then it'd be very bad. But... yet, I don't think just this much shock would be enough to kill this old freak. He did live through 3 brutal wars without even taking a single major injury. Hiruzen's mind went totally blank for a second. He then thought, made entirely of chakra metal. Even the ones they sell in Konoha only have around 15% chakra metal. Rest is made of other common materials. The last time someone made a sword entirely of chakra metal was when Sensei commissioned to cast that sword. And it cost well over 100 million ryo to make that sword. Of course, this kid is probably not aware of that fact, and I could fool him, but that's still worth tens of millions of ryo. He then looked at Genki to see if he knew what's going on, however he was clearly shocked too. In fact, he didn't even notice the Hokage looking at him. Hiruzen thought, now what to do? I can't directly say no. That would be too demotivating. Also, it won't look good for me to deny him. If I do, I'm 100% sure that Danzo will spread rumors saying that the Hokage lies to academy students. Hiruzen thought hard for another few seconds and came up with a reasonable excuse. Seeing that Hiruzen was ready to talk, Kakashi noticed and chuckled internally. It took Lord Hokage 13 seconds to answer. That kid sure is something. Hiruzen finally sighed and said, sadly I can't give you what you want because no one makes swords made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin wasn't aware of the fact that chakra blades weren't entirely made of chakra metal and thought that Hiruzen is just making an excuse. He showed a dejected expression and said, a couple of tanto made of chakra metal then. Kakashi's eyebrows twitched again at Fujin's new request. He did struggle to keep his laughter in after seeing Hiruzen's expression. Genki, on the other hand, was even more shocked. Hiruzen replied again, sadly, even they aren't made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin was almost pissed at hearing that reply. But he calmed himself and thought about what Hiruzen had said. A few words stuck in his mind, aren't made entirely of chakra metal. It then clicked him, wait, in my previous world, didn't such production involve a lot of alloys, or other materials? Even gold jewelry wasn't 100% gold. Is that what he is referring to? He then asked, Lord Hokage, what do you mean by aren't made entirely of chakra metal? Do they only put a little bit of chakra metal and then something else in the sword? Hiruzen nodded nervously, not liking where the conversation was headed to. Fujin then excitedly began saying, Lord Hokage, then. However, he was cut by Hiruzen. He asked, Fujin, can you tell me why exactly do you want a sword made of chakra metal? While asking this question, he was desperately thinking, I need to change topic fast. Can't let him continue talking about this. Fujin, upset at being cut, said, I was told that they assist in chakra flow. I like using swords, and want to be better at it by using chakra flow. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and asked, how do you know about chakra flow? Fujin did get a hint that Hiruzen was aiming to change the topic, however he wasn't much concerned. He could always innocently get back to the topic. Hiruzen might be 100 times better at negotiating, however being a 10-year-old kid had a lot of advantages. He answered without any hesitation, Michi-sensei. Hiruzen then looked over begrudgingly at Michi who was at the sides. He thought, that's it, I'm assigning him a weak genin squad and will make him do nothing apart from D-rank missions for half a year. We have pretty much recovered from our losses, so loss of one Chunin won't be felt. He then explained very kindly to Fujin, you don't need swords made of chakra metal to use chakra flow. You can use them on normal swords too, however they break if you do. Fujin thought, yeah, I know. Get to the point. Hiruzen continued, there are actually special swords that are made to aid chakra flow. In the land of iron, many samurai use those swords. As for chakra metal, it's a bit problematic and could get you in trouble. Fujin naturally knew that. Having swords worth tens of million ryo would put a target on his back. Which is why he was planning on leaving them with Hiruzen. He thought, that's a valid concern. Though I'm sure that it isn't the main reason for him to not give me chakra blades. But this new info does intrigue me. Why didn't any of the weapon shops have it? He left that question for later and asked, is it possible to make those swords to assist wind chakra flow? For the first time today, Fujin asked a question genuinely. However it still put Hiruzen on edge. He thought, yeah, it can. They would have to use wind nature chakra metal for it though. And it'll still take the cost to millions. Hiruzen replied, yes it is, but it's better for you to not get it yet. How about this, when you are ready, I'll help you get in touch with the right people to make a sword like that. Fujin dejectedly thought, I am sure I could get in touch with them myself pretty soon. However he still nodded. Hiruzen was finally happy that he saved millions of ryo. He was going to talk but Fujin spoke again, he asked Lord Hokage, you said the sword that you'll give me is used by samurai, right? Hiruzen nodded while really hoping that there were no more extravagant requests. Fujin continued, then could you have someone teach me samurai saber techniques? Please. Hiruzen thought about it. For one, he was happy that the request didn't involve tens of millions of ryo. Secondly, he had noticed Fujin's interest in swords. He thought, having a sword master sensor who specializes in wind release can be a very useful asset. Though we can't teach samurai saber techniques liberally, teaching it to a few kids is acceptable. He nodded and said, all right, I'll assign you a teacher for it. Fujin then politely thanked him and stepped backwards while secretly thinking, being an innocent little kid has a lot of advantages. Though I don't think I can ever beat Hiruzen again in negotiations. That old monkey has the experience of negotiating after 3 great ninja wars, and the ones he negotiated with were 100 times more unreasonable than me. Looking at Fujin stepping back, Hiruzen released a sigh of relief. He then congratulated everyone and left quickly. While leaving, he decided that this would be the last year he'd give out rewards to the topper. After Hiruzen left, many teachers awkwardly stared at Fujin. However, he just ignored them and pretended to not notice any of their stares. After Hiruzen left, all the respective class teachers handed the headbands to their students and praised them for graduating early. They were asked to visit the academy after 3 days. On getting the headband, Fujin put it on. His first words after that moment were, "Wow, I really am a ninja now." Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Analysis and Planning. Fujin sat down in a meditative posture in his living room. He cleared his mind and began planning. He thought, the academy is finally over. Though I had to graduate 2 years early, it ain't much of an issue. The only major event that will happen anytime soon is the Uchiha massacre. But right now I am not really strong enough to even think about interfering in it. While I do have 2 years, at best, I'll only be a Chunin officially by then. He thought for a bit more and decided, alright, I'll ignore the event. It shouldn't affect me in any way. Secondly, my strength. Right now, though experience is lacking, it won't be wrong to say that despite not having many rank C jutsus in my arsenal, my ninjutsu is probably barely at Chunin level. The 3 months of daily sparring helped me iron out many issues in my ninjutsu. My chakra reserves have increased rapidly too. I can now make 3 shadow clones that satisfy the requirements mentioned in the scroll. Which means that my chakra level is well into the Chunin level. As for Taijutsu, it's a bit confusing. I'm confident that I'm stronger than most who took part in the Chunin exam in Naruto. But I still lost to that Hyuga. If I assume that he and Hoka are already at Chunin level in terms of Taijutsu, then it'll mean that I am probably at that level too. Worst case, I'm probably at the peak of Genin rank in terms of Taijutsu. I really need a better Taijutsu style. Only good thing is that my physique is very good for my age. My Kenjutsu should be sorted when I learn samurai saber techniques. So it'll be a lot more lethal than my Taijutsu, but Kenjutsu has its own weaknesses. Holding 2 swords would mean that I can't make any hand signs. And techniques like raise nan and wind explosion that need hands can't be used. But I guess getting a mid-range slash might compensate for it to some degree. Anyways, I should think about it more after I learn samurai saber techniques. My capabilities as a sensor have grown too. My chakra field can now extend over 750 meters and I can do pretty much everything expected from a sensor, though I will need a few years to master all those tricks. My current fighting ability is majorly based around 10 ninjutsu, body flicker, wind propelling, earth military movement, shadow clone, wind clone, great breakthrough, wind explosion, gale surge, rock shield, and projectile control jutsus. Apart from that, it is heavily dependent on swords, kunaus, and shurikens enhanced with chakra flow. I also know raise nan, but I haven't trained to use it in combat yet. Though I do have good ideas of using it, for the time being, I can't risk anyone knowing that I know it. So overall, if I am willing to use everything I have to its fullest potential, then I think I'll be at Chunin level, though just barely. I'll probably be able to beat the likes of Iruka and Mizuki, but against someone stronger like Genki or even Michi, my only option would be to run away. Speaking of escaping, with my wind and shadow clones, along with body flicker jutsu and earth military movement jutsu and my ability to hide my chakra, escaping from an elite Chunin might actually be possible. Unless it is someone specialized in tracking, it shouldn't be an issue. In fact, if anyone asked me what my best skill right now is, my answer would definitely be the art of escaping. As for what to do next, I need to go through Section C of the library. I have to learn the Rank C Wind Release Jutsus. If any Rank C Earth Release Jutsu is handy, then I need to learn it too. Apart from that, I will need to learn one Rank C Genjutsu and complete the current Fuinjutsu scroll and move on to the next one. He concluded, that much should be enough. After that I could work on improving the jutsus I know. There's still medical ninjutsu that I'd like to learn, but... Sigh, I have my plate full. I'll check it sometime later. Satisfied with his immediate plans, he decided to start making long-term plans. He thought, now that I have spent almost half a decade here, I have a much better idea about this world. At the rate my physique and chakra has been growing, I'm positive that I'll reach Jounin level. And if the Section A of the library has good jutsus, then becoming an elite Jounin shouldn't be an issue too. But, how do I step beyond elite Jounin and be as strong as Cages? He thought long and hard about this. After half an hour, he concluded, probably the easiest way I have is to learn Sage Mode. The second way is learning the 8 inner gates. However, I'll have to create a very good relationship with Guy for him to teach me that. Not to mention, I'm not sure if merely hard work will be enough to learn it. The third way would be to somehow get the Impure World Resurrection Jutsu and create my own army of Rank A and Rank S dead ninjas. The fourth way would be to get and master Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The fifth way would be to invent my own Rank A and higher jutsus. Combined with high speed, enhanced strength, and swordplay, it might be enough to reach that level. Another option could be to become a Jinchuriki. However, that will put Akatsuki on my ass, not something I think I want. Though if I'm strong enough, I could still take that risk. Getting a few strong summons would help too. After concluding, he sighed thinking, even the easiest way is crazy difficult to achieve. I really wonder if I'd be able to reach that level. However, just then, Fujin was struck with a crazy idea. He thought, that's right. I can explore that option. However, can that really be done? He analyzed for a few minutes and thought, I can't say for sure. But, if I am able to pull it off, I will get the means to become incredibly strong. Not to mention, I know exactly when I'll have the right opportunity to get the resources needed for it. He thought a bit more to analyze everything he could and decided, all right, I should definitely work towards achieving that. If it works, then entering cage level won't be an issue. Even if it doesn't, the work done for it won't exactly be a waste. The idea lifted his spirits. With not much time left in the day, he decided to have his dinner and meditate before going to bed. Chapter 35, Genin Squad. The next couple of days were very hectic for Hiruzen. Grouping the fresh Genins and assigning them their sensei involved a lot of paperwork and analysis. A lot of discussion had to be done with the academy teachers as well as with the decided sensei. He first started by forming teams of 3. He thought, in all 135 students became Genin this year. Over 200 from 6th year failed and they will be added to the Genin Reserve Forces. As for the ones that passed this year, the 94 from the 6th year don't have much hope. We had already graduated the talented people from their year earlier. Even if just a quarter of them became Choyunin, then that will be enough. So I will just assign Choyunins to guide them. As for the 41 who graduated early, all have good potential. They all should at least become Choyunin, and around half have the potential to become a special Jounin. So I'll have to arrange 14 Jounin sensei for them. Even though Konoha's numbers have almost recovered, we are still weaker than before the Third Great Ninja War when it comes to high-end power. So we need to train all 41 of them with the intention of raising them to Jounin rank. Even if not everyone becomes a special Jounins, becoming an elite Choyunin will be sufficient. As for becoming Jounin, it's hard to say. I'm confident that Uchiha Mieko will become a Jounin, just like Senju Tera from the previous year. Just like him, she has the potential to become an elite Jounin. But I can't comment on the others. Sigh, I hope that we get at least 10 to 12 Jounin from this batch. The Kyuubi attack killed a lot of our Jounins. He then called the academy teachers to begin forming the teams and got busy with the required paperwork. After the academy teachers prepared a rough draft, however there were a few disagreements like every year. They approached the Hokage to discuss it. Hiruzen said, "So which are the top teams you formed?" Genki replied immediately, according to their performance, Hitaki Rei, Uchiha Mieko, Suzuki Fujin, Hyuga Hoka, and Hyuga Hana show the highest potential. However, Rei's performance was high due to his conditions back home. Now that his mother has been treated, we can't be sure if he'll train with the same gusto. And the two Hyuga can't be on the same team. So I propose forming a team of Uchiha Mieko, Suzuki Fujin, and Hyuga Hoka. However, soon another teacher, who was the class teacher to Hitaki Rei, spoke. I disagree. In a mere half year, Rei has made huge progress. In fact, his talent can be considered even above Mieko. He should be placed within the top squad. I suggest making a squad consisting of Mieko, Rei, and Fujin. Another teacher commented, actually, Fujin is just a civilian orphan. His future won't be as smooth as the children from shinobi clans. Even his great breakthrough jutsu was provided to him by Genki. So I think that a squad of Rei, Mieko, and Hoka might be more optimal. Genki rebutted him, I disagree. Even though Fujin is just a civilian with no background, his performance has been the most consistent in my class. He deserves to be on that squad. Not to mention, he is also a sensor and has wind affinity. Being a sensor, he'll complement the Byakugan. And his wind release jutsus would assist Mieko's fire release jutsus and make them more lethal. Also, both him and Hoka kind of have a rivalry in taijutsu. So their teamwork would be much better. He secretly thought, not to mention that they are so aloof that they barely had any other friendships. So I have no idea whether they can cooperate with others. The previous teacher was about to rebuke him again, but... However, he was cut by Hiruzen. Alright, that's enough. I have decided. The squad will be made of Mieko, Fujin, and Hoka. Rei's class teacher was visibly upset over this. He was about to speak, when Hiruzen said, their Jounin sensei will be Senju Renjiro. The teachers were confused by this revelation. One asked, but Lord Hokage, we hadn't selected him to be a sensei, had we? Hiruzen shook his head and said, no. This change was due to Fujin requesting guidance on samurai saber techniques. Renjiro had trained under a samurai. Also he is an expert in fighting against Sharingan and uses water and earth jutsus. So it'll provide Mieko an opportunity to understand how she can be countered and would help her develop more. And Hoka could learn water release jutsus from him. And his taijutsu is strong enough to handle Hoka's obsession with it. He then looked at Rei's class teacher and said, sadly Hitaki Rei doesn't practice his clan's kenjutsu, or else I'd have put him on the squad instead of Hoka. Everyone was satisfied with this explanation. They moved on to the remaining students. It took over 13 hours for them to form all the squads and decide their sensei. Once that was done, Hiruzen sent an Anbu to deliver the news to all the ones selected to be a sensei. If they had any issues, they could approach him the next day. The next day, many approached Hiruzen to meet him. At noon, Renjiro visited him. On entering, he greeted Hiruzen and said, old man, I didn't agree to become a sensei to snorty little brats. Besides, I have already raised one genin squad. Renjiro was a bit close to him while growing up. Which is why Hiruzen didn't mind his words. Hiruzen looked at Renjiro. He was dressed casually and hence Hiruzen could see all the scars on his face and arms that he had gotten over his career. Hiruzen sighed and said, you've been doing missions almost non-stop since the end of the war. This assignment is for a couple of reasons. 1. For you to get some rest. And secondly, as one of those genins wants to learn the samurai saber techniques. Renjiro looked skeptically at Hiruzen and asked, you do know that I can't teach it lightly to anyone. So, is there any reason for me to teach it to him? Hiruzen sighed and said, he ranked first in his class. And asked for this as his reward. Renjiro asked, what reward? Hiruzen replied, it's an initiative I took to encourage the students and get them to train harder. Hearing that, Renjiro nodded. He knew the shortage of ninjas that Konoha faced. He sighed and said, couldn't you get him to ask for anything else? Hiruzen didn't reply, but his sweat dropped thinking about what the something else was that Fujin had asked for. After discussing a bit more and getting to know a bit more about the students, Renjiro left. He wasn't surprised by the fact that his squad was the one with highest potential. After all, he has been an elite jounin for over a decade. Later that day, Fujin went to buy new clothes at a shop that sold clothes to ninjas. He bought a completely black attire. He noticed that the cloth used for these clothes was a lot sturdier. The shopkeeper said that it is harder to cut, has some resistances to fire and lightning, and is harder to get wet or dusty. He put one on and checked himself in the mirror. His whole attire, i.e., boots, trousers, and shirt were completely black. It suited his fair skin tone, black eyes, and black spiky hair well. He thought, I guess I should get a black mask sometime, maybe then I could play hiding in shadow, haha. He looked at himself again. He wasn't bulky, but his muscles were properly toned. There was barely any trace of any fat on his body. He was around 4 feet, 9 inches tall. He thought, all right, it fits properly, and also looks good. He bought 3 sets of the attire. He also bought a pair of gloves with metal plates on the backhand. He also inscribed a hard seal in the interior of the glove. While it didn't do much, Fujin felt that there was no harm in even slightly increasing its defenses. He did wish that he could take the metal plates out, inscribe them with hard seal instead of the whole glove and then put it back. But he knew that he wouldn't be able to put the metal plate back in properly. Next day, at 7:30 am, the graduated students reported to the academy. The classroom used wasn't the regular classroom that Fujin went to. 42 students were present here. The teachers took attendance, and then gave a scroll to each of the students. Genki called his students one by one and gave it to them. The class teachers of other students did the same. When Fujin's turn came, he noticed that Genki was incredibly happy. He wasn't sure why, but since he didn't particularly care, he went back. Genki was happy because Hiruzen had allowed him to take the Jounin exam. After distributing it to everyone, a teacher announced, the storage scroll provided to you has a first aid kit, 24 shurikens, 6 kunaus, 12 senbon needles, 1 ninja rope and 100 meters long ninja wire. He then smiled and said, this is the final gift from the academy to you. Congratulations on graduating. We will now announce your genin squads. When Fujin's squad was announced, he sighed and thought, an aloof guy who doesn't care about anything apart from taijutsu, and a stuck-up brat who probably thinks herself to be as talented as Madara. Fuck our teamwork. Sigh, makes me wonder if I should have graduated last year. Teru was the only one matured enough. He analyzed a bit more, anyways, it ain't exactly bad. Taijutsu spars with Hoka have always been very helpful. And Mieko should give me a bit of practice against the Sharingan. Granted that she ain't nowhere near Obito or Madara, but neither am I. He then looked at Mieko and thought, also, since she'll die after around 2 more years, it'll mean that I won't be restricted in this squad for very long. Now then, I wonder who my Jounin sensei will be. I really hope that it ain't Kakashi. Also, what of my rewards? Genki didn't talk about it, and Hiruzen didn't call me to meet him. After the genin squads were announced, the teacher said that the Jounin sensei would come and pick them up from the class, and then they all left. While they were leaving, Fujin had a thought and sighed, Naruto and his gang should start the academy next year. And I won't be here. What's with me meeting so few canon characters? Soon Jounin started entering the class and called out for their teams. A couple of minutes after the academy teachers left, a tall muscular guy entered and announced, Team 3, come with me. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko followed him. Renjiro moved to the terrace of the academy. A few seconds later, all 3 genins arrived. When he reached there, Fujin observed his new sensei. He was around 6 feet 6 inches tall, very muscular, looked middle-aged, and had 3 scars on his face, one going right across his right eye, but his eye was fine. His hair was black and very long, a bit similar to Madara's. He held 2 swords on his waist. From the symbol on his clothes, Fujin understood that he was from the Senju clan. Actually, there was another thing that allowed Fujin to know that he was from the Senju clan. He had massive amounts of chakra. For obvious reasons, Fujin never tried to sense Hiruzen's chakra, so this was the highest chakra level he had measured so far. It was around 7 times that of Genki. When Fujin tried to measure his chakra, Renjiro noticed. He looked at Fujin and stared at him. Fujin merely smiled. Renjiro thought, so this is the kid who wants to learn the samurai saber techniques and the kid who asked for swords made of chakra metal. Not bad, he seems to be a good enough sensor. And even after I stared at him, he merely smiled back. I wonder if that makes him foolish, brave, or just shameless. He then looked at his remaining 2 genins and thought, the Hyuga has the same stoic face as their whole clan, and just looking at the Uchiha's face showed how much pride she has in her. He sighed thinking, this is gonna take a while. Chapter 36, Senju Renjiro. Renjiro said, I am Senju Renjiro. I'll be your Jounin sensei. Let's start by getting to know each other. So just tell me something about yourself. Mieko asked, what should we tell? On the other hand, Fujin remembered the tell me about yourself question that used to be asked in interviews in his previous life. Renjiro replied, tell me about your likes, dislikes, dreams, hobbies and similar stuff. Fujin then replied, I am Suzuki Fujin. I like swords and cool jutsus. My hobby is to train and read shinobi history and wars. I dislike the carnage that wars cause. And my dream is to become a strong ninja in the future so that I could bring peace to the world. Renjiro stared at Fujin and was very impressed with his dream. Of course, if he knew Fujin's real thoughts, he might have vomited blood. After looking at an impressed Renjiro, Fujin thought, yup, that's exactly what Konoha higher-ups would like to hear. I couldn't care less about world peace, but saying that is what will get me in the good books of these guys and could provide me with the opportunity to learn Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and also make Hiruzen protect me in case Danzo tries to recruit me. Either way, it's not like I can do anything about world peace right now. So why not just say it, hehe. Renjiro then looked at Mieko. She said, I am Uchiha Mieko. I like cats. I dislike anyone treating me like a small child. My hobby is practicing ninjutsu and playing with cats. And my dream is to be the strongest Uchiha ever. Fujin looked at her and chuckled internally thinking, well, you've got 2 years to surpass Madara. Rib. Renjiro nodded and looked towards Hoka. He said, I am Hyuga Hoka. I like taijutsu. I dislike studying. My hobby is to spar with others and my dream is to be the strongest taijutsu user. Renjiro nodded and said, well, congratulations on graduating early. But that doesn't mean that you are Konoha shinobi. You guys will be on probation for 3 months. And after that I'll decide whether you're ready to be a ninja or not. This announcement had mixed reactions from the 3 genins. Fujin wondered, no test. After thinking for a bit, he realized they are probably still recovering. That's why there's a probation period instead of a test to check whether we are ready or not. However, the other 2 kids didn't take the announcement lightly. Mieko impatiently asked, but why? Didn't we pass the graduation exam? Hoka took her point further and said, yeah, I even defeated everyone in the taijutsu tournament. Renjiro replied, graduation exam is the bare minimum you require to be a ninja. Your attitude, temperament, courage, and values matter more. And I'll be the one to judge that. Mieko and Hoka were still unsatisfied and wanted to complain more, but Renjiro didn't give them a chance and announced, we'll meet tomorrow in Training Ground 17 at 6 am. I'll check your skills tomorrow. Be on time, I hate tardiness. After saying that, he flickered away. When he left, Fujin thought, he didn't say a single thing about himself other than his name. Heck, I think even Kakashi talked more with his team. After he left, Miyako huffed and started to leave without saying anything. Hoka, on the other hand, said goodbye to Fujin and was planning to leave too. Fujin sighed and said, "Oi, wait a minute." This got both their attention. Hoka looked at him without saying anything, whereas Miyako annoyingly asked, "What?" Fujin replied, "Tomorrow we'll most probably have to fight against Sensei as a team. So we need to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. And we also need to plan how to fight together." Hoka agreed with that and nodded. However, Miyako replied smugly, "You two don't need to worry about it. I'll beat him by myself tomorrow." Fujin gave her a deadpanned look, which irritated her, and she asked, "What? You don't think that I can beat him?" Fujin resisted his urge to facepalm and replied, "Do tell how you plan on defeating a jounin by yourself." She smirked and replied, "I'll catch him off guard and use fire dragon jutsu on him." Fujin said, "He is from the Senju clan, who specializes in earth and water release jutsus. Assuming that you somehow catch him off guard, he'll still be able to defend." This reply caught her by surprise. She thought a bit and then smirked again and replied, "I know Sharingan Genjutsu. As soon as he looks in my eyes, I'll put him under a Genjutsu." Fujin mentally scoffed, as if he will fall for something so basic. "But I'm tired of dealing with her." He said, "All right, we'll call that Plan A and we will start with it. Now let's discuss Plan B." Miyako replied, "Why do we need a Plan B?" Fujin replied, "Well, he knows that you have the Sharingan. So what if he never looks into your eyes because he knows that your eyes are so awesome? It'll be stupid if we just stand there doing nothing, right? Worse, he may think that you are just a little kid." This finally got her attention. Seeing that Fujin was relieved and thought, "Finally. So I have to either praise her or say someone will think that she's a little brat, or both to get her on board." She then asked, "So what should we do if Plan A fails?" Fujin replied, "First, let's talk about what each one of us can do. I'll start. I'm a sensor and can sense in a 500 meters radius around me. I'm good at taijutsu and with swords. And I know wind release jutsus, the ones you saw in the exam. I can also perform shadow clone and body flicker jutsu. What about you guys?" Miyako then replied, "I am good at taijutsu too and can use the Uchiha taijutsu style. My Sharingan allows me to see chakra and use genjutsu. I am very good with shurikens. Other than the basic jutsus, I can perform a few fire release jutsus. You saw them in the exam. And I can do body flicker too. In fact, I was taught it by the very best." Fujin was surprised at that information and thought, "Did Shisui teach her this jutsu?" Hoka then replied, "I am a master at the gentle fist style. I can close enemies' chakra points and my eyes can see up to 800 meters away. Apart from it, I know fish spit jutsu and rock shield jutsu." Fujin nodded, and advised, "If you can, then learn body flicker jutsu. If all three of us can use it, then it'll be very helpful and we could use a lot of tactics." Hoka groaned a bit and said, "But I don't want to learn more ninjutsu." Fujin replied, "Well, it's just a movement jutsu. You can move at incredibly fast speed. It'll help make your taijutsu way more lethal. Just imagine your normal jab, then imagine you appearing out of nowhere and performing that jab on the enemy." As Fujin expected, that got Hoka interested and he agreed to learn it. Fujin then talked a bit about tactics that they could use. He said, "We need to decide who'll fight Sensei up close and who'll perform support attacks from a distance." However, Hoka cut him off and said, "I want to fight up close." Fujin was about to nod when Miyako said, "No, I want to fight up close." Hoka rebuked her and then they started arguing. Fujin sighed thinking, "Kids." He then stopped them both and said, "Among all of us, Hoka was ranked 1 in the taijutsu tournament. So he'll engage in hand-to-hand combat with Sensei." Miyako was about to talk, but Fujin continued, but he can't handle sensei all by himself. So you and I will assist him from time to time. Also both of us have mid-ranged jutsus, so it'll be a waste if we can't use them. Hoka, wanting to engage in hand-to-hand combat, quickly supported Fujin, and Mieko had to begrudgingly agree. Fujin thought, I planned on discussing a lot more, like the fire-wind combination, and even wanted to ask Hoka to learn more advanced water release jutsus as they work well with wind release as well. Sadly, I was too impatient. It'll take a lot of time before they are ready to listen to those tactics. Kinda makes me wish that Renjiro beats both of them up tomorrow to make them a little less stuck up. But I'm afraid that if he does that, then he'll beat me up too. And without using earth military movement jutsu and wind propelling jutsu, it'll be hard to dodge for long. Sigh, I wonder when I can use these jutsus publicly. It's very uncomfortable to fake hand signs, limit their power and not use half of the jutsus I know. Sadly it's necessary. I hope I reach the Jounin level soon, as after that, there won't be much worries about Danzo trying to recruit me. It'll be too late to attempt to brainwash me at that stage. Fujin had also planned to ask them to grab a bite together at Ichiraku. However, he had enough for today. Soon they said goodbyes and left. Fujin went over to the library. Now that he had become a genin, he was allowed to access the section C of the library. However, that's not what he was here for. Becoming a ninja allowed him to see a certain book. He went to the librarian and showed his card and asked, "Can I see the bingo book?" She was surprised by a 10-year-old kid asking her that question. However, since he was a ninja, she nodded and asked, "Would you like to see the smaller one or the bigger one?" Now it was Fujin's turn to be surprised. He asked, "What's the difference?" She replied, "Well, the smaller one only has names, bounty, affiliation, and some basic information, whereas the bigger one has more in-depth information." Hearing that, Fujin asked her to show the bigger one. She nodded and brought it to Fujin. When Fujin saw the book, he was shocked. His first thought was, "It's freaking huge." He opened to see it. Apparently, every page covered the data of only one ninja. And the book had 2,197 pages. After analyzing, Fujin thought, well, it makes sense, considering that there are over 100k ninjas in this world. He then mentally thanked the ones who made such a good index. Everything was arranged properly according to the village and alphabetically as per their names. There were also lists that arranged the ninjas as per their rank in their village and in the descending order of their bounties. After searching for a couple of minutes, he found the name he was looking for, Senju Renjiro. He began turning the page, but while doing that, a thought occurred to him, "It's funny that I thought my biggest advantage in this world would be information. But considering how vast this world is, I don't think I have the information on even 1% of the ninjas. Heck, apart from Tsunade, I didn't even know any living Senju. Anyways, this data is very detailed. I am surprised that we can read it for free, but it makes sense, I suppose. This data is compiled by the ones who make the bingo book, and since it's already out in the open, why not just let all your ninjas read it for free?" He opened the page and began reading, and he was very surprised by what he read. His bounty was 45 million ryo. It was even higher than Asuma's during Shippuden and was put on him by Kirigakuer. He thought, not bad at all. I guess Hiruzen did appoint someone very competent as my sensei. He read further. The information that Fujin obtained was, Senju Renjiro, rank A, 39 years old. He became Genin at 8, Choyunin at 10, Jounin at 16 and Elite Jounin at 28. He specializes in water and earth release ninjutsu, but can use jutsu of other elements too. He's an excellent swordsman who was trained in the way of swords by a samurai. He fought in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. In the Third War, he had served as Orochimaru's deputy on the Kiri front. Later on, when Orochimaru had to join a different battlefield, he became Konoha's commander on the Kiri front. Due to his skill with the sword, his proficiency in water release jutsus and his summon, a sloth, he was very effective against Kiri ninjas. He killed 13 Kiri Jounins and over 50 Kiri Chiyunins over the course of the war. His biggest accomplishment was killing one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in that war. Though his army was defeated by a surprise offensive launched by Kiri, he managed to retreat with the majority of his army and kept Kiri at bay until Konoha's yellow flash reinforced him and pushed Kiri back to the seas. After reading that, Fujin thought, damn fuck. He's strong. Not Sunin level, but very close. Anyways, it says that he was trained by a samurai, so I guess he's guide Hiruzen arranged for me. I do wonder what that summon is though. It's the first time I'm hearing of a sloth. Ain't that a deadly sin? But that sounds a bit too overpowered and not something from this world. Well, whatever, I'll look into it later. He then looked into the data of the ninja he knew from Naruto. He sighed in relief, confirming that it was very similar to what he knew. He also got a better understanding of the shinobi world. He thought, Konoha is way stronger than what was shown in Naruto. Fathers of Shikaku, Inoichi, and Shibi are still alive and leading their clans. Each of them is an elite jounin and are very close to rank S. Though I guess that their strengths will decrease over time due to their age. In all, Konoha has just 3 rank S ninjas now. But Jiraiya is barely in the village, and Tsunade can barely even fight. However, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the bingo book has no mention of Danzo. Also, it's quite possible that Fugaku is hiding his mangekyou. Same with Shisui. I'm not sure how many gates Guy can open, but he might be able to forcibly rise to compete with rank S ninja if needed. Also, it's quite surprising to see Koharu and Homura are rank A ninjas. I don't recall them ever fighting in Naruto. In all there are 22 elite jounins from Konoha mentioned in the bingo book. And it's quite possible that there are a few more who haven't been mentioned here, like Danzo and others from Root. There are also a few more rank A ninjas who haven't yet become an elite jounin like Kakashi and Guy. He then sighed, I didn't think there would be so many elite jounins in Konoha. And despite this Hiruzen chose to sacrifice Hisashi. Makes me wonder how bad Konoha's losses were in the lower ranks due to the war. As for the other villages, Kumo and Iwa are pretty strong too, though not as strong as Konoha at least when it comes to cage level and elite jounin level combat strength. Kiri is actually quite impressive too, or would have been if so many of their top-ranked ninjas weren't labeled as Rouge ninjas. I guess Obito has pretty much wrecked Kiri. Suna, on the other hand, is doing really bad. Their cage is easily the weakest out of all 5 cages. Though they have 2 more rank S ninjas, both are retired and very old. And their number of rank A ninjas is pitifully low. He closed the book and thought, well, that should be enough information for now. I'll get more as and when there's a need to. He handed the bingo book back to the librarian and went back home. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Sparring with Sensei. Next day, at 6 a.m., all the members of Team 3 gathered in the training ground 17. It was a small open area in the center of a mini forest. Renjiro was the last one to arrive. On seeing his genin squad already there, he wished them good morning and said, as I said yesterday, before I begin training you 3, I'll like to see what you can do. So we'll have a spar, you 3 versus me. He paused for a few seconds and said, we begin now. As soon as he said that, he jumped forward with the intention to punch. It caught all the 3 genins off guard. Mieko jumped backwards hurriedly and Hoka jumped to his left. Fujin, on the other hand, just flickered away. Renjiro's punch landed on the ground where the 3 genins were standing initially, and the ground cracked, causing a lot of dust to rise, which hit him. Renjiro thought, not bad. I only intended to punch the ground in front of them, but I didn't think that all 3 would react so quickly. Especially Fujin, did he use body flicker jutsu without any hand signs? As soon as he used body flicker, Fujin thought, damn. He attacked so suddenly that I flickered away by reflex. He then saw the dust rising up and covering Renjiro, and so did Hoka and Mieko. Fujin immediately started sensing him. Mieko activated her Sharingan and Hoka activated his Byakugan. On sensing Renjiro, Fujin thought, well, now that I've shown it, I can't hide it anymore. So might as well spam it. Still, I didn't think hiding my power would be so difficult. I really need to be more careful, in case he pulls a few more stunts like that. I hope I can protect the rest of my secrets for at least another year or two. While Fujin was thinking that, both Hoka and Mieko ran towards Renjiro to engage him in combat. Renjiro just stood there, waiting for them to begin their assault. Hoka was the first one to reach him, however, Mieko launched a few shurikens on Renjiro. Renjiro dodged them and then engaged Hoka in hand-to-hand combat. He was able to counter his gentle fist style very easily. When Mieko joined in, he suppressed both of them with ease. However, he soon frowned. He tried to sense, but he couldn't sense Fujin at all. Taking the opportunity provided by his teammates, Fujin had disappeared from his sight and hid his chakra. Though Renjiro couldn't sense Fujin, Fujin closely monitored their fight, waiting for an opportunity to butt in. He soon found one when Renjiro punched Hoka. Fujin threw a shuriken with all his power. However, Renjiro smirked and thought, a fake opening. Always works against brats. He moved a step back to avoid the shuriken, however, the shuriken curved towards him. That surprised Renjiro. He was about to dodge again, when he felt no, something is weird. So instead of dodging, he just caught the shuriken right out of its trajectory. However, as soon as he caught it, he sensed two small chakra signatures behind him. He turned to see two wind spheres heading at him. He took a step to dodge, however, at the same time Mieko launched fireball jutsu in the direction he was planning to dodge. Seeing that, he adjusted his direction and dodged both the jutsus and created distance from his students. Seeing that, Hoka rushed forward to engage him in close combat. While Hoka was rushing towards him, Renjiro thought, not bad at all. This doesn't seem planned, and their teamwork still needs a lot of work, but they are able to take advantage of the opportunities created by each other. Not to mention that I felt wind on that shuriken, which means that Fujin used projectile control jutsu on the shuriken. And instead of pressing forward on a hopeless assault, he took the advantage of that fireball to disappear again. He engaged in another round of combat with Hoka and Mieko. Fujin, who was secretly observing the combat, thought an elite jounin indeed. That opening was a bait, to understand my location. Not to mention, he grabbed the shuriken out of thin air. Though, I wonder what he'd have done if I had infused that shuriken with wind chakra. Anyways, I wonder if I can fool him using a shadow clone. Fujin kept hiding, and made a shadow clone. After a minute, it looked like both Hoka and Mieko were about to lose. So the clone interrupted Renjiro by launching two wind explosion jutsu on him. He followed it up with shurikens. Renjiro dodged everything and moved towards Fujin to engage him in close combat. However, the clone flickered and moved behind Mieko and Hoka. Seeing Renjiro approaching, Hoka began moving forward to engage him. However, Fujin sensed a huge chakra built up by Mieko and shouted, "Hoka, move aside." That shout alarmed Hoka and he turned to see that Mieko was weaving hand signs and had gathered almost all of her chakra. He quickly got out of her way and created distance by running to his left. Mieko, actually, was very frustrated by this fight. Poor girl had been trying to use Sharingan Genjutsu on her sensei since the start of the fight, but not once did he look in her eyes. Due to her frustration, she launched Fire Dragon Jutsu, and nearly poured all her chakra in it. Fujin's clone sensed that and used Great Breakthrough Jutsu. He timed his jutsu just after Mieko launched hers, and tried to limit the range of his jutsu to just cover her Fire Dragon. The result increased the power and the size of the dragon. Not wanting to take that jutsu head-on, Renjiro flickered away. The power of this jutsu really surprised Hoka and Mieko. Especially Mieko, who was awestruck by it. Fujin was still keeping an eye on Renjiro. He noticed that Renjiro had flickered without using any hand signs, and had flickered just enough distance to barely dodge the jutsus. He thought, sigh, that's the first time he has used a ninjutsu. Anyways, it seems like this fight is pretty much over. Hoka has taken quite a beating. So has Mieko, and she is out of chakra too. Only I am still fine. Sadly, there's not much me and my clone can do. Not having a good long-range jutsu sucks though. Despite being perfectly hidden, there's not much I can do. Right then, Fujin suddenly used body flicker jutsu purely with his instincts. However, right when his feet left the ground, a hand came out of the ground and caught his right leg. This caused him to fall forward, at a very rapid speed. Luckily for him, he managed to put his arms forward, ensuring that his face didn't get badly damaged. Soon, another hand clutched the back of his neck and pinned him to the ground. He realized that it was Renjiro's chakra signature and thought, what the fuck? I didn't sense him at all. He soon got his clone's memories. His clone had been dispelled, and Hoka and Mieko had been defeated. He thought, a clone. But when? On thinking a bit, he realized, was it when the dust provided him cover? But I had almost immediately begun sensing him. Was that fraction of a second enough for him to make a clone and hide it, or his main body? And why didn't I sense him? I should be able to sense anyone sensing me. Heck, even if someone merely looks at me, I sense that too. Renjiro thought. He was able to see an attack coming. No, that doesn't seem right. My chakra control was perfect. It seems like he decided to move purely on his instincts. He then took his hand off Fujin's neck and said, that's enough. Follow me. Fujin followed Renjiro to where Hoka and Mieko were. Both were lying on the ground. He thought, poor kids. They really got beat up. Both their faces are swollen. And there are bruises even on their limbs. Renjiro, who had beaten up these two and dispelled Fujin's clone, dispelled himself. Fujin then looked at Renjiro and thought, did he beat these two up to curb their arrogance? Well, whatever, I hope they think more now. After getting his clone's memories, Renjiro looked at Fujin in a new light and thought, very good. He was successfully able to hide from my clone not only once, but twice. If not for the fact that his clone had only half his chakra, my clone might not have been able to identify him as a clone. He has a very good mindset. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any good long-range jutsu. Which meant that him hiding such a long distance away was disadvantageous to him as well. Also, he gave up a bit too quickly after I caught him. Something I should correct, though I suppose it did save him from receiving a beating. A shame really, though he doesn't seem as arrogant as the other two, some beating would have been good for his development. Luckily for Fujin, he was totally oblivious of Renjiro's plans and thoughts. He then looked at Hoka and Mieko and thought, but that still makes him much better than these two. Sigh, which genin engages a jounin in a head-on confrontation. But other than that, their skills are very good. Hoka is very good at taijutsu and he is very fast too. And Mieko's fire release jutsus were quite strong for a genin. I'm still surprised by the combo attack of Fujin and her. While Renjiro was engaged in those thoughts, both Hoka and Mieko got up. Though they still were groaning and looking at their sensei with a lot of complaints. Mieko also looked begrudgingly at Fujin, who seemed to be in a much better condition. Renjiro of course ignored those looks and said, you have 10 minutes. Sit here quietly and think about our little spar. I'll ask you some questions after 10 minutes and I expect you to answer them. Fujin sat down and began to analyze the fight. Hoka and Mieko did that too, however they were still looking at Renjiro angrily. All three genins began analyzing and had the same first thought, an elite jounin is incredibly strong. While Fujin had to take some effort to dig up information on Renjiro, Hoka and Mieko got it very easily from their parents. Renjiro's exploits were common knowledge among the shinobi who fought in the Third Great Ninja War. That had made them a bit more respectful of Renjiro. After the 10 minutes were up, Renjiro asked, "The first question for you, when did I make a clone?" Fujin raised his hand and replied, "Most probably when you punched the ground and raised a dust cover." Mieko, who was thinking hard, replied, "Yes, I don't think there was any other opportunity for you to make a clone." Fujin could sense anger in her voice due to being beaten up. Hoka was still confused though. He asked, "But sensei, why couldn't my Byakugan see you?" Renjiro replied, "There are ways to hide even from the Byakugan. Take this as a lesson that just because you don't see it, doesn't mean you can relax and put your guard down." Hoka nodded with a conflicting expression. Knowing that the pride of his clan wasn't foolproof was a big blow to him. Fujin then asked, "But sensei, how were you able to approach me from underground and still hide your chakra? Also, how did you keep a track of where I was, without letting me sense you back?" Renjiro replied, "There are ways to hide from a sensor. Also tricks to sneak up on a sensor. Just because you don't sense anyone, doesn't mean that you should completely drop your guard." Mieko was the next one to ask a question. She asked, "Sensei, how did you fight me without even once looking into my eyes?" Renjiro smirked and said, "The Uchiha clan has been using Sharingans for hundreds of years. There are many ways to combat your Sharingan too. The one I showed you was just the most basic one." The answers made all the three genins fall into a deep thought. Fujin especially was very worried. He thought, does that mean if someone was spying on me, I wouldn't even have an idea? This thought worried him. However, he calmed down on thinking, well, he is an elite jounin, capable of leading a whole battlefront. Surely Konoha won't send an elite jounin to spy on a nobody. I should still be safe. Renjiro cut the thoughts of his students and said, "Now all three of you will think and tell me why you lost. And tell me how you could have performed better. Hoka, you first, followed by Mieko and then Fujin." Hoka thought for a bit and said, "You countered my gentle fist and I couldn't land even one hit on you. Also my Byakugan couldn't see your clone. And you were also a lot faster than me or anyone else." Renjiro then looked at Mieko, who replied, "Your taijutsu is much stronger than ours. And you were always able to dodge all of our attacks, no matter how thorough we were. Also you knew exactly how to counter each one of us." He then looked over to Fujin, who said, "Our teamwork wasn't proper. We barely ever even spoke to each other. I saw Hoka and Mieko tag team against you, but they weren't in sync with each other. And I, despite being hidden, couldn't help much from such a long distance. And we didn't have any plans to defeat you. Not to mention..." Fujin paused for a few moments and continued, "You were just too strong for us to handle." Renjiro nodded and thought, decent. Hoka's tactical thinking would have to be developed more, but the other two are much better. He then said, "All right, this is it for today. You can go home and heal yourself. We will meet here tomorrow at 5 a.m. You have one assignment for tomorrow. Write down your daily routine and bring it tomorrow. And Fujin, stay here. Hoka, Mieko, you two can leave." On getting the permission to leave, they said goodbyes and left. Fujin did have to suppress his urge to laugh as they both were walking very weirdly. Though that urge went away very quickly as he had a horrifying thought, wait. I was the only one not beaten up. So he didn't make me wait for. He quickly got rid of that thought, no way. He's a reputed commander from a great ninja war, he won't be so petty. He screamed internally, where the fuck are those human rights activists? Also, why the fuck didn't that old monkey make laws to prevent child abuse despite warming the Hokage seat for decades? Fujin kept seeing his teammates walk away in a weird manner, while desperately hoping that his thoughts won't ever come true. Chapter 38, Light Morning Workout. In Training Ground 17, Fujin and his new sensei were alone. Renjiro asked, "Why didn't you use swords during the spar?" Fujin replied, "'Cause I don't have any. I checked the prices, and even the cheapest one costs 1-2k ryo. Sadly, I can't afford them. The answer was within Renjiro's expectations. He nodded and said, I'll be teaching you how to wield swords from now onwards. Don't worry about the swords, I have a few you can use. We will first test your skills and also the size of the sword that'll suit you. After that, the third Hokage will order 2 custom-made samurai swords for you. Fujin nodded and thanked him. Renjiro took out a scroll, laid it on the ground and rolled it open. Fujin noticed that it was a storage scroll. And looking at the number of storage seals, he probably was the one who made it. Renjiro made a hand sign and 12 swords appeared on the scroll. Fujin picked up 2, which were very similar in size to the ones he already used and said, Sensei, the ones I used in the academy were of this size. Renjiro replied, All right, we'll start with these then. Let's have another spar. I wanna see how good your sword skills are. Fujin and Renjiro then sparred to compare their sword skills. While sparring, both had different thoughts. Fujin was happy that his sensei wasn't the same monster he was earlier. Renjiro on the other hand had mixed feelings about Fujin's swordsmanship. He thought, this kid's basics are extremely solid. Especially considering that he has only trained with swords for less than a year. However, apart from the basics, he has nothing at all. There's no style to his swordplay. It's just a simple straightforward attack and defense. While he has been attacking and defending well, it's only due to him leveraging his speed and strength. If I were to increase my speed and strength to match his, he most probably won't even last 5 seconds. The spar continued for a few minutes more before Renjiro halted it. He concluded, he's like an unpolished jade. Not having any other styles means that he doesn't have any bad habits. While in the long run it may be disadvantageous, but for practicing just one style, this would be very convenient. Of course, since he hasn't practiced any styles yet, I can't say how fast or slow he will be at learning the samurai saber techniques. Renjiro then suddenly increased his speed to match Fujin's and skillfully hit both his swords consecutively to create an opening, and then placed the tip of his sword very close to Fujin's throat. He said, Alright, that's enough. I'll teach you some new forms. He then displayed a few forms for Fujin and asked him to copy and practice them. The training continued for 3 hours, after which Renjiro dismissed Fujin. After dismissing Fujin, Renjiro reported to Hiruzen. On entering his office, Hiruzen asked him, So how were the kids? Renjiro replied, Very promising, old man. They are much stronger than an average genin. Hoka is already at Chuunin level in terms of taijutsu. And Mieko is the same in terms of ninjutsu, though her chakra reserves need to increase. Fujin's ninjutsu isn't bad either. Though his ninjutsu was weaker than Mieko's, he was more skillful with them. And his chakra reserves are higher than hers. The most surprising thing is that his tactical thinking is already on par with someone who has gone through many missions. And, even though they didn't actively strategize, they were smart enough to take advantage of the openings provided by their other teammates. Even if I had conducted a test, they would have easily passed it to become genins. Hiruzen nodded and thought, just as their results indicate. Though Fujin's tactical prowess is surprising to hear. I guess that is why he was able to easily rank first in the written exams. He then asked, What about Fujin's sword skills? Renjiro shook his head and said, I can't say yet. His basics are good, but whether he can learn further or not depends on his talent and the effort he puts in. Hiruzen replied, All right. I'll leave it to you, and dismissed him. Next day, Fujin got up at 4:20 am and thought, I thought waking up at 5 am was too early. Now this guy asks us to gather there at 5 am. Not to mention, that training ground is over 15 fucking kilometers from my home. Sigh, whatever. I guess I'll get a good morning run at least. Not sure if his training will be as intense as my morning workouts, so I could increase the pressure applied by the seal on my body during that run. Fujin reached the training grounds just before 5 am and saw that both his teammates were already there. He wished them good morning and waited for Renjiro. Renjiro appeared right at 5 a.m. and said, "Morning." The kids wished him back. Renjiro began by saying, "From today onwards, we'll meet here daily at 5 a.m. Our mornings will begin with rigorous physical training." He then looked at Mieko and said, "Fujin's and Hoka's physiques are very well developed. However, Mieko, you don't have any seals on your body to help build your physical strength, do you?" Mieko shook her head. Renjiro said, "Today, you'll ask your parents to get that seal for you. And get the seal before this week ends." Mieko nodded and said, "Yes, sensei." He then looked at Hoka and Fujin and asked, "How much maximum pressure can your seals apply?" Hoka replied, "Maximum, it can apply 125 kilograms weight." Fujin replied, "Mine can apply a maximum weight of 250 kilograms. Hoka looked at Fujin with a bit of jealousy as his seal was better. Renjiro then asked, "All right, and how much % of the pressure do you two use?" Hoka replied, 30%, and Fujin replied, 13.5%. On hearing Hoka's reply, Fujin sighed internally, "No wonder he can keep up so easily with me." Whereas Hoka's mood cheered up as he thought, "Even though his seal is better, I apply more pressure on my body." Mieko, on the other hand, was upset and annoyed, thinking, "No wonder these two move so fast. Why didn't anyone ever tell me about this method to get stronger?" Renjiro thought, "Really impressive. It seems that I can make their physical training more rigorous than I had planned." He said, "All right, let's begin with our training." And Team 3 began their first training session under their new sensei. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Getting personally trained by an elite jounin would be really helpful. No matter what their dreams were, becoming an elite jounin would be the minimum requirement for them to reach. Only after that could they think of making their dreams a reality. In the first 30 minutes, all three were very energetic. In the next 30 minutes, their enthusiasm died down. After 1 hour, Mieko could barely keep up with the training. Even an aloof Hoka could clearly notice that she was trying her hardest to hold back her tears. Hoka could still keep up and was the only one looking forward to the next 3 hours. Fujin could keep up too, but he had a very bad feeling. After 2 hours, Fujin was badly regretting the decision he made in the morning. He thought, which fucking demon put the thoughts of turning up the pressure of the seal to fucking 25% for the morning run to this training ground? When the training finally ended at 9 a.m., Hoka and Fujin dropped to the ground. They could barely even move any muscle. Mieko had already dropped unconscious some time earlier. Neither Fujin nor Hoka were aware when exactly, but Renjiro picked her up and laid her under a tree. Fujin would have screamed for child protection laws, but he was too tired to even think about it. He noticed that Mieko got up a few minutes after the training ended, and that felt very fishy for some reason. Looking at that sight, Renjiro chuckled internally. He said, "No need to overreact so much. It was merely a light morning workout. Now get up and move under that tree." They both barely got up and wobbled somehow to those trees and sat there, while resting their backs on the trunk of the tree. Renjiro then tossed a couple of ration bars and a water bottle to all three and said, "You can rest here for the next hour. Eat those ration bars and hydrate yourself, preferably after half an hour. I'll meet you here again at 10. He then flickered away. As soon as he left, both Fujin and Hoka slid down and began sleeping. This pissed Mieko, who said loudly, "Wake up you two, we can't sleep all day." That woke the two of them up. Hoka dismissively replied, "We didn't sleep for over an hour during the workout." Fujin continued in the same tone, "Yeah, wake us up after 30 to 40 minutes. And they both went back to sleep. Mieko was very annoyed and made some noise, but both were too tired to respond to her antics and just ignored her. After around half an hour, Mieko woke them both up. As soon as they woke up, they ate the ration bars and emptied the water bottle. The short nap brought their energy levels up, but didn't do much to stop the muscle ache all over the body. Fujin sighed and said, "I think every single muscle in my body is aching." Hoka replied, Yeah, same here. I don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon. Fujin replied, especially if this has to be done every morning. That sentence scared both Hoka and Mieko. Mieko asked, no way, right? Unlike you two, I didn't even last the whole workout. How will we do this daily? Fujin chuckled internally and thought, poor girl. She is totally freaked out. Ha ha ha. Still, this sensei. I was upset at not getting a chance to meet Guy and hence not having any opportunity to learn from him. But with this, I don't think it was such a bad thing to not meet him. As insane as this workout was, Guy, probably, still beats this by a long distance. Otherwise there's no way he'd learn the 8 inner gates all the way to the 8th gate. Hoka tried to console Mieko and said, don't worry. I have been doing such physical workouts for years. After some time, our body will get used to it. And the results will be worth it. That calmed Mieko down a bit. However, Fujin thought, now that I think about it, this is a good opportunity to curb her Uchiha pride a bit. He countered Hoka by saying, I don't think that will be the case with Renjiro-sensei. If we get anywhere near being comfortable with this workout, he'll probably change it. Even if that isn't the case, he could just make us increase the pressure on our body. That again freaked Mieko out. She quickly asked, but can't we fool sensei by lying about how much pressure we have applied? Hoka commented, yeah, we can. There's no way for others to check it. However, Fujin countered again, even if he can't check it, he'll understand by how tired we are after the workout. So though we could fake the pressure, I don't think we can fool an elite jounin about how difficult the workout is. On being countered again, Hoka wondered what Fujin was up to. He thought, I'm going out of my way to make her feel better, but Fujin is making her more and more scared. He thought for a bit, but couldn't think of anything and let it go, whatever, I don't care. Still though, for a physical workout to push me to this extent, I need to get stronger. Mieko tried to think of more ways out, but couldn't think of anything. She had one thought which she was planning to ask her teammates, can we ask sensei to decrease the difficulty of the workout? However, her pride didn't allow her to say that. She decided, fine. I'll just work harder and improve my physique. I'm the only one to graduate from my class, which shows how much better I am as compared to others. There's no way a single routine will stop me from achieving my dream. Fujin didn't see the look of determination on both his teammates. His body was still very sore to pay much attention to them. However, another person did. Chapter 39, Rank C Wind Release Jutsus. Renjiro was hiding nearby and watching his young students. Looking at the determined looks of Hoka and Mieko, he smiled thinking excellent. With this determination, their power will increase very rapidly. Sadly, Fujin isn't looking that determined. He thought a bit and concluded, well, just because there's no determined look on him doesn't mean that he's discouraged. Though he did speak about future challenges, it didn't seem like he wanted to back away. Anyways, I should get a better idea after a few more sessions. If he isn't determined, then I have a few ways to make him determined. If Fujin knew his sensei's plans for him, he would have shuddered. When just 5 minutes of break was left, Fujin and Hoka got up and began stretching. Mieko copied them. They weren't sure which crazy session awaited them, and decided to loosen up their muscles. Renjiro soon appeared in front of them and said, before we begin with the next session, let's talk about your routines first. Renjiro then discussed everyone's routine one by one. He planned to train them from 5 am to 9 am and from 10 am to noon. For Fujin, there'd be additional 3 hours of training from 2 pm to 5 pm. He modified everyone's routines to fit his own training plans. He also recommended everyone their diets. And that involved a lot of ration bars. Renjiro recommended them to eat one at 4:15 am, 2 at 9:30 am and another 1 or 2 during lunch. He explained that ration bars were created for ninjas who'd be on very long missions away from Konoha. So they have absolutely everything necessary that a ninja must consume. Apart from that, food items rich in proteins were recommended by him. Fujin groaned a bit at his schedule. He thought, no freaking way. Since when did Jounin sensei begin spending so much time to train their genins? Heck, apart from Kakashi teaching Sasuke Chidori, and Guy teaching Lee, I don't think any of the remaining 10 were taught anything significant at all by their sensei. With him practically taking my whole day, I won't have any time to keep practicing Fuinjutsu or learn any new ninjutsu. I am not sure if the trade-off is worth it. He thought a bit more and sighed, I don't really have a say here, I really hope that the trade-off is worth it. Renjiro began the next training session. Considering how tired his students were, Renjiro decided to let them have it easy. The session focused on teamwork and team formations. Nothing fancy, just the application of what they were taught in the academy. At noon, Renjiro stopped the training and gathered everyone. He then said, Fujin, for today, we'll skip your sword practice. I have another assignment for you. All 3 of you will visit the library and decide what you guys want to learn over the next year. We will discuss it tomorrow. And don't forget, we'll have daily training sessions here at 5 am. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko nodded and thanked him. Hoka and Mieko left for their home, whereas Fujin went over to Yakiniku-Q for lunch. Fujin did train hard over the past 5 years. However, nothing came close to what he went through today. Despite the pain, he was actually looking forward to how much stronger this training would make him. After lunch, he went over to the library. He entered the section C of the library and began searching for wind release jutsus. He also wanted to look at rank C earth release jutsus, but he thought, that old freak can sneak up without me even sensing. And given that he has given us this task, I wouldn't be surprised if he is keeping an eye here. I'll just check the rest sometime later. What surprised him was that the number of rank C wind release jutsus exceeded the number of rank D and rank E wind release jutsus. On going through all of them, he made a list. The list of rank C wind release jutsus was Gale Palm Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Wind Cutter Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu, Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu. He had already learned Great Breakthrough Jutsu. So he read the scrolls of the remaining jutsus to get a better understanding of them. After reading, he concluded so Gale Palm Jutsu is basically just a more advanced form of Gale Surge Jutsu. It does provide 360 degrees coverage, but its power is still lacking. Not to mention, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu is a much better defensive jutsu. Not only does it defend, but it also reflects back all attacks made on it. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu is similar to Body Flicker Jutsu. The body moves along with a gale of wind. It's an escape jutsu. And the user can move over a kilometer. Wind Cutter Jutsu and Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu are offense-oriented jutsus. Wind Cutter basically just uses wind to cut through the enemies. And Faithful Wind Blade needs a sword or kunai or any blade as a base. Using that, it creates a 10 feet long blade of wind. Since it is made of wind, it is almost weightless, and is very sharp and difficult to block. I guess the jutsu that Baki used was a more advanced form of this jutsu. Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu is a battlefield control jutsu and can be used to restrict enemies. Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu and Wind Dragon Jutsu sound incredibly fun. A wind sphere has to be made, and then the caster has to make a wolf or a dragon from that sphere. But both jutsus take different routes ahead. In Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, I can make more wolves as I get stronger. Whereas, in Wind Dragon Jutsu, the dragon can shoot out Wind Explosion Jutsu. He began analyzing, once again, these jutsus are very interesting. Most of these jutsus aren't restricted by their ranks, and can perform even as good as an rank S jutsu if the caster is strong enough and has mastered these jutsus to their limits. In fact, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu and Wind Dragon Jutsu are classified as rank CS, depending on how strong their user is. At rank C, Spinning Shield of Wind can only deflect weapons back. But as it is made stronger, it can reflect low-level ninjutsu back, and at its peak, it is said to be able to reflect even rank A jutsus back. For Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, it's about the number of wolves that can be formed. At rank C, only one can be formed. But at rank S, the caster can make hundreds of these wolves. Something that'll be incredibly useful against an army. For Wind Dragon Jutsu, it's about the size of the dragon and the number of wind explosion jutsus it can spit out. According to the scroll, someone with large amounts of chakra and excellent chakra control could make a dragon that is over a kilometer long and can shoot out hundreds of wind explosion jutsus. Even though the other jutsus aren't stated to be able to reach such a level, I can imagine them to be much stronger. For instance, for Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, the size of the wind blade could be extended even further. Or it could be made much sharper. Similarly, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu could probably be used to move tens of kilometers away. He then calmed himself and thought, the only issue is, why haven't I heard about anyone using these jutsus? Even if these jutsus have that potential, if no one can reach it, then there must be some issue. He analyzed for a few minutes and concluded, I guess using my memories about Naruto is very unreliable. Also, it is very likely that Wind Affinity ninjas in Konoha do practice these jutsus, just that I'm not aware of them. Not surprising. But I do want to know if there was even one character in the past who used these jutsus to their full potential. He noticed, I lost my focus. Let me first decide which jutsus to learn. After analyzing, he decided, I will learn Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu. I don't need the battlefield control that Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu provides currently. And for defense, Escaping into the Ground and Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu are better options than Gale Palm Jutsu. Wind Cutter Jutsu could have been useful, but I have another idea. While analyzing the jutsus, Fujin noticed two peculiarities. His thoughts were, wouldn't Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu be a better option than Chakra Flow? It makes me wonder if instead of sending a slash of Chakra, I could use this to send a slash of wind in Samurai Saber techniques. Also, can this be used in conjunction with Chakra Flow? The others are Wind Dragon Jutsu and Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. The starting point of both of these jutsus is the same. So can I create wolves that shoot out wind explosion jutsu, or can I create multiple dragons? These ideas intrigued him a lot. He decided to experiment with them when he was strong enough to do so. After deciding the jutsus to learn, Fujin thought, alright, decision made. Now I'll dig up this entire library to see if anyone ever used these jutsus to their limits or not. He got up to keep the scrolls back. On getting up he noticed, Miyako's here? I didn't even notice. He then tried to sense and noticed, oh, Hoka is here too. And he is in section D. Chapter 40, Second Kazekage. Both Hoka and Miyako had arrived in the library sometime after Fujin. Unlike Fujin, they had guidance from their ninja parents. As they were talented enough, they were also guided by their respective clan elders. So they hadn't visited the village's library before, as all their jutsus were directly taught to them. However, this time, respecting Renjiro's wishes, the elders allowed these kids to go and research in the village library. Of course, they would discuss Miyako and Hoka's plans with them before they talked to Renjiro. Hoka was reading the scroll on body flicker jutsu in section D. He thought, sigh, the library is full of ninjutsu. I tried reading scrolls on taijutsu, but they suck. Nothing comes close to our gentle fist style. Sigh, I don't want to waste my time on ninjutsu. I'll just tell sensei that I will learn body flicker jutsu. It was very cool when Fujin just blitzed everywhere. Also, if my enemy knows this jutsu, I won't be able to even touch him. Though father would probably still yell on me. Can't they get that I want to focus only on taijutsu? Mieko, on the other hand, had directly arrived in Section C and began looking for more fire release jutsus. She thought, why did my father make me search through jutsus here? Couldn't they just teach me stronger jutsus? However, while searching, she found something that surprised her. She thought, fire release, 4? Why is this jutsu in Section C? Shouldn't it be a rank B jutsu and fire release, 5 jutsu be a rank A jutsu? She took the scroll and began reading it. On reading it, she was very satisfied, she thought finally. This jutsu finally has some power behind it. The fire release, 4 jutsu was similar to fire release, 2 jutsu. Point 2 fingers and release a heat ray. However, in this stage the power was much higher. It was comparable to using a very hot kunai. Mieko thought, with this, I could compete with Hoka and Fujin in close combat. Getting hit by this will be very painful and it'll be very hard to dodge in close range. Though I don't like to admit it, both of them are much stronger than me physically. And Hoka's gentle fist style is difficult to counter despite having Sharingan. With this jutsu, I could become as strong as them in close combat and I am already superior to them in ranged combat. She then looked for other jutsus. And decided to learn Flame Sphere Jutsu and Fireproof Jutsu thinking, I don't have any defensive jutsus. So these might be a bit useful. Fujin ignored his teammates and began his search with the Kazekages. He wasn't aware much about the Kazekages. He thought, the syllabus didn't focus much on the past Kazekages. In fact, they didn't talk about which jutsus were used by any foreign kage. I do recall Gaara, his father, and the third Kazekage. However, not much was shown. Gaara manipulated sand, Raza manipulated gold and his predecessor manipulated iron. And all their combat was based around that. I hope the first and second aren't the same. Also it isn't probable for third and fourth Kazekages to not know anything else. It took him a while to gather all the data on the 3 Kazekages. He had already read about Raza in the bingo book. Sadly, the bingo book didn't maintain information on the dead. After almost 2 hours of going through various scrolls and trying to summarize it, Fujin understood. I see. So the first Kazekage was a user of magnet release Kekii Genkai. He was the one who created Tsunagakuer. And unlike Hashirama, he did it with an iron fist. Many tribes and clans in the vicinity were forced to join in or evacuate. It seems like he wanted to keep the position of Kazekage within his clan as he had announced his second son as his successor. Sadly for him, Tobirama killed all 3 of his sons in a clash in the First War. And later on, he was killed by the second Tsuchikage's dust release in the same war. Not having anyone strong enough in the clan, they had to appoint a student of the first Kazekage as the second Kazekage. And at the same time, they began raising the first Kazekage's grandson for the third Kazekage's position. Though all the Kazekages have been an expert at wind release, it was the second one who was a true master of the wind. It seems that the legends from these scrolls came from him. In order to defend an important location, he had created a wind dragon so huge that its tail couldn't be seen at all. He could also create hundreds of wolves to attack enemy armies. He could fly, and had clashed with the second Tsuchikage a few times. And it seems like all the Danzo's vacuum jutsus came from the second Kazekage too. However, towards the end of the First War, Tobirama killed the second Kazekage. Though, despite that, they didn't surrender and retreated back into their deserts, where no one dared to march on them. So, how exactly did Konoha get these jutsus? It's very unlikely for Konoha and Suna to both have these jutsus. So either Suna or, more likely, Konoha stole it from the other. Fujin thought a bit and reached 3 conclusions. Well, either Tobirama had an Uchiha keep an eye on him and copy his jutsus, or, Tobirama used Impure World Resurrection to get those jutsus from him, or Suna was asked to hand these jutsus over after their disastrous loss in the Second War. Knowing Tobirama, I'd say it is very likely that he employed both the first two ways and Hiruzen took the opportunity provided in the Second War to show that Konoha has acquired these jutsus in a proper manner. Of course, I can't be sure that this is what happened. Either way, it does seem that the potential of these wind release jutsus is very real. Still, the first Great Ninja War was so brutal. At the end of the war, every village had to elect their third Kage. Only Tobirama and the second Raikage were alive, but they were killed during the peace talks when the Gold and Silver brothers revolted. Probably that's why the next wars weren't that intense. No Kage died in the Second Great Ninja War and the Third Raikage was the only Kage to die in the Third Great Ninja War. I guess they did learn some form of constraint. Makes me wonder if the First War is the reason why Hiruzen talks so much about peace and why Oniki chose to just watch and be known as the fence-sitter instead of being more proactive. On validating the potential of the jutsus, Fujin decided to read one scroll up entirely to understand how the jutsu should be learnt. After analyzing, he decided I'll start with Faithful Windblade Jutsu. It should assist in my samurai saber techniques training with Renjiro. Though, I'll need to confirm it with him first. Mieko and Hoka had already left the library when Fujin was searching for information on the Kazekages. When Hoka reached home, his father asked, "So what have you decided to learn?" Hoka put up a very serious face, and said, "Father, I have decided to learn Body Flicker Jutsu." And then he paused. His father kept waiting to hear his son's further plans, but Hoka didn't speak. He asked, "And?" Hoka showed a confused expression and asked, "And what?" He impatiently asked, "What will you learn in addition to Body Flicker Jutsu?" Hoka again put up a very serious face and said, "I'll learn more Taijutsu." This statement finally broke his father's stoic expression, and got Hoka a punch right on his head. He then dragged his son to his clan's library to pick out more jutsus for him. A similar scenario took place at Mieko's home. Her parents were happy with her choice to learn Fire Release, 4 jutsu. But for the rest, her mother told her, those 2 jutsus don't provide much defense. Flame Sphere will at best help you defend against one attack, and Fireproof jutsus will only make you immune to Fire Release jutsus. Actually, Fire Element doesn't provide a good defense. Why don't you learn Earth or Water Release jutsus for defense? Mieko thought about what her parents said and agreed. She said, "All right, but I also want to learn Flame Sphere and Fireproof." Knowing their daughter's talent, her parents agreed. They then went to the Uchiha library to pick more jutsus. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Importance of Rank C Jutsus. The next day again began with the brutal morning workout. At 10 a.m., Renjiro asked, "So what have you guys decided to learn?" Mieko, wanting to talk first, quickly said, "Sensei, I've decided to learn Fire Release, 4 jutsu, Flame Sphere jutsu, Fireproof jutsu, Earth Military Movement jutsu and Hiding Like a Mole jutsu." Renjiro nodded and asked, "Why?" Mieko said, "I already know Fire Release, 3 jutsu, so Fire Release, 4 is the next step. It'll also be a very strong option in close combat. Earth Military Movement jutsu and Hiding Like a Mole jutsu are to evade an enemy attack, and once I'm underground, it'll be a strong defense too. And if I have jumped and can't reach the ground, then I'll use Flame Sphere jutsu to defend. And Fireproof jutsu would help me become immune to Fire Release jutsus." On hearing her reason, Fujin thought, "Hehe, she memorized the whole thing. Still Hiding Like a Mole jutsu. I should learn that one. I hope that jutsu has some way to breathe underground. Though I did develop a few ways to ensure cracks in the surface to allow some flow of air underground, it is not very reliable." Renjiro too noticed the memorized answer and sighed internally. They still assisted her in the decision. Though this plan should be good enough. He then said, "That should be good enough. However, you will train to be able to perform Fire Release, 4 jutsu without any hand signs. Mieko was confused, without any hand signs? How and why? Renjiro replied, do you think that your enemies will wait for you to perform your hand signs when you are in a close combat? As to how, don't worry. I'll teach you. Mieko was very intrigued by it and nodded excitedly. He then looked over to Fujin. Fujin said, I've decided to learn Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu. This surprised Renjiro a bit. He thought, that's surprising. He wants to learn 5 rank C Wind Release Jutsu? I did have plans to suggest a couple of jutsus in case he chose only 1 or 2. I suppose this will be good too. I'll just teach those to him sometime later. Though Renjiro hit it soon, Fujin did notice him getting surprised. He sighed internally, I would have preferred to train in them in secret, but he barely allows me any free time to do that. So if I only mentioned 1 or 2, then there's a chance that I might be stuck with only those for some time. Renjiro then nodded and asked, why? Fujin replied, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu will help me defend from frontal assaults and even counterattack. Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon Jutsu will allow me to attack from a distance and control the battlefield. And I could attack from both land and the sky with them. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu is an escape jutsu. As for Faithful Wind Blade, I think that it'll complement samurai saber techniques well, so I plan to start with it. Renjiro thought, very good, considering that he didn't have anyone to guide him. 2 jutsus very long range, 1 defensive, 1 close range and 1 escape jutsus, and he already has 2 usable mid-range jutsus. He then commented, good thinking. But, later on, you'll also have to learn your second element. Wind is good for offense, but not very good for defense. Also, don't learn Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu right now. While it will complement samurai saber techniques, but that's only after you've mastered it. Right now it'll become an obstacle instead. Start with Wind Dragon Jutsu. Fujin nodded and asked, why should Wind Dragon Jutsu be learned first? Wouldn't it be easier to learn Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu first and then learn Wind Dragon Jutsu? Renjiro was impressed with the question. He answered, I have some plans for your Wind Dragon Jutsu. So don't worry about it. As for the learning order, once you learn Wind Dragon Jutsu, it'll be much easier to learn Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. Fujin nodded while thinking, yeah, but that doesn't make learning Wind Dragon Jutsu any easier. Renjiro then looked at Hoka. Hoka said, I've decided to learn Body Flicker Jutsu, Stone Shuriken Jutsu, Rockthorn Bed Jutsu, Rockthorn Launch Jutsu and Water Shuriken Jutsu. Both Fujin and Mieko noticed the sorrowful tone of Hoka. Renjiro thought, I know you don't like ninjutsu, but is there a need to look at me like I owe you a million ryo? He ignored that and thought about the jutsus. Just like us, the Hyugas focus on earth and water elements too. The gentle fist style has both the sturdiness of earth and the flexibility of water. So even if they don't have those affinities, they are still trained in those elements. Luckily for him, he does have the earth affinity. Still, he chose only 1 rank C jutsu. All others are rank D. I guess I need to take it slow with this kid. Renjiro asked once again, why? Hoka replied the answer that his father had made him memorize, Body Flicker is to increase my speed. My gentle fist style is restricted by range. So I can use Body Flicker to force the enemy into close combat. And if an enemy stays barely outside my range, then I can engage him with Stone Shuriken Jutsu. If the fight is on water, then I can engage him with Water Shuriken Jutsu. Rockthorn Bed Jutsu is to stop the enemies from running away, and Rockthorn Launch Jutsu is in case the enemy jumps to avoid the rock thorns. Renjiro nodded and thought, the usual Hyuga tactic of using Rockthorn Bed Jutsu for the reverse purpose. Though I'll have to make him learn more rank C earth and water release jutsus. Renjiro then looked at all 3 of his students and said, I'll now explain to you why I made you go through this exercise. But first, tell me, which rank jutsu would you guys like to use? Mieko replied immediately, I'd like to learn and use rank S jutsu. She then looked at Renjiro with hopeful eyes. Renjiro chuckled internally and looked at the other two kids. Fujin was in thought, and Hoka appeared tense. Hoka, while sweating, said, "Ra. Rank D jutsus are enough for me." Mieko glared at Hoka for saying that. Renjiro then looked at Fujin and asked, "Fujin?" Fujin looked at his sensei and said, "I'd like to use rank AORS jutsus too. But I'm not sure of how much chakra they would need. If just using one rank S jutsu completely drains my chakra, then it's kinda pointless, isn't it?" Renjiro smiled on hearing that answer. Perfect. This kid's analytical ability is very good. Renjiro said, "You are right. This exercise is for you guys to find the jutsus most suited for you. No matter what rank ninja you become in the future, the jutsus you'll use the most are rank C jutsus. The reason is that the jutsus that are rank B and above drain a lot of chakra and affect your ability to fight for long." He waited a few moments for the genins to understand. He continued, "So, in the future, how good of a ninja you become will depend on how good you are at using the rank C jutsus you have." He then looked at Mieko and said, "It isn't about the number of rank C jutsus you know, but about how good you are at using them." He then looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, use your great breakthrough jutsu on those trees." Fujin nodded, made the hand signs, and released his great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu created a lot of winds, causing the branches to shake wildly and a lot of leaves and twigs to fall down. The winds left deep cuts in most trees. After a minute, the winds died down. Fujin thought, "All right, that's about 25% of my full power with this jutsu." Renjiro said, "Good, now watch this." Renjiro then made one hand sign, and then used great breakthrough jutsu himself. The power behind his jutsu was easily over 10 times of what Fujin had done. The winds went through a few trees. 3 trees were uprooted. And even though the jutsu wasn't directed at them, Fujin, Hoka and Mieko all felt those winds and had to hold on to the ground. Hoka and Mieko were very shocked by what they saw. Whereas Fujin had only one thought, "Isn't this illegal deforestation? Someone call the cops and the media." "Old man, Hashirama is no longer alive to just create more trees out of thin air?" Mieko asked enthusiastically, "But how? Why is your jutsu so much stronger than Fujin's?" Renjiro replied, "Because I have mastered this jutsu to a greater degree than Fujin." Fujin rebuked internally, "Incorrect, old man, you still had to use one hand sign. You just charged the jutsu with way more chakra than I did or can. Though I guess you were more efficient in chakra use." Renjiro continued, "And this wasn't my full power. Nor have I completely mastered this jutsu. Had it been Lord Hokage, then he could have leveled this whole forest with just this jutsu." Mieko, Fujin, and Hoka were very surprised and excited at that information. Or at least the other two were. Fujin sighed internally thinking, "Hiruzen is a lot scarier here than in Naruto. I really wonder if Orochimaru will really be able to kill him or not." Satisfied with his students' reactions, Renjiro said, "So this is why you need to focus on learning and mastering the proper rank C jutsus. In the future, these jutsus are what you'll be using the most. Of course, it doesn't mean that you should not learn higher rank jutsus. The additional power they provide is very useful. However, if you don't have a good set of rank C jutsus mastered, then you won't ever be able to become truly strong." Mieko and Fujin nodded, but Hoka still looked a bit reluctant. Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, "Hoka, no matter how good you become at taijutsu, you'll never become a strong ninja without mastering a few good rank C jutsus." Hoka looked down and softly murmured, "Even without ninjutsu I can still become a very strong ninja." Renjiro sighed and said, "All right, we will have one spar between Fujin and you right now." Mieko pouted as she wasn't involved in the spar. Renjiro made Hoka and Fujin take their positions. While they were heading towards their position, Renjiro secretly whispered to Fujin. Chapter 42, Fujin vs Hoka. Hoka and Fujin were facing each other and were 10 meters apart. Renjiro announced, "You can use everything you know in this spar. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu are all allowed. But don't hurt each other fatally." Both kids nodded. Renjiro announced, "Fight." As soon as he said that, Hoka activated his Byakugan and rushed forward as fast as he could to engage Fujin in close combat. However, Fujin just flickered away. On gaining sufficient distance, he prepared one wind explosion jutsu in each hand. On seeing that, Hoka stopped and quickly started using hand signs for rock shield jutsu. Fujin recognized the hand signs and threw one wind sphere on Hoka. That put a lot of pressure on Hoka, but he managed to create the rock shield in time. The wind sphere hit the rock shield and exploded, creating a lot of winds. Seeing that his jutsu worked, Hoka sighed in relief, and put his guard down for a moment. That turned out to be a mistake, as Hoka's Byakugan saw a wind sphere heading towards him from the left. He tried to jump away quickly, but the wind sphere exploded near him. The explosion created more winds, which hit Hoka while he was in the air. The winds threw him off course, causing him to fall badly. Hoka quickly got on his feet, only to see one more wind sphere headed straight towards him. This time, he didn't jump and instead tried running away. However, more and more wind spheres kept heading towards him. For the next 15 seconds, Hoka just kept dodging. The winds created by the explosion had created small scratches all over his body, and his clothes were in a very bad shape. Finally Hoka adjusted himself, and began dodging the wind spheres properly. He used his Byakugan to see the wind spheres as soon as they were launched, and dodged in the right directions. Fujin thought, "Excellent. The rate at which I'm creating the wind spheres is just 1/5 of what I'm truly capable of, while their power is 1/3 of their max power. Still he's struggling so badly. Oh well, time to end this farce I guess." Fujin halved the number of wind spheres he was throwing. This allowed Hoka to close the distance between him and Fujin. He thought, finally. He slowed down. Time to finish him with my gentle fist. When the distance between the two was just 10 meters, Fujin began moving backwards. Hoka thought, it'll be annoying if he creates the distance again and increased his speed. However, Fujin quickly made a few hand signs. Seeing Fujin making hand signs, Hoka tried to increase his speed further, however, he quickly realized and panicked. He quickly tried making hand signs for rock shield jutsu, but it was too late. Fujin, who was merely a few meters ahead of him, blew strong winds straight at him. The resultant winds blew Hoka back with force. Renjiro, who was planning to jump in, noticed, "I see. Fujin put a very low amount of chakra in the jutsu. And it seems like he also made it very mild. Had he used as much force as he displayed earlier, that jutsu could have maimed Hoka." The winds blew Hoka around 50 meters back. Though Fujin tried to limit its power, Hoka still got dragged along the ground, causing him a lot of scratches which bled. After the winds subsided, Fujin picked up a small pebble nearby and threw it at Hoka. As Fujin had expected, Hoka still got up and wanted to fight more. He noticed the pebble heading towards him and stepped aside. He was about to rush towards Fujin again, however, the pebble suddenly took a hard turn and headed straight at him. Hoka couldn't react and the pebble hit him straight on his chest. It didn't cause any damage to Hoka, but Renjiro announced, "That's enough. Winner is Fujin." On hearing that, Hoka dropped to his knees dejectedly. Though he didn't want to admit it, he knew that if Fujin had used a shuriken instead of a pebble, he'd have been injured very badly. This loss hit him hard. Fujin expected it, and so did Renjiro. During the 4 years of his academy, Hoka had never lost a fight to any of his classmates. In his second graduation exam, he even beat his seniors. However, this time he was defeated, and he never even had a chance. Looking at Hoka's crestfallen expression, Renjiro sighed, "While I expected this result, I didn't think it'd be so bad." He didn't even have a chance. He then looked at Fujin and thought, this kid though. Even though I asked him to maintain distance while fighting, I didn't expect him to do this well. He controlled the flow of the whole battle, and had Hoka moving exactly how he wanted. He even threw a sphere on Hoka's defense on purpose, just to get his guard down. There's a lot more to this kid than we thought. Hehe, it makes me very interested in his future. Perhaps in the next Great War, he might be an important figure. He then looked at Hoka and said, so, do you understand now why ninjutsu is important? Hoka looked up at his sensei. Renjiro continued, your opponent used 2 rank D and 1 rank C jutsu. One was a movement jutsu and the other 2 were mid-range jutsu. While you only used 1 defensive rank E jutsu. You specialize in taijutsu, but you didn't even get a chance to engage your enemy in taijutsu. Hoka nodded sadly. Renjiro then put up a kind smile and said reassuringly, I know that you like taijutsu a lot. And I support your enthusiasm for it. But you need to know ninjutsu too in order to be able to use your taijutsu effectively. There hasn't been any ninja who has become strong by only focusing on taijutsu and neglecting everything else. While he was saying that, he secretly thought, though there was one ninja who could challenge what I said. Might do, he killed 4 swordsmen of the mist and forced the remaining 3 to run away. Just like Minato was credited for our victory against IWA, Do can be credited for our victory over Kiri. They never dared to ever fight us again after that incident. Though, I would still stand by what I said to Hoka. Despite Do being as strong as he was, he still struggled at completing normal missions. Not knowing any good genjutsu or ninjutsu and just depending on taijutsu is a bad idea. His son, despite preferring taijutsu and mostly using it, does know a decent amount of ninjutsu. But if his taijutsu keeps advancing at the same rate, he might make what I said invalid. Hoka nodded his head and said with determination, yes sensei. I will work hard on my ninjutsu too. Renjiro kept his kind smile, and sighed in relief internally, finally, I got another kid on the right track. I have to admit. The old man's tactics in handling kids are the best. No wonder he was able to train 3 Sunnins. Anyways, my team is finally set. He then looked at all 3 of his students and said, I hope all of you have realized the importance of rank C jutsus by now. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko nodded. Renjiro continued, in terms of ninjutsu, your next focus will be on learning and mastering rank C jutsus. Until I say otherwise, none of you will attempt to learn a rank B or higher jutsu. He then advised the kids more and ended the day by saying, this will be your today's assignment. Fujin, you and Mieko will take Hoka to the village hospital and see that his wounds are tended to. And Fujin, meet me here at 2 p.m. He then flickered away. On the way to the hospital, Hoka was walking in an awkward manner. The morning training followed by getting several cuts took its toll. Seeing him wobble, Fujin said, sorry about that. Hoka replied, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Mieko said, yeah, it's just a few cuts. Stop wobbling and walk faster. Hoka, however, replied with his usual stoic face, perhaps if I slept for over 2 hours during the morning workout, I might have been able to walk properly. Hearing that, Fujin chuckled, while Mieko became very embarrassed. Fujin and Mieko accompanied Hoka in the hospital. Hoka was asked to go to a ward. First a civilian doctor arrived, and cleaned all his wounds up. 5 minutes after the doctor left, a medical ninja arrived and healed all the cuts on him and advised him to take rest for the remaining day. Fujin observed the entire process, and then looked at Mieko with a hint of jealousy. He sighed thinking, if only I had the Sharingan. I'd have just copied mystical palm jutsu and been done with it. They then said farewell to each other and left. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Training under an Elite Jounin. In the afternoon, Fujin visited the training grounds where Renjiro trained him in the basics of samurai saber techniques. Next day again began with the same workout. At 10 a.m., Renjiro said, "Today, we will begin learning new jutsus. Hoka, you'll begin with Rockthorn Bed Jutsu. Fujin, you'll start with Wind Dragon Jutsu, and Mieko, you'll start with Fire Release, 4 Jutsu." The kids nodded. Renjiro then made a hand sign and prepared 3 shadow clones. Each of the shadow clones took a scroll from the main body and then took 1 genin. Hoka stayed at the same place, whereas Fujin and Mieko were moved to a different location in the training ground. The clones then gave the scroll to the genins, and asked them to read and start attempting the jutsu. As the kids began to learn them, the clone constantly kept a watch, and gave tips and advice when they felt the need to. The training under Renjiro continued in this manner. The morning workout remained the same. Whereas, in the 10 a.m. to noon session, Renjiro alternated between training them in team formations and ninjutsu training. In the afternoons, Renjiro trained Fujin with the sword. And from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Fujin trained by himself. He either practiced the jutsu he was learning, or fought against his shadow clones. Fujin found the training under Renjiro to be very helpful. Even though Fujin was already able to perform a few jutsus without hand signs, getting tips from Renjiro on the same helped him optimize it even further. Learning new jutsu became much easier too due to the tips Renjiro gave. He learned the Wind Dragon Jutsu in a week, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu in 2 days, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu in 9 days and Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu in 3 days. The rank C jutsus provided some challenge for Fujin. Wind Dragon and Spinning Shield of Wind was difficult to learn. Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, however, was very easy to learn after having learnt Wind Dragon Jutsu. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu too was very similar to Body Flicker Jutsu. Only, instead of depending on their own force, the user had to create a gust of wind and use it to move. Its range was larger than Body Flicker Jutsu. Fujin was instantly able to move 300 meters away with the aid of this jutsu. Another advantage was that it didn't leave any traces behind for the enemy to track. While right now, Fujin could escape better by spamming Body Flicker Jutsu, he was sure that once he mastered this jutsu, it'll be much better at escaping than Body Flicker Jutsu. His sword skills too had improved drastically. He and Renjiro decided on the length of the swords Fujin should get. It was 57 centimeters. After 3 weeks as a genin, Fujin received the 2 samurai swords he was promised. He was called to the Hokage's office along with Renjiro and given the swords. Fujin did note the fact that Hiruzen took every opportunity he could in order to make the kids more loyal to Konoha. In the training grounds, he held the 2 swords. Even though he wasn't an expert in swords, he clearly felt that these 2 were much better in quality. On that day, Renjiro began teaching Fujin chakra flow. Fujin, who already knew it, calmed himself and acted like it was the first time he was seeing it. He thought, I am not sure I can hide my skill from him. I guess I should just not do what I know and follow his instructions to the T. Luckily for Fujin, Renjiro's methods to create chakra flow was much different from what he had tried. It was also much more suitable. So he just honestly tried that method. Due to the method being different, he struggled initially. However, once he got a hang of it, the remaining phase was extremely easy for him. In merely 3 days, he managed to flow his chakra through his new swords. He noticed, wow, this is so easy with this sword. Renjiro, on the other hand, was very shocked. He thought, the hell? He learned chakra flow in merely 3 days? Even assuming that he trained at home, he couldn't have trained for more than 15 hours. He tried to make sense of it. Did he already know it? He tried analyzing, and concluded no, his struggle initially was very real. It's just that after he managed to do it a little bit, the rest became very easy for him. It's as if it was second nature to him. His analysis shocked him even further. He finally chuckled and thought, Master Mifune, it seems like I have picked up a student more talented than anyone in the Land of Iron. With that thought, he began laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. That laugh did attract Fujin's attention. He thought, did he notice? No, that shouldn't be it. I guess it's my talent. Sigh, there was no other choice. Still, he doesn't need to laugh like a retard. Renjiro noticed Fujin looking at him with a concerned look, as if he was wondering whether his sensei needed some medical attention. He said, "Don't worry about it, kid. I just recalled an old geezer who was bragging about the talents in his village. Anyways, now that you have learned chakra flow, we'll work towards mastering it. The intensity of the training too will increase a lot." Fujin nodded. From that day onwards, Renjiro became much more enthusiastic in teaching the samurai saber techniques to Fujin. That also meant that the training became much tougher. It almost became half as intense as the morning workout. Mieko and Hoka too made a lot of progress. Mieko learned all her jutsus within the first 2 weeks, whereas Hoka needed a month to learn his. Learning body flicker made Hoka a much better ninja. By the end of the month, Mieko finally managed to get through the entire morning workout. As soon as she did that, Renjiro asked her to start activating the training seal to 1% of its maximum capacity. Poor girl's joy at completing the workout quickly turned to horror. He had increased the pressure on Hoka's and Fujin's bodies too by making them increase the pressure of their seals to 32% and 15% respectively. A/N, I'll call that seal training seal from here onwards. Probably should have named it when I introduced it. Apart from the personal improvements, the squad had also improved as a team. Within the first week, all the basic 4-man and 3-man formations were drilled into the trio. After that, Renjiro began working on their teamwork and combination attacks. A lot of exercises and spars were conducted to improve teamwork. For combination attacks, Fujin and Mieko were made to combine Wind Dragon and Fire Dragon jutsus. It took a few days to learn, but the result was excellent. The Fire Dragon was enhanced by the Wind Dragon, nearly doubling its size. Its power was around 4 times the power of both the jutsus individually. The dragon could shoot wind explosion jutsu from its mouth, however, instead of normal wines, it was made of incredibly hot wines. On their first experiment, they nearly caused a forest fire. Luckily Renjiro was closely monitoring this training and quickly used waterfall jutsu to douse the fire. Seeing that, Fujin thought, "Isn't this very similar to Scorch style? I guess, only the power is lacking." Fujin looked at Renjiro and asked, "Sensei, is it possible for only one ninja to perform this combination jutsu? And I mean without using clones?" Mieko was very intrigued by this question and paid attention. Renjiro answered, "Yes, it is possible. You have to use both the nature transformations at the same time and release them together. One way to do it is by doing hand signs for Fire Dragon Jutsu with one hand, and for Wind Dragon Jutsu with the other. But don't worry about it for now. This is too advanced. You can't do it right now." This answer surprised Fujin. He quickly asked, "But sensei, wouldn't using 2 elements at the same time be a Kekii Genkai? How can anyone do that without having the bloodline?" Renjiro answered, "This ain't Kekii Genkai. It's merely using 2 elements to complement each other. For example, the Yuki clan has Ice Release Kekii Genkai. Ice Release is a combination of water and wind. However, if you combine wind and water dragons, all you get is a water dragon that cuts very sharply. There is no sign whatsoever of any ice forming. Combination jutsus merely enhance each other, whereas Kekii Genkai bring a qualitative change to create something very different." On hearing that answer, Fujin fell into his thoughts. "I see. So it's possible to combine jutsus in this manner. I didn't know it was possible. This does open up more options for me. I guess I need to start training other elements too. Wind works great with both fire and water. I wonder if it's possible to make it work along with lightning too. Sadly, I don't think there's a lot of scope in using the wind element with earth. I wonder when I'll be ready to learn this though. Would showing off all my cards make him teach it to me? Though, not having hidden cards in a world as dangerous as this will suck." He asked, "Sensei, when do you think I'll be ready for this? If I learn a second element now, would I be able to do this combination jutsu by myself? Renjiro shook his head and said, don't think about this right now. Think about this only after you become a jounin. Your skills in chakra control, chakra molding will need to improve a lot before you begin practicing this. The amount of chakra you have will also need to be much higher. So as I said earlier, for the time being, you'll only be mastering rank C jutsus. Fujin nodded dejectedly. Miyako too hung her head in disappointment on hearing this. Chapter 44, Combination Jutsus. One day, when the 10 a.m. session began, Renjiro said, I have taught you one combination jutsu. And you can see how strong it is. I want you guys to think about more jutsus you can use in combination with each other. It doesn't have to be as strong as Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu, but it should increase your capabilities in some way. So think about it, but don't experiment. I'll meet you guys at 11. He then flickered away, without giving anyone a chance to say anything. Hoka said, so what do we do? Fujin, who had already thought a few over the past couple of weeks, said, well, let's just think about it. And then discuss to see if everyone is fine with the idea. Miyako said, all right. After around 15 minutes, Miyako said, Hoka, can your water element mix with my fire element? Hoka asked in a confused manner, but how, won't my water douse your fire? Miyako smirked and said, no, it won't. Fish spit jutsu is the only one you have that can generate a small stream of water, and it is very weak compared to my jutsus. So my fire jutsu will evaporate all your water and create a lot of steam. Hoka fell into a thought after hearing it. Fujin was quite surprised with this suggestion. He thought, I didn't expect this brat to come up with something like this. He said, yeah, it'll generate a lot of steam, but can either of you control it? Both shook their heads. Fujin replied, in that case, that can only be used to create a cover and hide ourselves. Miyako sighed dejectedly and began thinking again. After a couple of minutes, Fujin said, I have one idea. We can create a double-layered defense. My spinning shield of wind jutsu can stop and reflect all thrown weapons and some weaker ninjutsu. However, if the enemy uses strong ninjutsu, it'll be breached. So my idea is to create a shield of wind, and right after that, Hoka will create a rock shield behind the shield to cover us further. Hoka thought and nodded, yes, that could work. However, Miyako groaned and said, hey, don't leave me out. Fujin chuckled and said, actually I have one more idea. Hoka, can you use your rock shield jutsu? Hoka was confused and asked, but didn't sensei tell us to not test anything? Fujin replied, he said that to prevent us from causing an accident. Just using rock shield jutsu will be fine. Also, quickly move behind a few meters after using the jutsu. Hoka nodded and got up. He performed the jutsu and quickly jumped back. Fujin thought, not fast enough. He then said, all right, do it again. Only this time, I'll throw a small pebble on you. Dodge that by moving backwards. Hoka made the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Fujin waited for the jutsu to be completed. As soon as it was completed, he threw the pebble on Hoka. Hoka quickly dodged back. Fujin nodded and said, all right, that's fast enough. Miyako asked, so what's the big idea? Fujin replied, I'm thinking that both of us should learn this jutsu too. If we do, then as soon as Hoka uses the jutsu and jumps back, one of us can create another rock shield behind his and repeat the same. This way a multi-tiered defense can be made on the fly. Another idea is, if all three of us can channel our chakra in the same rock shield, then will the shield become sturdier or will it become larger? If that works, then it'll be very useful too. Both Hoka and Miyako nodded and agreed. They began brainstorming once again and came up with a few more ideas. At 11 a.m., Renjiro reappeared. He asked, so, what did you guys think of? Fujin started, we came up with an idea of a multi-tiered defense. The basic idea is for me to use spinning shield of wind jutsu and Hoka to use the rock shield jutsu to create the rock shield behind my shield of wind. And we can create more tiers by having Hoka move back as soon as he creates the jutsu, and then Mieko could create another rock shield and repeat the same. Renjiro was actually surprised by this idea and asked, "What exactly are you planning to defend from?" Mieko and Hoka looked at Fujin, who replied, A very strong jutsu." Renjiro rebuked him saying, "If an enemy uses a jutsu so strong that you need to do this, then you are out of your league and need to retreat. Also, it's never a good idea to have everyone in the squad defending. Also, rock shield jutsu isn't the strongest defensive jutsu. There are many more which can do a much better job. For now, the combination of spinning shield of wind jutsu and one rock shield jutsu is enough. However, if you and Mieko want to learn rock shield jutsu, go for it. It's quite handy in combat." Fujin nodded and sighed internally. "I guess too much defense isn't a good thing after all." He said, "Another idea we came up with is for Hoka to use stone shuriken jutsu and for me to control them using projectile control jutsu." Renjiro nodded and said, "That should work. Anything else?" This time Mieko answered, "Sensei, I came up with the idea of Fujin throwing his wind explosion jutsus within my fireball jutsu. So the range of the explosion of my fireball will be extended considerably. The winds caused by wind explosion jutsu's explosion will make the flames of fireball go in all the directions randomly." Renjiro nodded again and said, "That's a good idea. However, Fujin, you will have to make your wind explosion jutsu much stronger if you want to help Mieko pull this off." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, sensei." Hoka suddenly said, "Sensei, I too came up with an idea. My idea is to throw stone shurikens within Fujin's great breakthrough jutsu and Mieko's fireball jutsu. That way, more chaos can be created and the enemy will have to be careful of the stone shurikens within those jutsus too." Renjiro replied, "I see. I won't recommend throwing your stone shurikens within the fireball jutsu. If the enemy dodges the fireball, then your jutsu will be dodged too. And if the fireball jutsu hits the enemy, then it'll do sufficient damage by itself anyways." Hoka nodded. Seeing that none of the kids were speaking, Renjiro asked, "Any more ideas?" All the kids shook their heads. Renjiro replied, "All right, that's sufficient for now. Begin practicing these combination jutsus. Fujin, make a shadow clone and have it practice the combination of stone shuriken jutsu and projectile control jutsu with Hoka. You and Mieko will practice together." The genins dispersed according to the instructions of their sensei. Renjiro too made a couple of shadow clones to keep a watch on them. Hoka and Fujin's clone weren't going to be an issue, however Fujin and Mieko were sure to start a few fires. He had no doubts regarding that. Hoka and Fujin's shadow clone moved to a different spot. The clone moved to different trees and marked a large X on them. They looked at each other and nodded. Both made the hand signs. Hoka launched his stone shurikens towards the various X's Fujin had marked and the clone tried to control those shurikens to hit the marks. However, the first problem, which Fujin knew, occurred. Hoka looked at Fujin and said, "So you really can control only 9 shurikens?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, just as I had said. And because these are stone shurikens and not as well made as a normal shuriken, controlling it is slightly more difficult. Anyways, let's try the second approach." Hoka nodded and launched stone shuriken jutsu again. This time, Fujin used projectile control jutsu to manipulate all the shurikens. He used it to change the direction of the shurikens towards the left. Hoka observed, this time all the shurikens changed direction. However, only 3 hit the mark, unlike 16 last time. Fujin nodded and replied, "Yeah, if I try to control all the shurikens, I can only move them in one direction. So there's not much control on any one shuriken. In fact, it also messes up the aim you have taken." Suddenly Renjiro's clone flickered behind Fujin and Hoka. 1 month of constant exposure to Renjiro suddenly flickering behind them had made them accustomed to it. Renjiro asked, "So, which approach are you going to use and in which scenario?" "Hoka, you answer first." Hoka began thinking. After a couple of minutes he said, "The first approach will be more useful if the number of enemies is less. The enemy will first have to dodge my initial aim, and then worry about the shurikens Fujin controls. The second method will be more useful when we are facing a lot of enemies. Sudden change in direction of all shurikens can result in a few casualties. Also, even if the enemy avoids it, they'll need to pay more attention to it, giving us more time." Renjiro nodded and looked at Fujin. Fujin replied, "Same answer. Just that, I should try and improve my control even further. In the first scenario, the result will probably be satisfactory. However, the second scenario still has a lot of scope for improvement. For instance, if, after I change direction of the shurikens, if I can then take control of a few shurikens to manipulate them even further, then I am sure I'll get some hits in and it won't be all just luck-based." Renjiro said, "Good, so keep practicing." Over at Mieko and Fujin, they too had begun their practice. Their practice was very straightforward. Mieko launched fireball jutsu, and Fujin threw 2 wind spheres at them from the rear. The wind sphere distorted the flames a bit, but it wasn't an issue. However, before the fireball exploded, the wind spheres left the fireball from the front. The fireball exploded as it normally did. The wind spheres however exploded with a lot more force due to the air being heated up and caused a small heat wave. Mieko spoke in an annoying manner, "Hey, your jutsu speed was too fast." Fujin countered, "Yours was too slow." This earned him a glare from the little girl. Fujin shrugged and said, "Let's try again." This time Fujin matched the timing properly, and both the jutsus exploded at the same time when the wind spheres were still in the fireball. The result was a bit surprising. Mieko said, "The power of the explosion decreased." Fujin nodded and added, "But its range increased. And the increase is totally random. In some directions, the flames extended twice more than usual, whereas in some directions, the range of flames was 7 times as high as usual." Suddenly, a jet of water was launched to douse the fires caused by the explosion. Renjiro's clone looked at them and said, "We are changing the location. Follow me." Fujin and Mieko ran behind the clone. On the way, the clone asked, "So, what are your thoughts on this jutsu?" Fujin replied, "Unpredictable. The enemy won't be able to guess the direction of the flames. If he gets careless, he'll end up with a few burns. Even if he is lucky or skilled enough to dodge them all, he'll be put under a lot of pressure." Mieko agreed, "Yes. Once he gets burned, we can dominate him." Renjiro asked, "Any scope for improvement?" Fujin and Mieko began thinking. After a few seconds, Fujin replied, "I am wondering whether the explosion's direction can be controlled. I think that the position of the wind spheres within the fireball is what controls the direction of the explosion. For example, if the wind spheres are to the front of the fireball, then maybe the flames move more in the forward direction. If I know the direction in which the enemy will dodge, I can place the wind spheres in an appropriate position so that the flames move to his new location." While Fujin was talking, Renjiro stopped moving. They had arrived on a river bank. Renjiro thought, as expected. He replied, "Good. However, don't forget that even your wind explosion jutsu by itself is very random. So you won't be able to control the direction by yourself." He then looked at Mieko and said, "If you two want to improve this combination further, then it'll depend on how well you can analyze the explosion with your Sharingans, Mieko." Mieko nodded, "Yes sensei. I'll improve it to its limits." Renjiro nodded and looked at the river. Fujin and Mieko followed his line of sight. Renjiro said, "All your explosions must happen over that river. No more fires." Both nodded awkwardly, and continued their training. A/N, more ideas for combination jutsus are welcomed. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, The First Mission. Exactly 1 month had passed since Renjiro had begun training his genins. After the morning workout and some rest, Renjiro announced, "Today, we'll do our first mission as a team." The squad reacted as soon as they heard that. Hoka said loudly, "Finally." Mieko too excitedly said, "Yes. Now I'll show what an Uchiha can do." "Sensei, what'll be our first mission? Will we fight with any enemy villages? Like Kumo or Iwa?" Hoka quickly followed up, "Yes sensei, what will our mission be? I want to use my taijutsu to show how strong Konoha is to our enemies." Fujin looked at them and saw, whoa! Their eyes really are sparkling. I need to learn how to do that. Fujin just maintained an excited expression, but didn't say anything. His teammates' reactions made him feel very awkward. He thought, if only they knew what our first mission will be. I wonder if all the adults have an unspoken truce to not mention this to any kid. Is it because they don't want to discourage anyone, or is it just the age-old human behavior, "I had to go through this, so I want you to go through it too"? Probably the second case. Just looking at Renjiro's smug face says it all. Renjiro thought, it never gets old. Seeing fresh genins so enthusiastic about their first mission. Now, I wonder if that cat has gone missing again or not. He said, "The mission will be given by Lord Hokage. So wait till we reach there to know which mission you'll be doing." They began moving towards the Hokage's office. Hoka and Mieko ran at a lot faster pace than usual. On the way, Fujin thought, "I didn't think we'd need to wait 1 whole month before taking our first mission. Such intense training for a whole month. I guess my timing of transmigration was really lucky. Having missed the Third War and Kurama's attack, and growing at a time when Konoha is lacking in manpower. I hope that training under Renjiro continues for a long time. Though it doesn't leave me with much free time, it has been very helpful in increasing my strength." The team arrived at the Hokage building, and had to wait a few minutes to enter the Hokage's office. On entering the office, everyone respectfully greeted Hiruzen, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen, like always, had multiple stacks of papers on his table. He looked at Team 3 and said, "Oh, so you guys are finally doing your first mission." He stared at Renjiro while saying that. However, Renjiro just shrugged and ignored the stare. Hiruzen sighed internally thinking, he messed up all the protocols. No missions for his squad for a whole month. The only other instance like this was when Orochimaru didn't make his squad do any missions at all for 6 months. Well, at least he agreed to take a few rank D missions unlike my student. He then looked at his assistant and asked, "So which missions do we have?" His assistant pulled a paper out and handed it to him. Hiruzen looked at it and said, "Lady Seigo wants a squad to weed her garden. This will be your mission." He then smiled kindly and said, "Do the job properly. Ensure that she gives us good feedback, and make Konoha proud." Hiruzen's words shocked Mieko and Hoka. Hoka was muttering softly, "We, Eta Ga. Ride, N." Mieko too muttered something similar. Fujin was shocked too. However, it was for a different reason. He really admired Hiruzen now. He thought, damn. He said that with such a straight face and with such a kind smile. Screw Danzo, this old man here is the real evil incarnate. It's no wonder that despite being so scheming and commanding such a strong force, Danzo never could do anything to Hiruzen. Poor guy never even had a chance. It almost makes me pity him. Renjiro saw his genin's reactions and chuckled. He thought, it's a pity that the cat isn't missing right now. He grabbed the paper, saw the address and said, "Follow me." The genins followed him, however, this time Mieko and Hoka were moving very slowly. On reaching the estate, Renjiro asked the guard to call Lady Seigo. Fujin observed the estate. It was huge. Mieko and Hoka didn't have much of a reaction as their clan estates were even larger. In a couple of minutes, a lady arrived. She was around 40 to 45 years old, 5 feet 9 inches tall, had long blonde hair, looked very mature and carried herself in a proper manner. She greeted them, "Welcome Lord Renjiro. It's a great honor to have you here." Renjiro nodded and handed her the paper. She then looked at the kids and said, "So these strong ninjas will complete my missions. I am very fortunate to get ninjas as capable as you." Miyako and Hoka cheered up a bit on hearing the praise. However, Fujin could clearly understand that she was teasing them. He sighed internally, there is no need for this mission to be given to ninjas. The only reason why she did that is for her own amusement. Sigh, these rich old ladies need to get a better hobby. She said, "Follow me, I'll take you to the garden." Team Renjiro followed her. They went behind the huge mansion. And soon, the three genins were shocked. Lady Seigo kindly said, "This is the garden you have to weed." Fujin was speechless. He thought, garden? How the fuck is this a garden? Who the fuck has a garden that is more than an acre in area? Hoka muttered, "This is a garden." Miyako almost lashed out and yelled, "How the hell is this a garden? This is..." However, she was held in place by Renjiro. Lady Seigo suddenly showed a sad face and said, "I actually wanted it to be at least 5 acres. Sadly, that much land wasn't available in Konoha." It, once again, left the genins speechless. Miyako was pissed even further. Renjiro just chuckled and said, "That's enough talk. Get to work." The genins began walking forward. Miyako softly asked Fujin, "Hey, can we use Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu?" Hoka perked up on hearing that. Fujin, too, was very intrigued by that idea. Though he'd definitely not act upon it. However, Renjiro heard that and announced loudly, "No using any elemental ninjutsu. No using any tools. And increase the pressure of your training seals, Miyako by 1%, Fujin by 2.5% and Hoka by 5%. Miyako hung her head and walked forward. Fujin said, "Let's divide the garden into 3 parts and clear each." Hoka and Miyako reluctantly nodded and got to work. Their muscles still ached from the morning workout. And they still had more work to do under higher pressure. While they were working, Lady Seigo returned to the mansion. She entered a balcony that faced the garden, and asked her servants to arrange a chair, an umbrella, and a few snacks for her and Renjiro. She sat there monitoring the kids doing the work. That pissed the genins even more. Fujin muttered under his breath, "First that Hiruzen and now this lady. The Dao of shamelessness is very 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 strong in this world." Weeding the garden continued. Fujin got done with his part in an hour and a half. He then returned to where Renjiro was. While he was returning, both Hoka and Miyako looked at him with angry gazes. He thought, should I help them out? After a few seconds he dismissed that thought, nope, there's no need to. He just ignored them and left the garden. He found a clean spot and sat down. Unfortunately for Fujin, Renjiro flickered behind him and said, "Until they are done, run around this estate. I want at least 1 round per minute." That nearly triggered him, what the fuck? It ain't my fault that I did the work faster. Luckily, he held it in, put his head down and began running. Each round was over a kilometer long. After 15 minutes, Hoka joined him. Miyako worked for another half an hour. Both Fujin and Hoka were sure that she was delaying on purpose and sent her a few glares. When she was done, Fujin and Hoka stopped after completing that round and glared at Miyako. Miyako smirked thinking, serves you right for finishing before me. That smirk pissed Hoka, but Fujin just sighed and said, who would have thought that the mighty Uchiha would need 2 hours and 15 minutes to merely weed a garden? Hoka quickly nodded and agreed, yes, this was so unexpected. Is this what she meant by "I'll show what an Uchiha can do"? That jibe made Miyako go red with anger and embarrassment. She was about to reply angrily when Renjiro stopped her. Lady Seigo stepped forward and said, Thank you for clearing the weeds in my garden, young ninjas. You guys did an amazing job. This earned her a glare from all the 3 genins, but she maintained her smile. She then handed Renjiro a paper, and they left her estate. They returned to the Hokage building. Renjiro led his genins to a room on the first floor. He handed the paper to an employee there. The employee checked the paper, stamped and filed it. He then gave Renjiro a white packet and they left the room. Renjiro then led them to another room. There were a few more employees working here. One of them was a Chuunin, while the others were just normal civilians. Renjiro said, "Remember this room. In the future, if you ever want to take any missions, you can come here and ask the Chuunin who is in charge here. He will assign you your mission depending on your preference, past performance, and ranks." The genins nodded. They then moved to the ground floor. Renjiro said, "That's it for today. From now onwards, we'll be doing 1 mission every week. The remaining training continues as usual. Fujin, on the mission day, you won't have training in samurai saber techniques." Fujin nodded. Renjiro then took out the white packet he had received earlier. He said, "This is the reward for our mission. We'll be splitting it 40-20-20-20. 40% for me, and 20% for each one of you. When you do missions with others in the future, remember that this is how the rewards are usually split. The leader gets more than the other squad members." The genins nodded, but all 3 had the same thought, "But you didn't do any work at all, sensei." However, no one spoke it out loud. After splitting the rewards, the squad dispersed. On his way to Yakiniku-Q, Fujin thought, 10k Ryo reward for a 2 hours job. If I had made clones and worked with them instead of my teammates, I'd have finished faster. Not bad, but not as fast as earning money by selling scrolls. Either way, getting 2k Ryo per week would be much better than the 1k Ryo per month they provided me earlier. Though it won't be enough to allow me to make as big a purchase as I did earlier. I wonder if I should do a lot of rank D missions in a day or 2 sometime later to show that I've earned money via legitimate means. Or, should I come clean with my ability to create storage scrolls? He thought for a bit and decided, no, right now Renjiro barely gives me any free time. If I say that I'll study Fuinjutsu in the evening, then that'll be considered suspicious or stupid. I should leave it till my training under Renjiro is completed, or the training time is decreased. He is an elite jounin after all. I don't think Konoha can allow him to train 3 genins for very long. While thinking, he had already reached the restaurant. He went in and made the order. While waiting for the food to be delivered, he thought this world is pretty dangerous. While initially I was just being cautious, I'm now glad that I was so cautious and kept most of my abilities hidden. Even ignoring the crazy strong abilities so many here have, just the mere shamelessness of these people is alarming. Hiruzen saying what he said with a straight face, Renjiro taking 40% of the reward, today's client sitting on the balcony to enjoy the misery of little kids. The Dao of shamelessness is crazy strong in this world. Their skins are thicker than the Hokage monuments. The same will also apply to the enemies. Sigh, I hope Obito and Nagato play according to the script. If they don't, then it'll be chaos. The meal arrived. Fujin picked up the meat with tongs and laid it on the charcoal brazier. Waiting for the meat to roast, he thought, well, no point in worrying about these things. There is nothing I can do about it anyways. Let's just hope for the best. Concluding his thoughts, he turned his focus on his lunch. Chapter 46, Triggered. The next day, after the morning workout, Renjiro had another discussion with his team. He said, "You have made good progress over the last month. So I'll now tell you how to progress further." The genins nodded and listened attentively. Renjiro looked at Mieko and said, "The jutsus you know currently are sufficient enough. So you don't need to learn any more ninjutsu. Just focus on mastering the ones you know currently. Especially fire release, 4 jutsu. In addition to ninjutsu, you also need to learn genjutsu. So in your free time, ask your parents or clan elders to teach you more Sharingan-based genjutsu. And keep working on your physique. You need to be able to complete the morning workout while enduring 10% pressure from your training seal. Mieko nodded and said, "Yes, sensei. I'll work hard." He then looked at Fujin and asked, "Have you decided on your second element?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, sensei, I have decided to choose earth as my second element." Renjiro nodded and asked, "Any ideas on which jutsus you want to learn?" Fujin replied, "I've decided to learn rock shield jutsu, earth instantaneous body jutsu and earth holding jutsu." Renjiro asked, "Why?" Fujin replied, "Rock shield jutsu will provide me with a very good defense. Earth instantaneous body jutsu is a movement jutsu. And I can use earth holding jutsu to trap the enemies, or keep me and my squad on the ground." Renjiro thought for a few seconds and said, "Rock shield jutsu will be good for you. But why do you want to learn earth instantaneous body jutsu? You already have 2 movement jutsus. Also, earth holding jutsu is very slow to actually trap anyone capable enough. So it isn't very useful. So why do you still want to learn it?" Fujin replied, "Well, there's no harm in learning more movement jutsus. Also, escaping through the ground will also provide a good defense as well as stealth. If the enemy isn't a sensor, it can also be used to sneak up on the enemy. As for earth holding jutsu, my main aim is to split the enemy's attention and have him keep an eye on the ground. Especially if I can do it without hand signs. I also wonder if I can suppress its chakra signature to perform it very stealthily. If I can trap the enemy momentarily, it'll be enough for us to incapacitate him." Renjiro thought, Nice thinking once again. Though learning a third movement jutsu is wasteful even with his explanation. Renjiro nodded and said, "Alright then. Rock shield jutsu you can learn by yourself. The remaining 2 will be learnt under my supervision. In addition to these, we'll work on mastering the jutsus you already know." Finally, Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, "Hoka, your current status in ninjutsu is much better than before we began the training. However, it's still not enough." Hoka nodded and paid attention. Renjiro continued, "You will learn 4 more earth release jutsus. They will be boulder throw jutsu, quicksand jutsu, stone spear jutsu and earth instantaneous body jutsu. Boulder throw is a mid-range offensive jutsu. Quicksand is a trapping jutsu. Stone spear is a mid-range jutsu and earth instantaneous body is a movement jutsu." Hoka sighed and nodded. Renjiro smiled and said, "Don't worry. These would be the only rank C jutsus I'll force you to master. I will advise you to learn more in the future, however the decision is in your hands. Learning rank C water release jutsus will help you. In addition, once you have mastered these earth jutsus, you should learn 2 rank B earth release jutsus. The first is earth dragon jutsu, which will increase your capabilities in fighting a ranged battle. And earth wall jutsu, which is one of the best defensive jutsus in existence. They will complement your gentle fist style perfectly and you can then focus entirely on your taijutsu." Hoka showed a look of determination and replied, "Yes, sensei. I'll master these ninjutsu." Renjiro continued, "In addition to your ninjutsu and taijutsu training, we will also focus on your genjutsu training." He wanted to continue, however, Hoka's expression was a sight to see after hearing that. Renjiro chuckled and continued, "Whether you learn genjutsu or not will be left for later. For now, I will teach you how to counter genjutsu." Renjiro's chuckling and his gaze gained the attention of his students. Both Fujin and Mieko looked at Hoka and had a laugh. The training under Renjiro continued. Over the next 6 weeks, Fujin and Hoka had got all the jutsus down and were practicing to master them. Fujin could now do all the newly learnt rank C jutsus with just one single hand seal. Renjiro's instructions while learning earth release jutsus were much better as compared to wind release jutsus. He also had a more in-depth explanation regarding how chakra should be molded and how to do it faster. Due to this, Fujin's speed of learning Earth Release Rank C Jutsus was almost comparable to when he was learning Wind Release Jutsus. The practice of combination jutsus too continued and they got much faster at performing them. For Genjutsu, Renjiro's clones started by casting Rank D Genjutsu on Hoka and Fujin. Within a couple of days, Fujin was able to break them. Renjiro's clone then moved on to Rank C Genjutsu for him. He began breaking the Rank C Genjutsu in a couple of weeks and was currently working on breaking Rank B Genjutsu. Hoka needed a month before he could break Rank D Genjutsu. Fujin's swordplay too had come a long way. All the basics of samurai saber techniques were drilled into him by Renjiro. They were now moving on to the more advanced maneuvers. Renjiro had informed him that after he got these advanced forms down, he'll teach him the flying slashes. In these weeks, they had done 6 more Rank D missions. It started with bathing the dogs in the Inyazuka kennels. Renjiro pranked his genins by telling them that they would have to clean all the excrement in the kennels, causing Mieko to flicker away, only to be caught by Renjiro and carried over by the back of her neck. On hearing the real mission, the kids sighed in relief. The next one was finding the dreaded cat, who scratched Mieko's face all over and bit Hoka a couple of times. Fujin now understood why everyone struggled so much to catch the cat. It was a freaking ninja cat and was a master in sneaking and using diversions. Even with that, the mission wouldn't have been challenging. However, Renjiro added a condition. The genins weren't allowed to walk or run on the ground and were only allowed to run on the walls. If there weren't any walls, they had to create rock shields in order to create such a surface. It was followed by cleaning all the emergency shelters. Fujin figured that it was the village's way to make them remember all the shelters around Konoha. After that, they had to deliver mail all over Konoha to various clans and nobles. It was followed by babysitting a couple of Yamanaka kids. And lastly, they had to sow seeds in a farm. Observing his teammates, Fujin was sure that they were very close to completely triggering and making a scene. One difference Fujin noted was that after the first mission, the remaining missions weren't handed to them by Hiruzen. They were instead collected from the mission room on the first floor of the Hokage Tower. Fujin thought, didn't Hiruzen assign all the missions personally in Naruto? So why not for us? Or perhaps, why for them? He thought a bit and concluded, either he only assigns the first mission, or he assigned their missions due to their importance. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, Sasuke was the last Uchiha as well as the Uchiha heir. And Team 8 and 10 were entirely made of heirs of important clans in Konoha. I guess he had to take responsibility in ensuring their safety. One day, after the morning workout, Mieko asked Fujin and Hoka, "Hey, I saw a few ninjas from other villages earlier. So the Chuunin exams will be conducted soon. Do you think that we will participate too?" That gained the attention of both her teammates. Hoka excitedly said, "I hope we do. I would like to fight against the ninjas from other villages." Fujin thought, if I recall right, the squad needs to have completed 8 missions before being eligible. I wonder if Renjiro planned this way so that our team won't be eligible for the exam and hence no one would pressurize him. Seeing Fujin in thought, Mieko asked, "What are you thinking about?" Fujin replied, "I heard that Chuunin exams have a lot of danger. So I really doubt they would allow us to participate so early." Mieko angrily replied, "Hey! We are ready to take the risks." Hoka nodded and said, "I agree. We are ninjas, how can we back down from a little risk?" Fujin shook his head due to his teammates' naivety. He replied, "Yeah, but we are still only babysitting and cleaning dust." That statement downed their moods. Soon they went on a mini rant. And looked at Renjiro begrudgingly when he appeared, causing him to raise an eyebrow and ask, "What happened?" Mieko and Hoka merely humphed and looked in the other direction. Despite waiting for a few days, Renjiro didn't inform them about the exam. The next day, Hoka informed his team, "I heard that Teru and Yori will be participating in this exam." Fujin asked, "Oh, didn't they participate earlier?" This time, Mieko replied, "No, Yori didn't participate in the earlier exams. Fujin nodded and said, I see, I guess we won't be participating in the exam until next year too. Right then Renjiro appeared, and Mieko quickly asked him, Sensei, can we participate in the Chuunin exam? Renjiro shook his head and said, No, you guys aren't ready yet. Mieko replied, Why? We are very ready, Sensei. Renjiro denied her again and said, I'll be the judge to decide that. No more questions. The next day, when they visited the mission room, the Chuunin in charge searched for a mission and said, Team Renjiro, your next mission is to babysit the newborn of Lord. However, he was cut. Mieko finally had enough. She yelled, Hey you! Why the hell do you always give us such lame missions? Which ninja babysits kids? Get a nanny to do that. The Chuunin replied with authority, Brat, you are just a. However, he was again cut, this time by Hoka. He commented with a stoic face, I agree with Mieko. This is a mockery of our skills. Fujin observed Renjiro's reactions, and saw that he was chuckling. He thought, I guess we are finally moving on to rank C missions. Oh well, I might as well say something then. The Chuunin was pissed at being cut twice. He angrily began saying, Now listen you brats. Poor guy was cut again. Fujin commented, You know mister, in the last mission we were very worried that Mieko would burn the whole farm down. Even though Sensei can use water release jutsus, it would have still caused a lot of damage. I am really worried what will happen if you make us babysit a little kid today. The Chuunin shuddered when he understood what Fujin was implying. Renjiro was very amused too. He thought, well I was planning on making them do a few more rank D missions. But if they are able to win a debate against a Chuunin official, I won't mind starting to do rank C missions now. If Fujin knew that Renjiro didn't plan on taking rank C missions just yet, he'd have kicked himself for opening his mouth. As boring as rank D missions were, they took very little time and left a lot more time for training and didn't have any danger. The Chuunin was left speechless and didn't know how to reply. He opened his mouth a couple of times, but didn't manage to say anything. He looked at Renjiro, who nodded his head. He relented and said, All right, let me search for a rank C mission for you. When he moved to grab the rank C mission file, Renjiro stated, Just pick out a few bandit clearing missions in the vicinity of the village. Would be preferable if the bandit bases are near each other. The Chuunin nodded and searched his file. He soon took out 4 papers from the file and handed them to Renjiro. Renjiro read them. He then looked at his squad and said, We'll do our first rank C mission today. Meet me at the main gate in a couple of hours. Pack up for a week-long journey. The Genins nodded and dispersed. Chapter 47, Raiding the Bandits. After leaving, Fujin went to his home and sat down in a meditative position. He thought, finally I am going out of this village. So what do I prepare? As per the protocol, the ration bars will be arranged by the squad leader. So food wouldn't be a concern. Though I suppose I should pack up the ration bars I have with me as well. Regarding the weapons, I still have the stock that the academy had provided us with. Though some of them are damaged. I guess I should buy 12 shurikens and 3 kunaus. That'll cost me 7k ryo. I probably should buy a couple of explosion tags too. That'll be most of the money I earned from missions. Yeah, money, I need to carry all my money with me preferably. It can go in the spare waist bag. Of course I still carry the stock I had purchased earlier and always carry them with me. As for the swords, I guess they'll be hanging on my waist. Though I do have the wristbands, explaining where I got them will be troublesome. So I'll let them be in my spare waist bag. He then meditated for half an hour, and then got packed up to leave the house. On his right leg, he had a leg pouch. It had 6 shurikens and 2 kunaus. In addition, it also had 48 shurikens, 6 normal kunaus and 6 kunaus with explosion tags attached to them in the seals in it. On his waist, he carried his waist bag. He had 8 shurikens, 3 kunais and a small scroll in it. The scroll contained basic items like rope, tape, wire, and first aid kit. The bag had 7 storage seals on it. In one he had stored his spare waist bag and leg pouch. Another had his stock of ration bars. There was an additional first aid kit in one. The 4th seal stored a few bottles filled with drinking water in it. The remaining seals were left empty for now. He then visited a weapon shop to get the stuff he wanted to buy. After buying them, he visited Ichiraku for an early lunch. He then went to the main gate, and sat on a branch of a nearby tree. Hoka and Mieko arrived around 15 minutes before the couple of hours were up. On arriving, they both spotted and approached Fujin. Fujin thought, wow, talk about being excited. Renjiro arrived 5 minutes after them. Renjiro asked, are you guys prepared? Everyone replied in sync, yes sensei. Renjiro then grabbed 3 scrolls from his bag and tossed one to each of his students. They began wondering, what's in the scroll? Renjiro said, this is a gift from me to you guys. Each scroll contains 100 shurikens, 24 kunais, 6 giant shurikens, 12 explosion tags and 60 packets of ration bars that will expire after 12 months. Fujin, your scroll has a couple of spare swords too, though they ain't as good as your current swords. I don't know what protocols they taught you, however, this is the least you should always carry with yourself while leaving the village, irrespective of what you expect your team leader to carry. The kids were a bit shocked by this gift. Especially Fujin. His mind went blank for a second as he quickly calculated, 100 300 100k. 24 72 72k. 6 18 54k. 12 36 27k. That's worth over 250k ryo. And that's without considering the swords and the ration bars. Was I wrong about him being shameless? Everyone quickly thanked Renjiro for the gift. Renjiro continued, though I have gifted this to you, from here onwards, you'll be responsible for maintaining this stock. So don't waste them, and refill them after you complete your mission. Of course don't be a miser with them. Your life and the mission is more important. All 3 kids nodded. They then left the village. Renjiro said, our mission is to clear a few bandit bases around Tsukuba town which is northwest of Konoha. He then asked, do you have your training seals activated? All the 3 kids nodded. Renjiro said, deactivate them. Never keep those training seals active outside Konoha. You never know who is out there to kill you, and those seals could become the reason for your death. Fujin and Mieko nodded, but Hoka asked, but sensei, can't you just protect us from any such danger? It seems a waste to not train our body during this journey. Renjiro shook his head and said, there are many ninjas who are stronger than me in this world. And there are numerous hidden jutsus. Even I can't protect you from every sneak attack. It'll be up to you to dodge or block them. Hoka nodded and deactivated his seal. Renjiro said, with that out of the way, let's run. We'll move in a kite formation. Fujin, you take the lead, Mieko on the right, Hoka on the left and I'll take the rear. And move fast. Let's get there in a few hours. As soon as they received the instructions, they moved into the formation. Fujin stood ahead. Mieko stood 2 meters to his left and behind. Hoka did the same, but on the right side. Renjiro stood around 6 meters behind Fujin. The squad then began moving at a high speed, while maintaining those distances. By 3 p.m., the team reached Tsukuba town. On entering the town, Renjiro said, we'll do the mission tomorrow. For now, let's rest in an inn. The kids nodded and followed him. On the way Fujin noted, this town feels a bit familiar. But I don't recall where I saw it. Was it shown in Naruto? Sigh, I barely remember any scenery now. Renjiro led the squad into the town. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko noticed that the town had a lot of inns. They also noticed a couple of gambling houses, and an area that had lots of games with prizes for winners. However, Fujin noted a peculiarity. He observed, every game here is based on luck. No game requires any skills. I guess it makes sense though. Making games like that is just asking to loot themselves in this ninja world. Finally Renjiro entered an inn. Miyako thought, finally. After skipping past 13 inns. When Renjiro began chatting with the innkeeper, Fujin noticed, oh, he seems very familiar with the innkeeper. Is that why we skipped so many inns? After discussing with the innkeeper, Renjiro approached the trio. He handed each of them a key and said, these will be your rooms. Stay in the inn. I'll scout out a bit and return in a couple of hours. After Renjiro left, Miyako asked, so, what should we do now? Fujin sighed and commented, I'd have liked to tour this town, sadly he asked us to stay in the inn. Hoka added, yeah, and we can't even train physically. Fujin said, let's just retire to our rooms and meditate. Tomorrow will be our first instance of real combat. Everyone nodded and retired to their rooms to meditate and rest. Renjiro returned in the evening and took everyone out for dinner. Next day, 8 a.m. in the morning, the squad assembled outside Renjiro's room and moved out. Their first target was located around 25 kilometers to the west of the town. After reaching there, Fujin sensed something. He said, Sensei, I can sense 6 normal people around 400 meters ahead. Renjiro nodded and said, there's a village in that direction. So it's probably the villagers. Our target is the bandits that are harassing that village. Renjiro continued in that direction. Fujin soon noticed those 6 people he sensed were farming. They continued further and reached the village. On entering the village, Renjiro asked around and then reached the village chief's house. The house was very old, and the man who opened the door was even older. As soon as the village chief saw the headbands, he respectfully invited everyone in and said, welcome to our village lord. Renjiro nodded and said, just call me Renjiro. He then handed a paper to the village chief. The village chief read the paper and became very happy. He bowed to Renjiro and said, thank you Lord Renjiro for saving us from the bandits. After you deal with them, we can live peacefully once again. Renjiro stated, I need more details about the bandits. The village chief nodded and replied, please ask. I'll help you however I can. Renjiro asked, since when did the bandits begin harassing your village? The village chief answered, around 9 months back. Just before our harvest in the previous year. However, they became a lot more aggressive in the past couple of months. Renjiro continued asking, I see. And what crimes have they committed? The village chief answered in a shaking voice, initially, they just stole our crops and money. But recently, Fujin could see the village chief tearing up at this point. He continued, they killed 9 villagers and kidnapped 6 young girls. He began sobbing and said, they even killed my son. And he began crying. Renjiro was about to calm the old man down, however, the old village chief quickly controlled himself and showed a face of determination. Fujin was very surprised, he thought, admirable. To have this strong determination despite not being a ninja. Seeing the look of determination on the old man's face, even Renjiro was impressed. He asked, how many bandits are there and from where do they attack you? The village chief replied, in their attack 5 days ago, there were over 15 bandits. And they always approach us from the north. Renjiro nodded and said, all right, thanks for giving us the information. Don't worry, we will deal with them. The village chief quickly thanked him. Renjiro and the kids left the house. Miyako asked Renjiro, so what now sensei? Do we begin our search in the north? Renjiro nodded and answered, yes. Fujin then asked, but sensei, why will they attack from the direction their base is in? Won't they attack from a different direction just to confuse us? Renjiro shook his head and replied, these are just common bandits. I doubt they have enough smarts to think about something like this. If they were smart enough, then they wouldn't have killed the villagers or kidnapped girls. They then moved towards the northern part of the village. They noticed that a few houses were burnt. Renjiro commanded, "Mieko, use your Sharingan to see if you can find any tracks they left behind." Mieko activated her Sharingan and began investigating. Soon she found a few tracks that were left behind. She said, "Sensei, found them." Renjiro nodded and said, "Good work. Lead the way." Kite formation, with Mieko in the lead and me in the rear. Fujin, Hoka, keep an eye on the surroundings and try to find those bandits. The squad followed Mieko. On the way, Fujin noticed a few trees that had sword cuts on them. After traveling around 3.5 kilometers to the north, Fujin said, "Hoka, check 500 meters to the northwest." Hoka activated his Byakugan, and soon said, "Sensei, found them." Renjiro nodded and the squad traveled in that direction. On reaching there, they saw that there was a small hill with a cave in it. On the entrance, there were two bandits guarding the entrance. Each had a sword with them. They were standing behind trees, so those bandits couldn't see them. Renjiro sensed everything within the hill, and said, "So which one of you wants to handle this?" Fujin quickly replied, "Me, sensei." Mieko and Hoka, who were just about to reply, glared at Fujin. Renjiro nodded and said, "No clones. And our mission is to eliminate them all." Fujin began sensing once again. In all, he could sense 23 people within the cave, including the two guards. He then looked at Hoka and asked, "Hoka, could you take a look to see if there are any traps? Also, what is the layout of the cave?" Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan. After observing properly, he replied, "In all, I see 3 traps. 2 are behind the first entrance and the second entrance. They are basic arrow traps, which trigger when you step on the wire. The third is a small hole dug in front of the second entrance, and has spikes in it. As for the layout, there is another entrance inside this outer entrance. Then there is a big room, which has 3 more mini caves in it." Fujin replied, "All right, thanks. And is there anyone who has tried to hide his chakra?" Hoka shook his head and Fujin thanked him. Chapter 48, The First Kill. Fujin closed his eyes and calmed himself. He thought, "Finally the time for my first kill." He then took a deep breath and let it out. He made a few hand signs, and disappeared within the ground. On the entrance, the 2 bandits were very bored of keeping watch. One complained to the other, "Why do we have to stand guard here? I wish we could just go and attack the village again and capture a few more girls." The second bandit laughed in a lecherous manner and replied, "Yeah, the girls we captured a few days back were so fun. I can't wait to get my Han." However, his sentence was cut short. While he was talking, a sword appeared out of the ground and moved towards his waist, a sword enhanced by chakra flow. Before either of the bandits could notice, the sword cut through the waist of one bandit, and split him in 2. He died without even knowing how. The remaining bandit panicked. His arm subconsciously moved towards his sword. However, before he could even grab his sword, his head was separated from his body. After killing the 2, Fujin again disappeared within the ground and entered the cave. The next 2 bandits were on guard in the space between the entrance to the hill, and another entrance which was located inside the hill. They were standing with their backs to the wall, and facing each other. Fujin moved through the hill, and pierced one bandit straight through his heart. The bandit opposite saw a sword coming out of the chest of the bandit in front of him. However, before he could shout for everyone's attention, a shuriken came straight at him and went through his throat, killing him on the spot. Fujin moved through the ground again, and avoided the hole the bandits had dug. He had now entered the main hideout of the bandits. He stealthily observed through a wall. He saw the 3 more mini caves that Hoka had mentioned. The place where he currently was, had 12 bandits there. The remaining 7 were in those 3 mini caves, which made him think, are they leaders or something? He then observed those 12 bandits carefully. 4 were sleeping in a corner. 2 seemed to be working on something. One of them was looking at something intensely, whereas the other was sharpening his sword. The remaining 6 were drinking alcohol and playing cards. Fujin moved through the ground towards the bandit who was sharpening his sword. He appeared behind him and chopped his head off. Even before his head could fall on the ground, Fujin moved towards the bandit who was looking at a map. He stabbed a sword straight through his heart and pulled it out quickly. At this moment, the head and the sword of the earlier one dropped on the ground, creating a noise. This attracted the attention of the 6 who were drinking. Seeing the chopped head of their fellow bandit shocked and scared them. However, before they could make a move, Fujin had already flickered behind them. He quickly chopped 2 more heads off in one clean swing. He chopped another 2 beads off before they could even know what was happening. Only the last 2 bandits saw Fujin, however, they too were killed before they could do anything. 2 of the 6 bandits had alcohol bottles in their hand, which crashed on the ground. The noise woke up 2 of the 4 sleeping bandits. One ignored the noise and just changed his sleeping position. The other, however, got up to see what was happening. However, even before he could completely open his eyes, his head was slashed off by Fujin. Quickly, Fujin also stabbed his sword in the throat of the guy who turned and followed by stabbing the hearts of the remaining 2. He then disappeared in the ground again and entered one of the 3 mini caves. The first one had 2 bandits, who were quickly stabbed through their hearts. In the second cave, Fujin could sense 3 people. Fujin quickly moved in, and stabbed the one who was resting along the wall through his heart. He quickly moved in to kill the second one who was laying on the ground. However, his sword stopped a few inches away from her chest. The one who was laying there was a teenage girl, who was nude, bruised and bleeding from a lot of places. He quickly shifted his attention to the other person in the room. The young girl's appearance had disturbed Fujin, causing him to pause for half a second. This gave the bandit an opportunity to grab his sword and charge towards Fujin. Fujin just raised his left sword to block his sword, and stabbed his other sword through the bandit's heart. He decided to move in the remaining mini-cave, but he heard a loud shout. The last bandit yelled, "Bastards! Who is wasting my good wine? It do!" However, his words stuck in his mouth when he saw the gore in his hideout. All he saw were chopped heads and the dead bodies of his bandits. He saw all the blood that was flowing on the ground. He was horrified, and asked in a shaking voice, "WH?" However, he never completed his question, as a sword pierced through his heart from his back. Fujin pulled his sword out and created a shadow clone. The clone went out to report to Renjiro and to call him in. Whereas, he began cleaning the blood off his sword. Finally, while cleaning his sword, he looked up at the dead body lying in front of him, as well as the 12 dead bodies in the hideout. The sight and the stench caused him to vomit immediately. He thought, "Damn, as I thought, the first kill was a big deal. I didn't feel anything while I was in the midst of killing them. But now..." He vomited more and shivered at what he had done. As soon as he began vomiting, Renjiro's shadow clone popped out of the ground and asked, "Are you fine?" After Fujin was done vomiting, he nodded his head. He got up and sat in a corner. Renjiro said, "It's all right. The first kill is always difficult. In the future, you'll have to kill a lot more." Fujin nodded. Renjiro said, "Close your eyes, and calm yourself." Fujin listened to Renjiro and closed his eyes and began clearing his mind. At that time, the clone reached Renjiro and reported the success of the mission to him. Renjiro then brought Hoka and Mieko to the cave. When they reached the entrance, Mieko and Hoka finally got a very clear view of the dead bodies and smelled the stench. Hoka resisted his urge to vomit, however, Mieko couldn't and she vomited on the spot. Renjiro saw that, however he didn't say anything. Renjiro used Earth Spear Jutsu to disable all the traps and said, "Follow me." They followed him to the interior of the cave. Mieko and Hoka tried their best to ignore the 2 dead bodies there. However, after entering the main hideout and seeing the 12 dead bodies and a few heads, they couldn't bear it. Mieko vomited again and Hoka too vomited this time. Renjiro waited for them and said, "These are just dead bodies. People who were killed by someone else. How will you become a ninja if you can't even stop yourself from vomiting? How will you become a ninja if merely this sight makes you drop to your knees?" Those words forced Mieko and Hoka to toughen up and they stood up. Seeing that Renjiro had calmed Hoka and Mieko, his clone dispelled. Renjiro then brought Mieko and Hoka to the mini-cave where Fujin was. Sensing them, Fujin got up and looked at them. Renjiro was impressed with Fujin. He thought, excellent. To gather himself and calm down so quickly after his first kill. He then looked at Mieko and Hoka, who looked determined, and thought, these two should perform well too. Fujin said, "Sensei, there's a girl in the cave besides this one." Renjiro nodded and led his team there. The gruesome sight made the genins wince their faces. The girl laid bare without any clothes. She was bleeding from her private parts. She had multiple sword cuts all over her body which were bleeding. On her left hand, 2 fingers were cut, and on her right leg, 3 toes were cut. There were even some burns on her. Even Renjiro sighed at that sight. He thought, I didn't want them to see something like this so early. Renjiro then said, "Fujin, Hoka, wait outside this cave. Mieko, apply her first aid." Fujin and Hoka left the cave, while Mieko took out her first aid kit and began cleaning her wounds and applying bandages. Outside, Hoka asked Fujin, "You all right?" Fujin nodded and replied, "I didn't think the first kill would be so hard to adjust to." Hoka sighed and said, "I was warned repeatedly by my parents. There were a few ninjas, who after their first kill, couldn't even continue as ninjas." He then looked at the dead bodies and stated, "You are strong, Fujin." Fujin smiled and said, "Thanks, but you should prepare yourself. Tomorrow, or the day after, it'll be your turn." Hoka nodded grimly. It took Mieko around 25 minutes to fix the girl. Renjiro then carried her out. He then looked at the girl and said to his students, "Ensure that you become very strong, so that such a misfortune doesn't befall you." The genins could hear an uncharacteristic sadness in Renjiro's voice. They all replied with determination, "Yes, sensei." After leaving the cave, Renjiro made a clone. The clone grabbed the 2 dead bodies outside the cave, and tossed them inside. He then used earth wall jutsu to seal the entrance to the cave. Fujin asked, "Sensei, don't we have to give any proof to the village chief about completing the mission?" Renjiro shook his head and said, "Not on rank C missions that require elimination of bandits. Proof is required for assassination missions. If the heads of the bandits are given to the village, then more bandits will target the village in the future." Renjiro then said, "Let's go back to the village." On the way, Fujin asked, "Sensei, have we eliminated all the bandits? What if there are any who weren't in this base?" Renjiro shook his head and said, "Doubtful. You can sense up to half a kilometer and still didn't find anyone. Even if there are 1 or 2 outside, seeing that their fellow bandits are dead, they won't cause any more trouble for the village. Anyways, we were told that there were over 15 bandits, and we killed 22. That's more than enough for completing our mission." However, Mieko argued back, "But sensei, in that case, won't the criminals roam free? What if they were responsible for torturing this girl? What if they join some other bandits, and continue doing this?" Renjiro replied, "Our mission was to eliminate the bandit group harassing the village. Anything further isn't our responsibility." However, Mieko wasn't convinced and she glared at her sensei. Renjiro sighed and said, "Just killing off an entire bandit group doesn't mean that more won't appear. In a couple of years, another group will be formed. This isn't something you or I can change. So searching for any bandit not in the hideout is pointless. If they join some other group, they'll die when we get the mission to eliminate that group." Miyako was still unconvinced, but she stopped arguing. Fujin sighed internally thinking, no matter the world, the cruelty of humanity always exists. It's many times worse in this world than in my previous world. To torture and mutilate this girl for nothing but fun and amusement. I can't even imagine what they did to the other girls they kidnapped. He then glanced at Renjiro and thought, Konoha. It is reputed to be a very peace-loving village. Led by a Kage who propagates peace. Of course, anyone with little brains can see that Konoha is nowhere near as peace-loving as it claims to be. The mere existence of root throws that claim in the trash. However, there's no denying that it still is more peace-loving than the other 4 great villages. Still it engages in such a practice. While it's true that finding other bandits will be a pain in the ass, it still won't be very difficult. Now these bandits will form a bandit group in the future and become its leaders. In the future, they'll again target this village, and the village will again send a mission to Konoha. This cycle will ensure that this village will always need Konoha's help and will always feel indebted to Konoha. Similarly, every village in the Land of Fire will feel indebted to Konoha. Thus, a pressure will be maintained on the daimyo to keep supporting and perhaps funding Konoha. Such a simple way to maintain influence. It doesn't cost Konoha anything, but costs dozens of lives to each of these villages. Sigh, if the most peace-loving village is so brutal and cruel, I wonder what a cruel village will be. He then let a breath of air out and thought, well whatever, it doesn't exactly concern me. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Consecutive Rank C Missions. They soon reached the village. On entering the village, the girl on Renjiro's back got a few curious looks. The squad entered the village chief's house again and laid the girl down on a bed in his home. Renjiro said, she needs immediate medical care. The village chief nodded and went out to send someone to call the village doctor. At that moment, a middle-aged man came running towards the village chief house. On seeing the village chief, he quickly asked while sobbing, Chief, am my daughter? Is she? The village chief quickly calmed him and said, yes, she's safe. Enter my home. He quickly ran to the house and rushed to his daughter. On seeing him running, Renjiro stopped him and said, she's injured, don't hug her or hold her tightly. The man finally stopped and sat down next to the bed and began sobbing after seeing the bandages on his daughter. Soon a doctor arrived and began attending to her. The father and the village chief thanked Renjiro and the genins again and again. After a few minutes, the village chief handed Renjiro a paper, and the squad left the village and moved back to the town. After reaching the town, Renjiro said, take today off. Explore this town. However, stick together. We'll meet in the same restaurant as yesterday's at 1 p.m. After he left, Hoka said, you know, because so much happened, I didn't notice that we completed the mission and returned back to this town in merely 2 hours. Miyako nodded. Fujin sighed and said, yeah, and the actual fight didn't even last for a couple of minutes. Even though killing was hard to adjust to, the fight itself wasn't a challenge. Hearing that, Miyako asked for all the details. Hoka had already seen it all with his Byakugan, so he didn't ask for it. After giving out the details, Miyako felt a bit anticlimactic about the rank C mission. Fujin chuckled and said, next time you snap at that guy, force him to give us a rank B mission. Hearing that, Miyako loudly replied, hey, who snapped? This yell attracted the attention of nearby people and made Miyako go red with embarrassment. She thought for a bit and said, but yeah, I guess we should ask for rank B missions. The kids then toured around the town. They tried some of the local food there and played a few games. At 1 p.m., they met up with Renjiro in the restaurant. After occupying the seats, Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so, how are you doing? Fujin said, I am doing fine sensei. Renjiro nodded satisfactorily and said, good. You have handled your first kill very well. I am proud of you. He then looked at Miyako and Hoka and said, next, it'll be your turn. Prepare yourselves. The two young ninjas nodded nervously. Lunch came and the team started eating. While they were eating, Mieko suddenly asked, "Sensei, when can we do rank B missions?" Renjiro squinted his eyes and asked, "What brought this on?" Mieko said, "We want to fight against the enemy ninjas. Just fighting bandits is not much fun." Renjiro scoffed and said, "Humph. You guys ain't ready." However, he saw Mieko's determined face. Knowing the trouble she'll cause, he quickly added, "If you ask this again, or pester me for rank B missions, I'll make you do rank D missions for an entire year." This threat made Mieko quiet down quickly. Team Renjiro didn't do much for the rest of the day. The next morning, a similar procedure was followed. Team Renjiro was hiding in a bamboo forest, while looking at the bandit hideout. The bandits had cleared out a small area, and constructed 3 small huts and 1 medium-sized hut to serve as their base. The medium-sized hut was in the center, while the other 3 were around it. Fujin had sensed 12 people inside those huts. Renjiro asked, "So, who wants this one?" Mieko beat Hoka by saying, "Me." Renjiro nodded and said, "All right, we'll leave this hideout to you." Mieko began walking forward stealthily. But soon she stopped and returned. She looked at Hoka and asked, "Hoka, do they have any hostages?" Hoka checked and answered, "No, all 12 seem to be bandits." Mieko asked, "How many are there in each of the huts?" Hoka answered, "There are 9 in the central hut, 2 in that hut, 1 in the hut on the right and the last one is empty." Mieko nodded and used Earth military movement jutsu to stealthily move forward. She stopped 5 meters away from the hut which had 2 bandits and appeared out of the ground. The bigger hut was exactly behind the small hut from where she was standing. She quickly made the hand signs, "Fireball jutsu." The fireball quickly moved through the smaller hut. As soon as it moved through it, 2 people screamed loudly. Since the fireball didn't explode, it just burnt them and didn't kill them right away. The fireball moved through the smaller hut to the bigger hut. It exploded right at the center of the bigger hut. The explosion completely demolished the hut. Fujin saw 4 bodies being thrown out due to the explosion. The explosion killed 7 bandits on the spot. 2 bandits, who were thrown out, were still alive and were screaming due to being on fire. The status of the 2 bandits in the smaller hut was the same. Due to the huts being made of bamboo and leaves, they offered no resistance to the fireball. Hearing the screams, the last remaining bandit got out of his hut, only to see 2 huts on fire. He looked around and saw one of his fellow bandits burning and screaming. The view horrified him. Before he could decide to do anything, Mieko flickered behind him and used fire release, 4 jutsu to produce a heat ray that stabbed him through the heart and killed him. Now that all the bandits were killed or incapacitated, Mieko looked around her. She saw the dead bodies on fire. She could smell the flesh burning and hear the dying screams from 3 bandits. That scene immediately made her vomit. Renjiro quickly appeared behind her and consoled her. Fujin, having already killed, was able to look at this scene without much struggle. Hoka, however, struggled due to the smell and the screams. Soon the screams died down and all the bandits were dead. After giving Mieko a few minutes to adjust, Team Renjiro retreated from there. Before leaving, Renjiro buried the whole place underground using an earth release jutsu. The next day, Team Renjiro again repeated a similar mission. This time, the mission was to arrest the bandits. Hoka completed it by knocking out all the bandits and tying them up. However, Renjiro made Hoka kill 2 bandits so that he could get his first kill too. Renjiro gave the squad off on the 4th day. On the 5th morning, Renjiro said, "Today will be our last mission. You 3 have done well. Let's move out." On the way he said, "Today's bandit hideout will be much bigger. So you will have to cooperate with each other." The genins nodded in agreement. Continuous drills for 2.5 months had made their teamwork very good. And being there for each other when they made their first kill had brought them much closer. so working together wasn't an issue for any of them. On reaching the hideout, the genins noticed that the entire hideout was actually underground. Fujin scanned the entire base. He said, "There are 63 people I can sense." He then looked at Renjiro and said, "And 5 have higher chakra levels. Though they are only genin level." Renjiro nodded, whereas Mieko exclaimed cheerfully, "Yes, finally we will fight ninjas." Fujin asked, "But sensei, aren't missions that involve ninjas ranked B?" Renjiro nodded his head and replied, "Yeah, but they are only genin level. There are many cases of people outside the hidden villages unlocking their chakra and reaching genin level by themselves. There are also many cases of genins defecting from the village. Anyways, they are barely ninjas, and many times rank C missions include dealing with them too. So be careful. After all, there are over 100,000 ninjas in the world, so who knows where one can be." The genins nodded. Fujin thought, this is unexpected. Though it makes sense, I guess. If the village begins ranking missions as rank B for only a chance of having to deal with a rogue genin, then rank C missions will probably not exist at all. The team began by first mapping the base. The base was quite big. There was one big room at the center of the hideout. Fujin suggested, "Let's call it the main room." There were 3 exits to the main room, all almost equidistant from each other. These exits were connected to one big corridor that surrounded the entire main room. On the other side of the passageway, were many smaller rooms. Hoka commented, "I guess they use the main room as a common room for planning, celebration, etc., while the smaller rooms are their personal rooms." There were a lot of traps all over the base, which were spotted by Hoka. Of the 5 ninjas, 3 were together in the main room, while the other 2 were in the smaller rooms. Mieko said, both the ninjas in the smaller rooms have their rooms very close to that exit from the main base." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, we will have to be careful while killing them. If they make a lot of sound, it'll alert everyone in the main room." The bandits too were all over the base. In all, there were 4 exits from the hideout to above the ground. One was located in the main room, while 3 were just outside the exits from the main room to the corridor. Fujin thought, this base is very well built. I wonder if it started with something small and was slowly expanded as the bandit group grew larger. Or, if the base is something that naturally existed and was just occupied by these bandits. Also, if we didn't destroy those bandit groups, would they have grown in this manner too? Fujin looked at his teammates and said, "So first, we have to decide from where to attack them." Mieko replied, "Let's just attack the main room. Most bandits are present there." Hoka nodded and added, "Yeah, this way we'll deal with the majority of them in one blow, and we can then pick out the scattered bandits one by one." Fujin replied, "Yeah, good idea. But if we do that, then the scattered bandits can try to escape." Hoka replied, "Yeah, but we can just chase and kill them." Fujin replied, "But it'll be very troublesome to hunt them all down one by one. Especially if all of them run in different directions. Also, by destroying the main room, the bandits in all the other rooms will be alerted, and the ninjas will be alerted too." Hoka thought a bit and nodded in agreement. Mieko asked, "Then, what do you think?" Fujin pointed in a direction and said, "That room there is at one edge of the hideout. And also has one of the 5 ninjas there. Let's start with that room. We will sneak up on the ninja and kill him. Then we will clear the nearby rooms and slowly and stealthily head to the main room. This way, this direction will already be cleared when we destroy the main room. So killing them all will be much easier." Mieko and Hoka thought for a few seconds and agreed with the plan. The genins then discussed the plan further and decided on the details. Once everything was planned, they checked their weapons, and were about to begin their attack. But Mieko suddenly asked, "Wait, who will kill the ninja?" Hoka quickly replied, "I'll kill him." Mieko rebuked him, "Why you?" "I will kill the ninja." They then looked at Fujin. He said, my sword provides me with a longer range, I think I'll be more suited to killing him. However, neither Hoka nor Mieko agreed to that logic. The argument about the kill went on for a minute. Renjiro observed his genins and sighed. Fujin then said, well, all three of us can kill him. So let's just decide with rock, paper, scissors. On hearing that, both Hoka and Mieko looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. Mieko said, that's so childish. We are ninjas. Fujin scoffed and asked, well, do you two have any better ideas? Hoka and Mieko looked at each other. Not having any other idea, they reluctantly agreed. They soon got in the posture to play the game and began playing. Renjiro now looked over with amusement. The first 3 rounds were tied. Fujin thought, this is fun. I guess that's why Goku and Vegeta did this so often. Mieko thought, I am not sure if I'll wait. As the trio began the 4th round, Mieko's eyes suddenly turned red. She saw that both Fujin and Hoka were about to do rock, so she went with paper. And said, I win. Hoka quickly protested, hey, no Sharingan. That's cheating. Mieko rebuked him, well, there were no rules stating that we couldn't use Sharingans. Fujin, who just wanted to start the mission, chuckled and said, well, she got us there. Remember to set the rules properly next time. Seeing that he didn't have Fujin's support, Hoka reluctantly agreed. They then looked at each other and nodded. All 3 made hand signs and disappeared within the ground. The bandit base, which was properly hidden and even well defended due to being underground, was about to feel the terror of being hunted by a squad, in which every member could freely move underground. Chapter 50, Raid. In the hideout, Hirota Masa was relaxing. He had joined the bandit group 3 years ago. He had already unlocked his chakra before joining the bandit group. When the leader of the bandits noticed him, he quickly recruited and trained him. Now he was one of the leaders of this group, and even had 2 subordinates who helped him in everything. As Hirota Masa was relaxing in a good mood, a hand, with 2 fingers pointing out, popped from the ground. It headed towards his chest from his back and released a heat ray that penetrated his heart and killed him on the spot. At the same time, Fujin slashed the head off one bandit, and Hoka jabbed 2 fingers in the chest of the remaining bandit. The raid had begun. All 3 bandits died, without even making a sound. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko looked at each other and nodded. They separated and headed towards the other rooms. In less than a minute, the rooms on this side were all cleared. They had assassinated 16 bandits, including a ninja. They gathered together again, and looked in the main room. The bandits there were still unaware of the calamity upon them. As decided, Fujin and Mieko split off in opposite directions, and began clearing the remaining rooms. Hoka, on the other hand, stayed there, and rigged the entrance to the main room with traps, so that the bandits couldn't escape in this direction. He created quicksand at the entrances, and also created a lot of rock spikes around the quicksand trap. The second ninja bandit was closer to Mieko's location than Fujin's location. Therefore, she was the first one to reach him after she had killed 6 more bandits. Even though Mieko was as stealthy as she could be, the ninja still noticed that something was amiss, and asked his 2 subordinates to be prepared. As soon as he saw Mieko, who was rushing towards him at a very high speed, he threw a few shurikens to disrupt her. Seeing her enemy throwing shurikens at her, Mieko thought, damn, they noticed. Mieko used her Sharingan to skillfully dodge the shurikens and thought, oh well, this makes it more fun. She quickly approached him. To maintain the stealth, she couldn't use any destructive fire release jutsus and had to close the distance to use fire release, 4 jutsu. She soon reached the appropriate distance and used her jutsu. Her right hand was stretched out, with her middle and index finger pointing towards the rogue ninja's heart and released the ray. Though the rogue ninja didn't know the jutsu Mieko was planning to use, her outstretched fingers warned him and he quickly moved backwards. Mieko followed, but the ninja hid behind one of his subordinates. Mieko screamed internally, "Coward," and changed her target. She focused the heat ray on the subordinate and killed him. However, the rogue ninja used this opportunity to throw 3 shurikens on Mieko. Mieko had to dodge quickly due to the small distance. She barely managed to dodge at the last moment. She recovered, and was about to continue her attack, when a sword pierced through the heart of the ninja from his back. This annoyed Mieko as Fujin had stolen her kill. She said angrily, "I could have killed him by mice." But a loud scream interrupted her. Seeing his boss getting stabbed through his heart shocked the remaining bandit. And he yelled in terror. Realizing her mistake, Mieko quickly threw a kunai at the bandit and killed him. Fujin ignored Mieko and focused on the main room. The battle had already created enough noise to attract some attention. And the loud scream had got the attention of all the bandits in the hideout. Fujin sighed and said, "You weren't stealthy enough." Mieko snorted and replied, "Well, it doesn't matter anymore." She began making hand signs. Fujin flickered next to her, and made a hand sign too. At the same time, they released their jutsu, Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu. In the main room, the bandits were busy with sorting their recent loot. Some of the bandits had heard some noises from the side where Mieko was killing the bandits. However, it was mostly ignored by them. But soon, a loud scream attracted everyone's attention. The 3 remaining rogue ninjas too were on alert. One of them directed 2 bandits to go in and check what was happening. Those 2 carefully moved towards the exit in that direction. However, right before reaching there, they suddenly felt a lot of heat. But before they could do anything, a dragon head, made of fire, entered the room and engulfed them. They immediately began screaming in pain. The dragon quickly entered the room completely. The sight of a dragon made of fire scared the bandits stiff. The dragon began spitting wind explosion jutsus all over the room. Seeing that, one bandit quickly made hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground, causing a rock shield to be created in front of him. Some of the nearby bandits quickly ran behind that shield. The wind explosion jutsus hit 7 bandits head-on. The winds created by the explosion slashed the throats of 2 bandits, killing them on spot. However, they were much luckier than the ones who didn't die. For the remaining 5, the winds created small cuts all over their bodies. As it was a combination jutsu, the wind was incredibly hot. So, along with the cuts, it also caused low-level burns on those bandits. And it was incredibly painful when their cuts were exposed to that hot air. One of those 5 bandits was even more unlucky as he didn't shut his eyes. It resulted in a lot of hot air bombarding his eyes, causing them to burn up. So though the jutsu didn't kill them, they were scarred and in immense pain. Even the bandits nearby were harmed by the hot wind slashes. However, they could still fight or run. The attack caused panic among the bandits. 3 bandits quickly tried to escape out of the base. They rushed towards the ladder and began climbing it. Unfortunately for them, Hoka was standing just above the exit. Hoka waited for all 3 bandits to be on the ladder, and then made a few hand signs, stone spear jutsu. From the walls around the ladder, dozens of spears began appearing. They stabbed all the 3 bandits on the ladder, killing them on spot. It also blocked the access to the ladder for the remaining bandits. 2 bandits ran towards the area which was cleared by Fujin earlier. On sensing the bandits running in that direction, Fujin made a hand sign and waited. As soon as the bandits exited the main room, Fujin exploded the explosion tag he had planted there. That caused the rocks from the ceiling to fall down, and crushed those bandits. It also sealed that exit. 5 bandits ran towards the room where Hirotomasa was supposed to be. However, as soon as they exited the main room, they fell straight into the quicksand trap. The quicksand Hoka had created had a depth of 4 meters and had covered the entire entrance. All 5 bandits were trapped there and were slowly sinking in. 11 bandits were hiding behind the rock shield created by their leader and 8 were still trying to escape in the directions of their fellow bandits. However, they stopped in their tracks after seeing what happened to them. Fujin used this opportunity to make the dragon bombard them with 3 wind explosion jutsus, injuring all 8 of them to a certain degree. The dragon then circled around to get a clear shot at the bandits hiding behind the rock. The leader quickly made another rock shield. Sadly for him, Fujin and Mieko had anticipated it. Instead of bombarding, the dragon circled around more and launched 2 wind explosion jutsus in such a manner that they couldn't escape from there. They were surrounded by the rock shields on 2 sides and wind explosion jutsus on the remaining 2 sides. Only the 3 ninjas managed to jump and move to the other side of the rock shields. The remaining bandits were trapped and took minor injuries. The dragon then moved forward and engulfed all of those bandits. It set all 8 of the bandits on fire, but also caused the fire wind dragon to dissipate. This assault had incapacitated all the bandits in the hideout, with the exception of the 3 ninjas. 2 among them were novices with no actual experience beyond their banditry. Only the leader had a bit of experience as he was once a genin in the Kyuzagakuer. He had noticed that the jutsu was about to dissipate and said, "Hurry and follow me." He led the remaining 2 to the entrance from where the dragon had come in. However, on entering, he didn't see anyone there. Instead he saw the dead body of his fellow bandits and one of his ninjas. Seeing him dead alarmed him and he became much more cautious. He said, "Be careful, they might still be around. Let's look for them Tudge." Suddenly he jumped up and looked below. The ground had moved and wanted to trap his feet in it. Even though he dodged, Fujin smirked underground, "Got them." He had trapped the other 2 bandits. Mieko saw that and appeared at the entrance. She quickly made hand signs, "Fireball jutsu." The trapped bandits couldn't dodge and were caught in the explosion. Only the leader managed to dodge. He saw his last 2 bandits burning with disbelief. "It's all over. I need to escape." He quickly began running away. However, Fujin stealthily launched a shuriken enhanced with chakra flow at his left leg. Distracted by fear and the urgency to escape, the bandit leader didn't notice it. The shuriken hit his left leg from behind, and cut through it like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly losing his left leg made him fall down and cry in pain. Fujin then used body flicker jutsu to appear right above him and stab a sword through his heart. The bandit leader died with despair on his face. Fujin looked at Mieko and said, "Looks like this is over." Mieko asked, "Aren't there a few still alive back in the main room?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Not anymore," and began walking towards the main room. Mieko followed him. In the main room, Hoka had already killed all the bandits who were still alive from the Fire Wind Dragon's assault. At that moment, Renjiro too appeared within the main room. He thought, "Not bad, they killed every last one of them. And they have adjusted to killing well." He said, "Good work. This mission is successfully completed." He then looked at his team and said, "It's good to see you guys being able to handle the killing very well." The kids nodded. Even though they were still repulsed by the gore around them, they could handle themselves without vomiting. Renjiro then led his team out of the hideout. He then made the hand seal for an earth release jutsu. Fujin quickly stopped him by asking, "Sensei, isn't it a waste to destroy such a good base?" The sudden question stopped Renjiro from destroying the underground base. He asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, "Can't we use this base for our own ninjas?" Renjiro asked, "And how will our ninjas use this base?" Fujin thought for a few seconds and replied, "Well, they could use it as a base during war. Or they could use it as a temporary resting place or perhaps create an underground supply depot." Renjiro shook his head and said, "The closest hidden village from here is Kusa. And they are allied with us. Even if they weren't, they can't penetrate this deep into the fire country. If there is any threat, then it'll be IWA, which is beyond Kusa. However, if they are able to penetrate this deep into the land of fire, then that base will be useless anyways, as the majority of the IWA ninjas are masters of earth release jutsus. They'll just bury all the troops underground. As for supply depots and resting places, there are already sufficient numbers of them. So it is unnecessary to. Fujin fell in thoughts and realized, yeah, that makes sense. Konoha has been around for decades. Surely their infrastructure would be top-notch by now. And surely they'd have identified all the bases over the Land of Fire. He then nodded to Renjiro, who destroyed the entire hideout. On the way back to the town, Miyako asked, "Sensei, were they really ninjas?" Only one of them used any ninjutsu, and even that was only a rank E jutsu. They couldn't put up a fight at all. Renjiro answered, they were just common bandits who had unlocked chakra by accident or luck. Only their leader was probably a former ninja gone rogue. However, he too barely had any proper training. So it wasn't a surprise that he wasn't a match for you guys, who are being trained by me. Hoka asked in excitement, "Sensei, aren't there bounties on rogue ninjas?" Renjiro shook his head and replied, "Only if they are very famous. Someone who barely qualifies as a genin won't have any bounty at all." That drowned Hoka's excitement. He continued following the squad with his shoulders dropped. Miyako, who was still stuck on how weak her enemies were, asked, "Sensei, when can we fight real ninjas then?" Renjiro turned his head and stared at her. He thought, nice way of indirectly asking me for rank B missions. On noticing that Renjiro had noticed her thoughts, Miyako was embarrassed. But she didn't allow that embarrassment to appear on her face. Fujin noticed that and thought, damn, these ninjas are born shameless. Renjiro smirked and answered, "After you have captured that cat 100 times." That answer drained the color off Miyako's face. Hoka glared at her. While Fujin chuckled thinking, I guess no one can compete with the older generation in shamelessness. Miyako then began apologizing to Renjiro and began a funny banter. Sadly for her, she was no match for Renjiro.